razor blades.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is the final show from Oxnard, California for the three of us. And Ruben, who's getting the light strobe going already on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Friday edition of Shan and RJ on DFW Sports Station with our training camp coverage brought to you by On Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. We will get to Bobby's first ever Jerry Jones media party at 6:40. But Chop, I turn to you for the quick summary and the hangover check-in.
I'm fine. I don't usually get hangovers. I do pretty well with that. I did switch from.
Were you testing if RJ was really loud?
I was hearing that's the loudest he started this week.
Yeah,
so he's definitely not hungover. There's Uwe again.
There's Good Morning Vietnam over there. Robin Williams wannabes.
These guys yelling and screaming in San Antonio, I think. So
yeah, I think so. No, but this was I did make a switch from teaks to bourbon in the middle of the night.
What's teaks?
Well, it's the word I can't pronounce. Tequila.
Oh,
teaks.
Oh, teaks was for tequila. Okay.
Teaks.
That's a dangerous switch, brown to brown. Or are you going with? You were going with a reposado, I assume.
No, I was having basically ranch water.
Oh, okay.
So it's typically a Blanco. I think they did give me a repo on one of them. But anyway, I made a late switch. I was like, wait a second, I didn't even realize y'all had bourbon out here. I thought it was just like So I made that switch, and that was kind of dumb. But I only had 3 for the whole night.
Nice.
So nothing major. So then I left. So I feel fine. I'm tired. I didn't get home about 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I left this guy there. Tried to get him out.
And your other observations of the evening or Bobby?
Well, Bobby was kind of like, he looked wide-eyed for a minute. He was kind of kid in the candy store, but also very just dipping his toe in, right? He was sticking with his normal crew of people, of his beat writer guys. But then he started to venture out a little bit, and he didn't know what any of the food was.
Yeah.
Any of the food.
Yeah, I heard. He didn't even really know what meat was on a skewer.
No, didn't know what skewers were of any kind.
How are you feeling, Bob? And what did you decide to drink?
I don't feel great. I started with tequila and soda because somebody told me that they don't have vodka. I was like, okay, that
What?
seems odd. Well, I was like, surely they have vodka, but then the first two people in front of me ordering drinks, they had asked for something, and then they're like, we don't have it. And so I was like, oh gosh, I guess somebody would have asked for it and was told they didn't have it.
I drowned in Tito's today.
I got a tequila and soda that tasted absolutely awful because I hate tequila. And so having to sip on that was pretty bad. And I was like, I guess I'm switching to bourbon. This is lovely.
Wow.
And so, but then when I was up there getting ready to order a drink, somebody Eric was right in front of me. Eric got the wrong drink. And Eric had gotten lime juice, vodka, and soda. And when he was like, handing it over, he's like, is that what I ordered? And he was like, oh, no. He's like, you didn't order this? And he was about to done, but I was like, I'll take it. And so then I just ordered those the rest of the night.
So you went back to the vodka, which they did have.
Yeah, but it was not just vodka soda, because it was definitely heavy on the lime juice, because the drink was like green almost.
So what'd you think of the restaurant and the world-famous Nobu and on the beach and the ocean and the Star Power and Andrew Whitworth and Chris Bosch, Al
there.
Michaels?
I don't know. It didn't do a ton for me. The restaurant looked like any normal restaurant on the inside, like that I would normally say. Then they're on the ocean. That's cool. That's an awesome view, and it's cool to look out and see the water and everything else like that. But it's like I was saying to people last night, and like I texted you last night. It's weird to walk in somewhere where I know everyone, and I still feel like this is uncomfortable. In a room where I know everybody, and I think it's uncomfortable, that's just weird to me. And it makes me feel like something's off about this entire setup, and everybody was shoulder to shoulder. I thought this was going to be some space to move. There was not. It was pretty packed.
It was a lot less crowded than the last few years.
That sounds even worse in previous years than it was.
It wasn't a bunch of lounges and tables?
There was some, but not as many.
They were all taken. We walked in and everybody was full. And so we were standing most of the night.
All right, we'll get the full party recap. We say good morning to Pepe back home in the Metroplex here on your home of the Texas Rangers, which we got to cover a lot of, including last night.
Now here comes Rocker now with the 1-1. And that ball is hit deep out into right field. Adoli's not moving. That one will sail into the second deck for Cole Young. His third home run of the season. He gives Seattle a 2-0 lead.
I think you can tell by Hicksy's tone what happened throughout the evening. Rangers get shut out by the Mariners, the new-look Mariners. Some people think maybe the best team in the league, Seattle Mariners, 6-0. Cal Raleigh goes yard as well for number 42.
Speaking of big guys.
Yeah, speaking of big guys. And, people will point to, pitching. And you get 4 hits, you can score 0 runs. I don't care what your pitching is. You're just not going to win that game at the end of the day. But they would like to see Rocker take a leap, and be a little bit more consistent. Last night was kind of a step back at that one. Seattle, though, this is kind of what they do. They've been the last few years a pitch first team, right? A pitching first team.
Yep.
And they added quite a bit of pop at the deadline, and now, like you said, there's a lot of people who think that they could be one of the more dangerous teams in the entire American League.
Suarez doubles, so he's getting there from Arizona. They made moves yesterday. Bobby, before we get to what the Rangers did, your thoughts on last night? It's going to be hard to comment with.
No, it all does still blend into what we're about to talk about, which is, God, it's like you look at this team and it's almost like they needed an effing bat. And they were like, no, you got a moron. You've got a frustrating. I really don't care. You've got a frustrating general manager who is a former pitcher and thinks that's all you need to stock up and add every single year, and it's just stupid. It's the same sort of frustration we get when it's like, why haven't you added a single running back, or why haven't you added this position? Why is it? Well, we think we're going to be fine there. Okay, well that's stupid. And now I think that you have completely bungled it. And so, offensively, yeah, I imagine we're going to see some other no-run 4-hit performances if you're not getting anything from Seager really that night.
The Rangers were without Josh Young, left calf soreness, so they're going to go ahead and monitor that. It'll be Jack Leiter on the mound this evening right here on the Fan with his 4.09 earned run average.
Rowdy Tellez got a hit last night, though, one of the 4. That's encouraging.
Hey.
I love seeing that. That makes me feel good about things. And we got a hit from the newly the new New York Met. Adolis Garcia got a hit last night.
You know, I'm a little surprised at both of y'all's trade reaction, and you're both kind of on the same page after what happened yesterday. I'm a little bit more, fingers. Yeah. Is that what you call it?
I don't know, but we're
tickling tips.
Tickle tips. You guys were pretty much on the same page. I was more optimistic and excited, and I'm wondering whether I'm just more optimistic and excited because I got lulled into believing nothing would happen because nothing did for 90% of the day. Yeah. As you were saying last night, Choppy, the Rangers either got started late or got in too late, and then this flurry hit where you're getting bullpen. Multiple people in the bullpen, which we were all asking for. And then you get a starter that turns you maybe into the most dangerous, some would say definitely the most dangerous starting staff in the postseason if you make it there. But both of you guys were still kind of like, eh.
Well, the part is getting there. They absolutely made themselves, if they get to the play, if you were to just take them and teleport them till the third, the second Monday in October, they're without question the most dangerous team in Major League Baseball. And if they're in the postseason, I would think, okay, who's beating them? And I wouldn't be able to think of a team. The issue is going to be getting there because they didn't do anything to really improve their day-to-day.
But you told us that you felt like the offense was fixed, or the numbers were showing that it was fixed.
The numbers are showing that it has been much, much better.
Mm-hmm.
But you still need a deeper line. There's still holes in the lineup. There's still holes in the lineup that you need to fix. You don't have a DH. Like, you don't have a DH.
But if I went into yesterday and told you they're getting 2 relievers and a legit third starter, I would have thought we were all going to be happy.
I'd be okay with that. It just left, it did leave a lot to be desired as a whole. I do think they missed on a big piece. I would have leaned into run prevention as well. I think they needed a DH. Now, who was out there? Right, you got to play ball. What's out there? But I mean, Ryan O'Hearn was out there. You got the guys were on the move yesterday.
Yeah, some people I was speaking with is not going to make Bobby any happier than he is this morning. We're kind of saying, yes, Ray Davis may have green-lighted some finances, but a big bat was not going to be in the cards financially. Right. Needed probably a right-handed bat versus lefties. But when we were talking about a big bat name, I don't know if Ray Davis was going to allow that much.
That sounded, your hitting coach yesterday sounded like he wanted something, and you didn't go through with that. To me, I just said it yesterday. I don't give a damn about adding another starting pitcher. I don't want to give up any capital to go get a starting pitcher. You gave up the most capital to get a starting pitcher who doesn't miss bats and is almost 37 years old. That to me is such a waste of resources or excitement or anything else. And so if that's some sort of attempt to look, here we are going for it, great. You'll lose 1-0 in the playoffs then. I don't care. This is so frustrating, especially to me to give up who you did. I like everything that's been out there about Cole Drake, who they traded for Merrill Kelly. And Cole Drake is a guy that's somebody who has pretty solid repertoire across the board and is a known strikeout guy at a very high rate in minor league level and has been at every single level. And I hate the idea of, we're going to go get a pitch to contact guy who throws 91 mile per hour fastballs and just induces weak contact. Okay, awesome.
All right, you all tell us on the fan text. Franklin Frankel, injury attorney text line. Were you giving credit to Chris Young yesterday, as I was? Were you excited? Do you feeling like that second level of energy to close this thing out and head towards the postseason? Or are you just overly disappointed they did not add another bat? Pepe, were you excited during all this, or were you just waiting for an offensive player?
I mean, I knew they had to address the bullpen situation, which they did. Merrill Kelly shocked me that they went out and got a starting pitcher. I mean, I give them a B- for a grade. I mean, I like what they did. They addressed pitching, but yeah, Bobby's right. I mean, they really did need a bat there, I thought, and missed opportunity.
Man, they were one of the few teams. I think they even got the ball rolling on the pitcher on the starting market. I think there was only one of the starting pitcher that got traded yesterday.
So Corey Majors was right. They were just waiting for everybody else to take the play.
They really were. Yeah, they really were. It was an active day, though, like yesterday as a whole.
Yes.
It was a very active trade deadline.
So you get Merrill Kelly, the only one that beat you in the World Series when you took on Arizona. You get Danny Kalum. He's 35 from the Twins, and he lives in Plano. And then you get from the St. Louis Cardinals, Phil Maton. He's an impending free agent. So you got a lot of age, you got a lot of pending free agents, and you got a lot of pitching. All pitching.
I don't mind it with the relievers. Like, I don't mind getting an older reliever. I don't mind getting a reliever who's a soon-to-be free agent. That's fine. And, I mean, like, the two relievers they got have put up good numbers. And, I mean, you talk about Coulomb specifically. He has put up, like, I mean, really good numbers for a few years now, and they're all good peripherals, too. It's not he's pitching above his head or anything else. So the relievers I'm fine with. The relievers help.
But people are the most excited about Merrill Kelly.
I mean, people are excited about a lot of things that are silly.
He's a name, and he's pitched in big games, and that's key.
He's got 3.22 ERA,
and over his last 10 starts, his ERA is under 2.
Yeah.
So I'm not excited about Kelly. I think you put Kelly into a playoff series as your third starter. I mean, you're looking at an upper echelon 3.
You put him into the third game, though. That game, whether win or lose, that I promise that box score is going to look like 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and he scattered 7 hits. And that's just always a dangerous recipe for a guy who is that going to consistently always be what you need it to
It's
be.
dangerous. I mean, it's you could see him running if they make the World Series and he runs into the Dodgers. You could see that being a 4 home run game.
Do you know what pitch he throws the most? He is a primary changeup guy. Like, that's the kind of pitcher he is. He's somebody who is inducing weak contact. He does not miss a lot of bats. His whiff rate is not very high. And so his whole game is like, all right, let me try and get somebody to ground a ball. And to me, that's always if you're off a little bit, that can turn ugly fast with those kind of pitchers.
I think I like Pepe's grade with either a B- or a B. That's me.
D.
D?
No,
the going your primary asset being a starting pitcher. I said it yesterday. I was like, I don't want you to go get one. I don't want it. If you're going to use capital, if you're going to spend, don't do it on that.
But if you thought you thought offense was the major need. If bullpen was right there next to it, you have to give them a.
It wasn't for me. It was bat clearly. That is the thing you needed, and you did nothing.
What's your grade, real quick?
It's a C+, B-. I mean, it's not. They're not one of the winners of the deadline. They're not one of the losers. They did okay for themselves.
Let us know, y'all. 877-881-1053. We had another Cowboys practice, and we had some Micah Diggs drama overnight. We'll talk to you about it next on Shan and RJ live from Oxnard on the Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Razor waves.
That fun squad?
Not named Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun squad?
There's Franco. And Franco, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Wait, Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
Just saying screw it to the Cowboy players who are trying to get their rest after last night. He's doing it because it's our last show and morning in Oxnard, and he doesn't have to see anyone after the program ends. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Greystone Roofing, the on-time experts, and Reliant AC. And some Cowboys players who were apparently up later last night tweeting and playing some social media games were Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. As I saw Manny Otolo hitting you guys up at the media party saying, please either ask Jerry and Steven right now what is going on or just put down the phones and get on this story. We need your reporting. Because Micah, 7 hours ago, decided to tweet out some GIF from Bad Boys where it's saying, one last time. One last time. And then Trayvon follows up on that with 7-Eleven 4L, which I assume means 7-Eleven for life.
Yeah,
and then
it's like the NWO for life.
And then you had people saying that Diggs had scrubbed his. I'm not going to go through all of it and check as I roll my eyes at that stuff. Everyone does this now. Your cryptic messages, scrubbing of the accounts. But people were saying Diggs got rid of all the Cowboy references and mentions. Clarence Hill saying this is for real, for real. You know, Micah's not playing around. That's the suggestion that I'm getting from Clarence Hill. What do y'all make of this?
Trade him for Terry.
Trade who?
Trade Diggs for Terry.
Oh, McLaurin?
Yeah. Good. Go ahead. Let's go.
I mean,
as long as Terry doesn't bring those UGG boots
that Trayvon's been wearing.
Mike is going to get done. That's going to happen. I don't. It may be.
Are you saying that
tomorrow.
because of inevitability, or like you're hearing something about progression?
No, I'm saying because it has not mattered. Like, I think we have a tendency to forget, and we're like, oh yeah, the Dak negotiations got bad, but it was never this far along. It's like, no, it was. Like, all of these negotiations with guys have gotten this bad for the most part. Most of the time we do go, I don't know if you can turn around from this with like 3-4 different negotiations, and they always get it. And then afterwards it's always like a record-setting deal that gets them exactly what they want. If Diggs was not hurt this offseason, they would have gotten rid of Diggs. Diggs would not be here.
Yeah.
And the only reason why he is because he had gotten hurt. And so I think they are pretty fed up, and if they had that is one where if they could go back and do it again, they would have never paid him.
I agree. And we've heard some things on the record and many things off the record about the feelings towards Trayvon. I think, let me confirm, Choppy, so I don't get you in trouble here, because you're the only other media member that I heard mention any of this.
It's out. Dallas Morning News has it.
Calvin?
Dallas Morning News has a story about it falling in practice.
Trayvon Diggs' fall in practice just adds to the drama surrounding Cowboys corner. What happened?
So, he was over on the asthma field, as Jimmy would call it, and he for some reason he had a helmet. I don't know why he had a helmet. Why would he have had a helmet? He wasn't practicing.
He trained to get used to it.
Yeah, a lot of guys will throw on a helmet while they're doing different things just to.
So he was running, kind of looked like he was like trying to like run like, you know how you just run towards the end zone, but then he did.
Yeah, I do know that.
But like he's just on the side field like play like I don't know if he was farting around or what, right? But you see him do a somersault kind of thing, like try to do the Reggie Bush jump dive, flip over into the end zone,
like without touching the ground, like a full front somersault.
Right? Yeah, like the Reggie Bush. Like he jumps in the end zone, then tucks and rolls, and he lands awkwardly, and he's just down.
Did you read Calvin's opening line?
No.
I never would have thought like this is a serious story. Trayvon Diggs was running to drill during his rehab work Thursday afternoon when he caught a ball, ran down the field, and fell. That's the whole opening line of the story. Just like, here's the story. Trayvon Diggs fell yesterday.
That doesn't sound like it's doing the story justice.
But he does it this kind of Reggie Bush thing, falls. I don't know if he hit his head, shoulder, whatever. But he's just down.
He's wearing a helmet. That's why he's wearing a helmet.
He's just down. And then here comes Micah over there, like helping him up, but he's just down. And then somebody else comes over, and I couldn't make out who it was, and he's just down, like just on the ground.
And you're watching this play out.
I saw the video. I saw it was a camera, not a video camera. It was like one of those like, you're looking at it from 5,000 meters away, taking these surveillance photos.
Right.
But the way they have them now is like they basically record. It's like a live video that happens. So you got to like go still by still, and then they help him up. He just goes into the locker room.
Did you think he was hurt?
It looked like he was like stunned. Like it looked like he was kind of like wobbly, like stunned. It was very, very strange.
This is why you should wear cleats when you practice and not Uggs. That'll cause you to lose your footing a little bit.
My latest theory, coming up with new theories every day. My latest theory is the Cowboys, they thought they had something done multiple times with Micah, not just once. Micah and his agent kind of changed their mind about it. Jerry got fed up. and it said, fine, I'm just going to make you sweat it out. And this is Jerry's only retaliation-type maneuver he can pull, is making Micah sweat and wait. And when Micah goes and tweets stuff like that yesterday, if I'm Jerry and Steven and I'm told about that this morning, I'm thinking, see, he's squirming. This is why we make people wait. They can't take it. Trey Hendrickson, he shows up. Terry McLaurin, he shows up before the trade demand. Micah, it's a battle of silence, and who's not going to crack? And look, he's cracking. He can't stand not being out there. He can't stand not getting his money. But at the end of the day, as my father always says.
As the Joneses always say.
As the Joneses always says. And many would say Jerry is our daddy. Well, Bobby said to start the segment is true. Jerry Jones is going to pay Micah Parsons before game 1 of the regular season. And this is his only little fight back that he can try to do, is make Micah wait and take little verbal shots publicly, because he will lose in the end, just like all the rest of the star negotiations. Period. Right?
Yeah. No, and I mean, I think that this is the way these negotiate. Now, the only factor that you have to wonder about is,
although B. Jerry and Steven, and I'm telling you, operate under this premise. Game 1, we don't pay him. He is there for all 17 under the $24 million. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? I'm telling you, he's showing up to play all the games.
What am I doing if I'm Jerry
and Steven?
I'm not going to pay him.
I'll tag him next year.
Okay.
And it'll probably be less than what you end up average annual value paying.
What will be less? The tag.
Mm-hmm. The tag.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you guys in agreement with me that Micah shows up, as he's been saying, to play the actual games if the deal doesn't get done?
Micah doesn't miss anything.
I don't think he misses games.
So then why are we saying why did you say it's inevitable that the contract gets done?
Because I think it's the same sort of thing. Like, Zeke wasn't going to miss games. Zeke was on a rookie deal. Zeke had a replacement basically waiting here for him, and they paid him through the nose and gave him one of the worst contracts in the NFL. So they've always done it. They got Dak done. Now, Dak was not a holdout there, but they've shown that when Zach Martin leans on him, when CeeDee Lamb leans on him, when somebody, they do it. They get it done. And so, yeah, I think eventually they get it done. Now, could it be one of these things where he does play out the year, and this turns into a Dak situation the first time, where they get all the way through the contract, and then they got to do a tag? That could happen, maybe, but I still think it gets done before the season starts.
I'm less confident that they sign him long-term before the season. Wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. I'm not going to be stunned if they do sign him, but, if you look at it, the way the money would shake out, and I assume they would tag him as an edge, even though they would like to tag him as a linebacker. I don't think they'd be able to.
I don't think it's their call.
I know.
I think the league determines it.
Were y'all seeing or showing any Cowboys PR or Cowboys important people what was happening with Micah and Diggs on social media?
I'll be honest, I didn't know that was happening until we got in the car this morning. I was very inebriated last night. And so you said something about Micah Diggs. I was like, what the hell's happening? And then I pulled it up.
All right. Anything else I'm missing? Well, I don't know why I'm asking you guys. I'm the one telling you about it. All right. What else happened at practice yesterday? Pepe, am I missing anything else?
No, I think you got it all.
Okay.
He has no idea.
No idea either. So Jerry told Calvin that Tyler Smith left practice with tendinitis in his knee. Lyle Collins is working out? What?
Oh, baby.
Just a workout.
Lyle Collins did not play last year following his release from Buffalo. And then the G-Bag Nation breaking news that Savon Ravel, his father, joins G-Bag yesterday. And he says, no, my son is going to be out an additional 6 to 8 weeks from the knee issue. Also clarified, it's not Siobhan Ravel, it's Savon Ravel. So Tyler Smith left with tendonitis in the knee. They're working out Lyle Collins, and Savon Ravel is out.
That was a Nosebleeds exclusive right there. The Nosebleed boys saw him behind the fence, knew it was his dad, and they just walked up and they're like, "Oh, let's talk to him while we got live mics and we're walking around with wireless."
Oh, and Dawson just took the credit for his podcast.
He was the one that was free to tweet, I guess. But yeah, the Ravel one is, you were starting to hear some chatter that he had an issue, that something has caused his timing to be thrown off a little bit. Which, if you're Diggs, do you look at it and say, Okay, this is why I have my own trainers, or this is what I want to do. Like, do you say like
because Ravel was working here,
where it's like you're telling me I'm just certain now. I don't know what Ravel's thing was. Ravel's thing could have happened during him trying to test something out during a drill. It could have happened during rehab. I have no idea. I'm just saying it does make me wonder if like that would be something Diggs would try to go to and say like, look, you told me I'd be ahead. These are the reasons why I take care of myself.
Yeah.
But Ravel, that one's frustrating. And I think that. There was already some,
but this is why teams stayed away, right?
Yeah. It was he had the knee injury last year. He had the ACL tear, and a lot of teams just didn't want to. They didn't get a chance to see him when he was a smaller school player. They wanted to see what he would do last year. They didn't get a chance to see it, and they're like, all right, we can't totally trust it. And it is a tough way to start off your career when you're talking about you get the ACL, and then somewhere in the training you backslide or have an issue that then can create pretty easily, I think, a lack of trust in your knee, and that's a bad place to start with a young player.
And Lyle Collins,
I think that's just that's exactly what it sounds like. They're just working somebody out. I think they're giving him workout, checking things out, just seeing where he's at. They need bodies. We were standing out here at practice Wednesday, and I was looking at the offensive line group, and I had said to somebody, I was like, holy crap, is that it? Is that the only offensive lineman? They have like 9 guys out there. There's 90 people here, and you usually have like 13, 14 offensive linemen running around there, and it looked like a game day rotational lineman. I was like, they don't have enough to get through practices right now.
What did Bobby Belt wear and eat at the Jerry Jones media party? RJ Choppy was on the scene with the report, and I'll tell you how I embarrassed myself yesterday here at Cowboys practice, and my wife is not going to be very happy about it. That's next here on DFW Sports Station. Then back to the Rangers at 7 after all the deadline moves right here. Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back to the Texas Rangers and your grades for Chris Young at 7 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station after a flurry of moves, not just from your Rangers, but throughout the entire sport. So we'll get back to it at 7 here with Shan RJ and Bobby. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. And, of course, our coverage is brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. The guys decided to head on up to Malibu again for the Jerry Jones Media Party. How was Malibu after the fires?
Didn't notice a thing yet. Everything that really took place was supposed to be south of Nobu, so we'll see it on the ride in. Maybe we'll take the PCH to the airport today.
Yeah.
So we'll do that today.
When Jane sent you and I that video a couple weeks ago, and she's like, gosh, look at how I was like, I must not remember the PCH very well. That doesn't look like anything's missing to me. I don't remember the area.
It was a bad video from Jane. She's been off a lot of her game recently when it comes to texting her, messaging me.
You just don't want to put on the pads and challenge her out here.
I know.
That's what that is.
Yes. How do you get Jane to respond? Just put out like a small hands video, and then she'll chirp.
She loves it. She does. It is a good bit.
Show us all how she wants to play in the WNFL. After I didn't go out here and get Tyler Booker hurt, spraining a hamstring, racing me. And Jane's like, you should have gone out and challenged him. But it was Bobby's first media party. What made you finally decide to go after years of rejection and joining the crew?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know why. I was just like,
you put so much thought into years of avoiding it. You don't know what finally changed.
Yeah, I get. It may have been just the fact that we're here for such a shorter time this time, where it's just like, all right, let me. Yeah. I'm experiencing less. I should probably go.
Yeah.
So I think that was part of it, and I walked in the door, and I think I'd been in there 10 minutes before I texted you, and I was like, I do not want to be here. I don't want to be.
Was he miserable, Choppy? Could you tell?
I could not tell. He looked.
That's why I started slamming drinks so that I would be less miserable.
Yeah, he looked the part, but he looked like he was like fitting right in. It was all the people that he knows. You're seeing people that you see once a year, or for us, see him once a year at camp. He sees them all the time, but it's still a very unique setting, and it's a spot where you get unique access to things that you don't get access to normally.
Mm-hmm. Was Brian Schottenheimer there?
No.
All right.
I've only seen the coach there one time, and that was Jason that one year.
Yeah, and Roy made him not go again.
Roy made him never go again.
So what made you walk in immediately and want to turn around?
Because, like I said, when I walk in and I survey a room, and I go, I know everyone here. Like pretty much everybody here I knew. Like from Dallas, from DallasCowboys.com people to media people. I have I would say 90% of the people there, it's like first name basis easy. I don't have to go, who is that? And so when I walk in and I still am like, this feels uncomfortable for some reason, that to me is like, there's something.
Because you're in dress clothes, because you guys aren't throwing darts, because you're not, smelling urine at the rudder room. You're in a nice formal place.
No, I think it's that it's this weird combination of it felt like we were there to work and we were also there to just hang out, and it's weird. I couldn't. It didn't feel like the right vibe of either we should be hanging out and this should all be loose, or this should be work over here. That's to me how it kind of felt. So I think that's probably the dynamic that throws it off.
Were you making a joke right then about sniffing rear end or kissing?
No,
ass?
I was trying to unclog a booger.
Oh, okay. The allergies kicking in.
Yeah.
So. Any big
it's like an office Christmas party is the same. It's the same sort of dynamic there that I don't like. Where it's this feels like it shouldn't. This either feels like we should be hanging out in some sort of other, because it's an official capacity of something the company would do. But then it's you're kind of cutting up, and it doesn't feel like you're. It feels like you have to think about moves in terms of does this fit what the mood is right now, or would I be doing this?
Cowboys PR had to have a discussion with Bobby at practice about what to wear.
Yeah.
David Abruzzi from Cowboys PR was genuinely concerned, I think. He was trying to kind of joke, but he was He looked at me and he goes, "You have pants, right?"
Now, it said on the invitation, no shorts. Nobu does not allow shorts. I thought I saw people in shorts there, but maybe not. Not within the party, but in the restaurant.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were probably like super famous. And, and I said, I was like, I told him, Brucey, I was like, it's the Adam Sandler look. And then he goes, Adam Sandler has different rules than you.
Yeah.
Do you have pants?
Yeah.
Adam Sandler has different rules. But Bobby was wearing, it was standard wedding issue for him.
Yeah, jeans and a polo.
Jeans and a polo with his Vans or Converse, Chuck Taylors on. But no, he did well. He will say that he did not do well. He did very well. He was fine there.
You're the one who wore the hat. You're the only one wearing a hat in there?
No, I think there was other people wearing hats in there.
Maybe in the restaurant. I think in the group, I think you were.
I can't remember.
I don't think anybody with the media party was wearing a hat. Otherwise,
no, I don't care. I had my standard black T-shirt and jeans on.
So who had
Steve Jobs look?
Who had the most fun amongst the station crew?
Well, Eric crushed the most food. He was like, "I'm going back for seconds." I was like, "Relax, man. Half the people haven't even gotten first yet."
If you're telling someone to relax in the food line, my God,
probably Zach.
Yeah.
Zach was almost brought to tears because Jerry cheersed him, like walking by.
Eric
and Zach was like, I don't know, you get kind of emotional. He was. We got in a bad drunk fight on the way back about football. I don't even remember what were we arguing about. Do you remember, Ruben? We were arguing about something about football. He was checked out on the ride back. We were like,
he's checked out right now.
Broadus was like, Ruben, are you awake? And he's like, yeah. We're like, you haven't said anything the entire time, but. No, Zach and I got into a fight about something.
Like a quarterback ranking list fight?
No, it was something. I remember what it was.
Talking ball.
It was this. Yeah, we were just talking ball like ball knowers do. And he was.
Y'all are ball knowers.
Gosh, Eric will not stop singing it now. Eric keeps going, Bobby talks ball. Like he's like, it is catchy. He's like, that's so.
What was the fight about?
It was about the Detroit game in 23 that CD had mentioned.
Oh,
yeah. When he mentioned that, we were just talking through that, and he goes, yeah, well, that was they shouldn't have won the game. They got screwed over. And I was like, what do you mean they got screwed over? Like they could have informed them all day long. The referee has to announce over the PA system that person's eligible. No, I'm just saying it is. I said if they haven't announced that, like it can't. And he goes, they got screwed. I was like, no, that was Dan Campbell being a young dumb coach and not recognizing it was not set over the PA. You should know your player's not eligible in that moment.
The game we were at. So you guys were arguing over the eligibility of the Detroit Lions.
Dan Skipper.
Yeah.
Well, then it turned into just all. I don't remember. I said something that was mean. I think about like. Something that was meant to sound like I wouldn't listen to anything you have to say about football, but I don't remember what it was.
Anything else to know?
Well, look, I mean, Chiafalo cornered Andrew Whitworth. Cornered him.
Broadus
cornered
Andrew.
When I got there, Broadus was
fellow LSU Tiger, Andrew. He didn't say that, but that was the energy he was getting.
And here's the best part.
Wow, so Broadus turns on his personality and doesn't act like a miserable curmudgeon when it's someone famous.
Right.
Amazing.
No, it's when it's an LSU Tiger.
Oh, yeah.
But
speaking of big guys,
they were right at the bar, and they were sitting there talking to each other. There's a line behind them of people waiting. I just sidestepped the line because no one was like trying to get them. Hey guys, go order. Sidestepped the line. Went right up there for a drink. But it was Eric had a lot of fun. Carter looked like he was having a blast. Bobby looked like he was comfortable. He looks like he was more comfortable than he's letting on.
I was not comfortable in the first half hour. I was not.
And then he got drunk.
And then I got drunk. That's what happened.
Did Ruben have his 1942 in Sprite?
He did not have. They did not have 1942.
Okay.
At least that I saw. They did have Johnny Blue, but that was not for us.
Just Jerry?
Just for Jerry.
And then Tommy Yarish probably was the most excited.
Al Michaels walked in, and I thought he was gonna like pass out. He was like, "Oh," like he's saying that. He goes, "Oh my God, that is Al Michaels."
That's how I was at like the first one.
He's. I don't think I've ever seen Al Michaels in person. Even in all the times he's been around.
He
the stadium.
lives at that party.
He's much smaller than I realized. That is a short guy.
Yeah.
There was quite a few short kings over there yesterday. I was surprised at some of the height of some of the media members.
Well, RJ Choppy, very responsible, leaving in a timely manner. And who'd you leave with? Because it wasn't Bobby.
It was me. Drove home by myself.
Look at you, Chop.
Oh, yeah, and he was very insistent over and over. You need to leave right now. Come on. He's like, you have to get up in the morning. We're not going to be waking you up.
Look,
You
I
need to come on.
love a responsible RJ.
Yeah, that's it.
Didn't work, but great effort.
I tried to get him to go with me. It didn't work.
Yeah.
Ruben was like, "No, I'm gonna stick around."
Here's the trick that I would think you guys have picked up on at this point. As soon as you tell me you're not going to wake up tomorrow morning, it doesn't matter how drunk I am, how little sleep I am, I will be generally like the first one downstairs.
Yeah, you weren't that, again, a Bobbyism, you weren't that miserable and uncomfortable. You decided to stay.
Because I was drunk at that point, and I'm arguing with people at that point about...
Yeah, and that's where you're like a pig in ass when you're arguing, just trying to win your stupid arguments.
No, this was.
I don't care.
That wasn't that.
How was your night watching the Hall of Fame game?
Oh yeah,
Trey Lance.
It was good. I packed. I got my dad FaceTime stuff out of the way. He had been, that's how I know I'm his favorite son, because I've gone a week without talking to him. He said, "I need to talk to you. I need to catch up," and I love alone time. I don't get the only alone time I get is, and I love my wife obviously, but I guess it's not always obvious with other couples. The only alone time I get is 11 to 2 if I'm napping or sitting in the room after the show. Come home, eat lunch. So when you get a little bit of just alone time, obviously no kids. I'm an old geezer with, a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old. It was good. It was chill. As soon as I heard there wasn't a lot of places to sit at the party and couches and chairs, because that's what I like to do. I like to get a gang of us.
Yeah.
We all get our table, we all get our corner, and we all trash talk everyone else.
Talk ball.
But if I had to stand in a little confined area the whole time, I would have been in a bad mood. Plus that pizza we had for lunch knocked me out too.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, that got me. But what really got me was the embarrassment of the Cowboys merchandise line. As my wife, who I'm finding a lot of crushes on my wife out here, kind of similar to Bobby's wife. She likes Pharrell too. Loves Pharrell's style.
Oh yeah.
And I guess Pharrell has
the radio guy.
The man in the yellow hat look from Curious George.
Now the guy that talks like this on the radio.
Not Scott Pharrell.
Oh.
Pharrell the musician.
Oh, he's happy.
And yeah, and he, I guess, has Cowboy collaborated on some fashion or some brand or style. And what do you think tipped her off to this? Who's my mortal enemy in life? What is?
TikTok.
It's TikTok.
Oh, it was a Nick Wright.
And she, apparently Nick Wright shouted us out yesterday, or the station or G-Bag for the Steven interview. Hopefully we got the credit for it when we didn't deserve it. And she said, I just want some of this Millionaire Boys Club cowboy clothing merchandise. So I go, and we all go into the Cowboys merch store, and I don't see anything for Ollie. So please remind me in the airport to get a piece of overpriced junk to take back to him and get ripped off. There was these little pom poms that I was going to get for Ava, little Cowboy cheerleader pom poms.
Ava.
And Amanda picked out a shirt. And I go, and I don't look at the pricing. I tried to look at the pricing on the pom-poms, and I couldn't find it. So I go to check out, and I put the pom-poms down first, and I say, how much are these? And you know what pom-poms I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The size of this?
Yeah.
How much do you think they were?
$20.
$20.
Is that really what they were?
It was on the money, $20. And I handed it to him, and I said, there you go.
Put that back.
Put that back. I'm not taking those. I'll just take the shirt. And then I saw the price on the register. I saw a price, and I said, this is from the previous person. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to wait for this price to change, because that can't be the price for this T-shirt. Guess the price.
So you forced me to buy a shirt yesterday. You don't even know it. So because I had to buy one, I'm guessing $50.
$54.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that was with your discount.
54. I didn't even try for the discount. I just looked at the guy. I said, "No, this is from the previous person." And he goes, "No, this is your T-shirt price." Guess what I did? I handed that back to him.
Your Pawn Stars. Best I can do is $30.
I handed back the T-shirt and the pom poms because of you freaking crooks out here trying to charge. So I haven't told Amanda yet. She did not get a shirt. Now it was not the Pharrell stuff. The Pharrell stuff comes out Saturday, so I'll tell her. I'd rather spend $75 for the shirt you want versus $54 for a T-shirt.
There were two people working the register.
Two people.
When you ordered.
Yeah, it was this guy. He gave me an attitude too. You little punk.
Did you go to the right or to the left guy?
I think he was in the middle. You know I'm in the middle.
The guy on the
nobody likes the people in the middle.
The guy on the far right. The guy on the far right was a listener. Because he as soon as he walked up, he was like, "Hey, I love y'all's show."
Oh,
man.
I really hope it wasn't him.
So I don't think because he was at the very end.
No. This guy was in the middle, and he looked at me like a peon, like you poor little peon.
Yeah. No, I ended up having to buy shirts because when I saw you going around there, I was like, "Gosh, Amanda and Kristen are gonna be hanging out later, and she's gonna hear that Sean got hers. So I have to go buy something." And so I just send the shirts to Kristen.
So you bought the $54 shirt? You're going to make me look bad. You just boomeranged it back on me.
You bought it.
No.
You walked out with it. I wasn't anticipating you go no.
Yeah,
and throwing it back.
$20 pom-poms? Y'all are criminals, man.
This goes to restock.
All right, we are your home of the Rangers. The guys are not as happy as I am with Chris Young. Are you? Jared Sandler weighs in on the new Texas Rangers next.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 0-1. Swing, and that one is hit high into the air right field. Adolis going back to his right. He's back on the track. This one's carrying well, and it carries out of here. Cal Raleigh, his major league leading 42nd home run of the season, and it's now 3-0 Mariners.
Rangers have now lost 3 of 4 after getting blanked 6-0. That's not fist pump or light pump worthy. Because you could do the lights for the deadline. Although, you know what? These guys don't think
Cut
it's
out the
light-worthy.
lights. That's what you should do. It needs to be a representation of what the Rangers did yesterday. We're going to do the whole segment like this. It's a funeral.
Wait, let me see what it looks like.
It's not bad. We're illuminated. We got our screens. Well, Sean's disappeared now.
All right, let's keep it like this. This
You look like Deep Throat.
This is the this is the way that someone called Ruben. Someone's like, turn the lights on immediately. Ruben's already on the line. Oh. Did someone call you to say turn the lights on? Oh, it's a...
No, we lost the station, so we're not there.
Oh man, this is amazing content.
That'd be hilarious if Ruben caused the power to go out because
oh my god, by turning the thing.
That'd be great. What is it? There's a mosquito in here. That's the first one I've seen. That thing's gonna bite the hell out of me.
Oh my god!
I'm sure it'll be fine there, West Nile.
Go to a psychiatrist.
No, I'm fine. Yeah. See. Oh, did you catch that? Oh, I could have sworn you caught that. Jeez, I thought you just missed me out into that.
Oh, we're on air.
No, yeah.
We just said we lost the station.
You said we lost the station.
We're on the backup. It went to the backup access.
Yeah, we're on the backup.
You know
we're
what?
good, guys.
Hi, Peyton. Hold on. Why didn't Peyton interrupt us?
Yeah.
Peyton's on the other end, knows we're connected.
No way you believed
What if I cursed?
Ruben. No way you believed Ruben. I thought he was going to tell you, no, you're on the backup.
No, he goes, we lost power, and he's like on the phone, and so we're just sitting here BSing. I didn't realize we were on the air for the last... I want to call to the bullpen or a curfew on him. That's what I want, because he can't do that. Every night he is up until God knows when, and I think it's starting to scramble his brain. He's becoming a little smart-ass, too. I liked it when he was just quiet, no one knew anything, oh, we felt bad, and then we give him this praise and give him a paloma, and now all of a sudden he's broken out, and he's tripping our power with his little light show over here, and then letting us just talk here random. I honest to God thought we were off the air. Am I the only one?
I did too. I thought we were too.
He's like, we lost power.
I like the energy we've gotten this morning for Ruben. It's
shut up, Bobby. No one cares what you think.
A lot of people care what I think.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to grade Chris Young. I'm going to go B. I think Pepe went B-. Choppy went C+, B-. Bobby went
D.
D, because there was no offense added. So y'all go ahead and grade it on the Franklin Franco text line.
Yeah, this is just, to me, it's like the biggest thing you needed, and it was neglected. And the thing that was...
But can't they argue, I'm just devil's advocate, can't they argue the numbers that Choppy has been throwing out of leading baseball over the past month in runs scored? Can't they say Simeon has gotten going, Josh Young has gotten going? This is what we've been preaching the entire time. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I agree that they don't have enough offense, and I was not also totally convinced with some of the numbers, because I was listening to what you were saying about Corey Seager carrying it, but couldn't they make some cases?
Generally, the thing about the offensive output, though, has been that it's basically been Seager and then a rotation of somebody else catching fire. And like Boone said yesterday, he's like, we keep having this thing where, somebody will catch fire, a couple guys will be going through down times at the same time. So, they notice it, they know, and they didn't do anything about it. Instead, they went out and they were like, well, let's go get Merrill Kelly, and that's going to fix everything. Merrill Kelly's fine. I don't like giving up Cole Drake for him, and I don't like that your big move is a guy who goes, I'm going to try and induce weak contact. It's terrifying in this day and age to have a pitcher, for me anyway, that just says, I'm going to get bats. Like, bats are going to hit the ball, and that's my strategy. I'm just going to have them hit it where they are. Like, that's my strategy. That is not something I want to see.
Rangers insider Jared Sandler gave his thoughts on Merrill Kelly.
Free agent to be... and a guy who really, really knows how to pitch. Like, in between the ears, all that stuff, the intangible stuff, he's got it. Now, Merrill Kelly this year has been a really good pitcher. He's got an ERA in the low threes, and remember, pitching in Arizona is not easy. That tends to play more as a hitter's park. So Merrill Kelly pitching well at Chase Field with a 3.22 ERA, portends well. Opposing hitters barely hitting over 200 against him. He's a guy who gets a lot of chase. He is a ground ball pitcher. His best pitch, the pitch he throws most often, is a changeup. He's holding opposing hitters to an average below 200. He's not a guy who is necessarily vulnerable against lefties or righties. Lefties have been a little bit better against him from the slug standpoint, but both lefties and righties hitting below 220 against Merrill Kelly. So a guy who's going to help provide some depth to the pitching staff in general. He'll be a starting pitcher for the Rangers and indirectly will help the bullpen because now if he's going to take a rotation spot, one of the Rangers starters will eventually move to the bullpen and add some depth there.
Look, I think that getting Merrill Kelly is fantastic for October. When October rolls around, to have a third starter.
You got to get there, too.
You got to get there. That's the problem. Like, are the Rangers better?
But Merrill Kelly can help you get there, too.
Yes, he can. Are the Rangers a better team today? I'm going to do I hate this radio. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to answer my own questions.
All right.
It's classic. Are the Rangers better today than they were yesterday? Yes. Are they more equipped to win the World Series if they get to October? Yes. Are they more equipped to get to October?
Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah.
See, I think they are a better team than they were yesterday. I don't think they are better than anyone else that they were already better than yesterday.
All right, that's a way to put it. What's more exciting, Merrill Kelly or the two bullpen additions?
The relievers.
So Merrill Kelly adds to your outstanding staff, but you had more of a weakness in this area, and you addressed it with two people, although not as known as Merrill Kelly.
I actually think Merrill Kelly, I do like Merrill Kelly. The bullpen pieces, their bullpen wasn't a problem. Like, their bullpen was a problem at the back end, but they still were like top 5 in bullpen ERA. Their issue was, did you trust anybody in the ninth inning?
And they still have that issue. It's like someone told me yesterday. It's kind of like if we got 3 quarterbacks, you don't have a quarterback.
Right
now, you have 3 or 4 different options, but you don't have your absolute, true, no doubt closer to go to with that type of stuff.
There were 6 closers or closer-ish guys traded yesterday? And they didn't get any of them?
Phil Maton is going to the Rangers from the Cardinals, impending free agent. Elite swing and miss, according to Sandler, despite not being high 90s. So he doesn't have that type of stuff, but still elite swing and miss. And he's the one who destroyed Josh Young's wrist and arm by drilling him.
Oh, that's going to be awkward in the clubhouse there.
I don't think so.
Merrill Kelly, by the way, really quick, these are his last 5 starts.
Oh, his last 10 starts, his ERA is like under 2.
5 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. 4 hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts. You got 1 hit, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. 3 hits, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Like, that consistently is going to eventually catch up and get you runs. Like, baseball has shown
the amount of walks.
The amount of walks and the amount of contact, the amount of hits, like, that eventually adds up to you give up runs over time if you pitch like that.
Can you break
But hang on, giving up 3 hits in 6 innings, 4 hits in 7 innings. There were 6 hits in 6 and 2/3. The thing that scares me the most is the 4 walks in back-to-back outings.
But it's not just the walks; it is the walks and the number of strikeouts. Like
he averages about 5 strikeouts for the month.
Yeah, he's under 9. He's down. He's under his career strikeout per 9. I think is 8.2, which is not a guy who gets swings and misses. And that's the thing is that if you in an era like this, in an era where everybody's so free swinging and guys are striking out 200 times a year. Like he doesn't, doesn't miss bats.
As your 3, you don't think he's a fantastic 3?
It's fine. To me, it doesn't do anything though to say like that they're significantly better. You can throw in somebody like that, great. Like I mean, to me, it's no different than they just traded for like a better Patrick Corbin, basically.
Look, I mean, I think you are underselling Merrill Kelly. Like, Merrill Kelly has got 130 innings and not even allowed 100 hits. That's pretty good. Like that's pretty darn good. Now, yes, you're right.
He is a contact pitcher.
I would have to break this down into how he does against quality opponents. Like you're not going to fit. How you do against Colorado and Washington. I don't care. How has he done this year and last year against your Dodgers, your San Diegos, your good offenses, right? because good offenses are going to make a contact pitcher pay. But there's nothing wrong with Merrill Kelly. I mean, did they get the best starting pitcher?
There's nothing wrong with Merrill Kelly in a vacuum. There's something wrong with Merrill Kelly as your solution as a contender.
Did they get the best starting pitcher that was traded at the deadline?
Probably. Here's the problem: is I don't give a damn. I don't care. The Cowboys have enough pass rushers right now. If they go out there and go, did they not just sign the best edge rusher that was available on the free agent market right now? Sure. Okay, cool, great. Go get it. I don't care.
I understand what you're saying. They needed a bat.
They don't need another edge rusher.
They needed a bat. I mean, go what bats. O'Hearn was traded. Laureano was traded. Correa.
Yeah, oftentimes you're getting these guys traded in your own division, by the way. So you're sitting by and letting them.
And not only did Correa get traded in the division, they're also paying $33 million of the $100 million that are left. By the way, the Twins, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Y'all traded 9 players yesterday.
Texas misses the playoffs. That's what happens.
The Rangers are also getting Danny Colum, 35 years old, from the Twins. He lives in Plano. MLB Network on that edition.
Danny Coulomb, a great season, no doubt. Does it change the way you look at the Texas Rangers?
It certainly helps. He can pitch a lot. He can just throw that curveball time and time again. He's tough to hit. I like this. He can get right-handers out with his breaking stuff. I'm not sure they're done, Greg, because let's face it.
They need a closer, do they not? He's not the closer.
You know, their bullpen's been okay, but I agree. Again, getting back to Chris Martin, that was a big injury to them. I don't know when he's getting back. It's been a while. But yes, it could always use one. I don't think they're playing at the top of the market, though. As we see, the top of the market guys are pretty much all gone anyway. But I wouldn't suspect they're done, no. But this is a really good pickup. Don't undersell how good Colomb has been this year.
Now let's get to the other teams. Yankee bullpen. We're standing at practice. RJ goes, I don't know if anyone scores on the Yankees after the 5th inning. You better beat them in the first 5 innings. Y'all talked about Carlos Correa going back to the Astros to play third for now. And then San Diego along with Seattle, the top of the headlines.
Yeah, I mean, San Diego, A.J. Preller, all this guy does is go all in. He traded the 3rd overall prospect and 2 other top 13 prospects for Mason Miller and J.P. Sears. They didn't even need a closer. Suarez, their closer. They didn't even need a closer.
I think they got 2 hitters. They got 2 hitters.
Yeah, they got O'Hearn and Laurie. I don't know where Laureano's going to play, but they got O'Hearn too. I mean, they did a lot. They did a lot. The Yankees went all in on run prevention. Toronto got Shane Bieber. Boston didn't do a ton. I thought Boston kind of missed out on this deadline, and the Red Sox are one of those teams that the Rangers are going to be fighting with, for one of the remaining wild card spots. Or maybe the Rangers are going to leapfrog Houston. Houston did really well for themselves. They got Carlos Correa back. He waived his no trade clause. Obviously, Seattle was, from a bat standpoint, the big winner, getting Naylor and Eugenio Suarez over the weekend. I mean, dude, even the Angels made a move, and they got Oswald Peraza. So there was a lot of moves yesterday. Yesterday was a flurry. And like I said about the Twins, they traded 11 guys overall and 9 guys yesterday.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers here with Shan and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to give Chris Young a B, and I'm excited for the stretch run, even though I am still officially worried about the offense. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We told you about more Micah Diggs drama last hour. Let's actually talk about what happened on the practice field, including me and Bobby's favorite breakout Cowboy so far here in Oxnard. The commercial-free expressway on the home of the boys inside the Star is next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. Have you ever seen it? Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's saying your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And our coverage from Oxnard, California, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods, wildforkfoods.com, Elite Game Day Grilling. We also have on-time experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. I'm Shan RJ alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We told you about more drama last night with Micah Parsons tweeting out one last ride, Trayvon Diggs, then tagging onto that and saying, 7-11 for life. So you're getting your typical rumors over scrubbing the Cowboys off of social media accounts and letting everyone know this is it, this could be it. I roll my eyes at all of it now. We've seen it from too many players. Unless someone wants to pull Terry McLaurin, which no one around here has done in a very, very long time. We'll get to that coming up. Unless you guys want to add anything else, I'm ready to go to practice.
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Take us to the practice fields yesterday, Bob.
This was a good practice for the offense yesterday. Dak probably had his best day out there. This was an ability to when they were getting in team period, they were able to push the ball downfield, and they were having a lot of success moving the ball. Dak hit on a couple of different deep balls. He got one to Kevontae Turpin. I think he had another to George Pickens. But they were moving really efficiently. No real problems. Nathan Thomas, again, at left tackle, looked pretty good, stepping in for Tyler Guyton.
What's his story?
So Nathan Thomas was thought to be by a lot of people a third-round pick at tackle. That was supposed to be the thought. He had... Nick Eatman talked about it. He has a CVS receipt list of injuries that he had in college, and the big one for a lot of people was he had a heart condition, and that was something that a lot of people were kind of hesitant about. But he's been hurt a ton. If he was not hurt all the time, he would have been a third-round pick. When Ron Leary got here as an undrafted free agent, everybody was like, if it wasn't for his knees, Ron Leary would have gone in the second round. And he ended up having a career that lasted a while. So that's kind of where Nathan Thomas is at. He's somebody who's thought to be a quality tackle prospect. It's just he had the injury history, and he looked good these last 2 days. He's looked better than Guyton has at times.
Wow.
So I think that he's been really good, and they were able to move the ball. It got into red zone period, and that's when defense tightened up. And so you started seeing the defense causing some problems. As the field got shorter, the offense was having a little bit more problems, both the first and second team with Milton and Dak. But I think that overall, big impression from yesterday and continues to be a big impression throughout these practices. It feels like Jake Ferguson and Kevontae Turpin are going to have 100 catches this year, both of them. At least what we're seeing out here. Now, the thing we're trying to figure out, and one of the things we were discussing in the car yesterday, are you just trying to iron out all these things that you think need to get better, and that's why we're seeing so much of it? Or is this is what they want the offense to look like in a lot of ways? Because I would guess, a run play, a Turpin touch, or a Ferguson throw to the flat has been 70% of the plays we've seen on offense out here.
Wow.
I mean, is that overestimating it?
I'm not going to correct you on Ferguson. But I'm noticing all the Turpin stuff.
And Turpin, they're doing it like put him in the slot, have him out wide, have him in the backfield, a jet sweep. Like they are.
Which, by the way, I'm totally fine with. I've argued with people, including Bobby, about Turpin for years. This is where football gets overcomplicated. Who is the most dangerous guy out there, the fastest, and the guy no one can touch with the ball in his hands? Just figure out a way to get him the freaking football. Just get him the football. And Mike McCarthy would do it here and there, or like with Jason Garrett, it'd feel like an early emphasis that will eventually go away. I heard Voch Lombardi. Man, Bobby, you would have loved hearing Voch Lombardi on with KNC the other week. Oh, you did hear him.
Yeah, I snorted all that up.
Wow. Because he was like, Mike was so insecure and petty. He would just create game plans to appease, shut up the media like for a week. Like, here you go. You don't think I can get Turpin the ball? Here, I'll do it for a week. But we're not going to make this an actual part of the sustained game plan. And I'm exaggerating to a degree. But when Kevontae Turpin touched the football last year on special teams, I thought he could score a touchdown any single time. Mm-hmm. So I am fine with Brian Schottenheimer getting it to him, as long as it's not, what was that throw down the sidelines that he was pinned up, and it was like, don't throw that to a 5'8" dude.
Yeah, see, now that's the thing. And that's the only thing I have wanted about Turpin out there, is like, you can't put Turpin on the outside.
Yeah.
You can't do it, and so there are limitations. And I don't want it to be too much of a focus of like, well, we got to put him out here, and he's in this position, so we got to get him the ball regardless if he's out here. It has felt in these practices like he's getting as much work as when Steven 8 years ago said, we're going to give Tavon Austin 25 touches a game. Yeah. Like, it's felt like that.
I mean, and look, they're using him as a running back on some plays.
Yeah, like lining up in the backfield and taking
I like that. I mean, that's fine. Get him the ball. I don't care what they got to do.
Yep. Just give it to him.
He's a playmaker.
My breakout, and I think Bobby's as well, and I keep making Trayvon Diggs jokes to some members of the Cowboys out here. I don't think they find it too funny. But number 7 on offense, I think, has the most highlight reel offensive plays out here, and it's not even close.
Trayshawn Holden. Yeah, Trayshawn Holden has been really good in these practices. And he was somebody that a lot of people were interested in when he came in through as an undrafted free agent. He's got a big-time pedigree. You're talking about a guy who started his career at Alabama and ended up transferring to Oregon. He was actually the one who, we were talking about this yesterday, he was the one who got ejected from the Oregon-Ohio State game last year. And so he put up numbers. He had decent numbers while he was in college. It's just his thing is just he's not a crazy foot athlete. So he's 6'2", 205 pounds.
Is he 6'2"?
Yeah, he's 6'2". 205 pounds, and then he's a 4.57 athlete with a 32-inch vertical. Those are not the numbers you generally see at receiver. But he's been out here, and he has shown fantastic sideline awareness. He has shown great hands. His concentration in traffic is really good.
Dude.
He keeps putting up highlight reel catches. Then yesterday he was out here. He had like a punt block during a drill. He's doing all the things you need to do to hook on his guy 52 or 53.
I've never heard somebody called a foot athlete.
It's a thing. You can Google it. It's what ball knowers say.
Okay. Right, you know what? Hang on. I'm gonna Google this right now.
Put it in quotes.
All right, here we go. Ball knowers.
No, not ball knowers. Foot athlete.
Athlete.
Look, man, I really hope that this ball thing. I hope this does not. I don't want this to haunt me socially. What y'all did in the car with your stupid little song and your dumb intro at 8:40. I don't want to be out at a bar and have people come up to me and do this, like, you want to talk ball, you want to watch ball. I don't want that to happen.
I've got foot athlete
ball.
here.
Hey, let's talk ball.
You're reading
We're the
athlete's
ball
foot.
knowers and we just talk ball.
Athlete's from AI Overview. Foot athlete most commonly refers to athlete's foot, a fungal infection on the skin of the feet. You know what? I know ball then because I have athlete's foot.
RJ knows ball and Bobby knows ball.
And I'll tell you what, I know ball more than most know ball because I have athlete's foot and fungus probably on my actual balls.
You're right. Go ahead, Chop. Give us your breakdown of practice. Give it to me. I want to know what you saw out there on the practice field. Go.
I'll tell you what I saw. I saw a clear distinction of who the number 2 quarterback is because Will Grier was either hurt or not the number 2. Because he got nothing. He got no work.
What was the issue?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me tell you.
Joe Milton was the issue. That was the issue. It was Joe Milton.
Well, let me tell you.
Joe Milton. I'll tell you what the issue is. Joe Milton looks like if you were to just, now, look, teamwork aside, if you were just putting them where they're just throwing the football, that is the most amazing thrower of the football in the league.
Let me throw some.
Nobody throws better spirals than he does.
He's drooling over Milton's spiral to Newey yesterday.
Let me get my cold water out here like y'all did for my Chris Young party earlier. There's been nothing special I've seen about Joe Milton. And the truth of the matter is RJ hasn't seen anything special either because I've been standing next to RJ for all of the throws. This guy, I'm just talking about practice. He can't read anything.
Oh, he can't read a defensive line.
He can't read anything that's happening. Everything is 4 seconds. Everything is, I got to take off and run. And I'll say something else that's really going to hurt your feelings. I'm not even super impressed, like blown away with him throwing the football. I haven't been, now there's some strong throws, don't get me wrong. But I've not been like, holy crap, that was a cannon. Oh, my God, that was amazing. I've been disappointed, but I built it up a lot in my mind that I was going to come out here and watch some type of freak show, and it did not happen.
You know, because they're doing the individual drills.
I would not want Joe Milton as the 2. There's my final statement.
Well,
and after Trey Lance last night, when I sat in my room watching him, I'll take Trey Lance back.
Chris Collinsworth could not stop.
Man,
I went down there. I watched him throw before the game. This guy is a player.
Yeah.
Like, watching him throw in a drill, you're like, this dude.
I'm joking about Lance, but
he's easily the best thrower of the ball here in camp.
Yeah, on air, if you're talking about the guys throwing.
Yeah, when you're just watching him throwing against air, he's easily the best thrower in camp.
He gets frazzled, though. He does get frazzled.
He does not know how to read. He's very slow to process.
It's exactly what we talked about during
gets sacked. He would get sacked 7 times in a game.
He is I could tell.
And even watching him run, I'm not like blown away by his athleticism.
Well, he's not. He's not a runner.
Well, you told me he was Josh Allen. He made Josh Allen look like Jared Lorenzen.
Josh Allen isn't like Lamar Jackson.
Well, Josh Allen is a freak runner. He's a freak.
He's because he's powerful.
He's big, strong, fast, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you Joe and Josh probably the same speed. Maybe Joe's a little fast. I don't know. But he's a tremendous thrower of the ball. He cannot read a defense, but he is going to be the number 2. He has to be. And I would say this: he's probably
hang on, tremendous thrower of the ball. I think if we went out to like axe throwing tonight, he would be impressive. But it's not like he's.
You would have to close the place down because you wouldn't have any boards.
He will
he'd murder all the staff.
Throwing on air, it's the tightest spiral in camp. It's not even close. It'll
whoop-de-doo. There's three people here.
I'm not
and Dak throws a lot of ducks.
I'm not celebrating.
Like yesterday, for all of that being Dak's best day of practice, which you said, Nick Harrison, he was throwing a lot of touchdowns. Him and Pickens were connecting. There's still some throws, and I'm standing next to Choppy, and I was like, "What the hell? What was that?" He still comes up. Yeah, yesterday.
I didn't see much yesterday that looked like he was having issues. Like some of the stuff there was.
No, I'm just saying he'll have like 3 throws, and I saw 3 yesterday where I'm just like, what the hell? What was that? I'm talking about Dak.
No, and I know. I saw something yesterday. Like there was a throw, for instance, to Pickens in the end zone that everybody was like. I saw some people on Twitter like, "Oh, this was off target. He had to throw." It's like, well, if you look at the angle that he's throwing the ball, like he has to put it there. That's literally the only place.
No, I'm talking about just some like outright incompletions, not like questioning. Where was that touchdown? No, they were living. He was hitting turbo bombs. He had a good day.
He's a gamer. He's a gamer, baby. He's not a practicer.
You can have your final Joe Milton point if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, I just there's an element to his game where he's 5 years away from being able to read a defense.
That's a long time.
But that's also, he probably is the quintessential. You're not going to get the most out of him in practice.
I had somebody out here tell me, they were like, it's just when you watch Joe Milton and the ball is snapped, it's like you can almost hear him internally going crap the entire time.
Yeah, I don't think he processes it very well.
Yesterday at this time, we had on CeeDee Lamb, and someone who's been listening to this show a lot, I don't know how he's getting up so early and being such a dedicated Tolo, is Eric Chiafalo. And I would have thought that of all the people on that program, Eric Chiafalo would not have made this mistake yesterday while talking, I guess, about the drunk car ride home argument that Bobby had with Zach about the Lions game in 2023. Eric Chiafalo yesterday on G-Bag.
CeeDee Lamb was, I forget whose story it was. I mean, it might have been a Nick Harris story, it might have been a Joe Hoyt, could have been anybody, but he was talking about the crowd at AT&T Stadium, and he referenced the Detroit game back in 2023. It was with Shan and RJ.
On that interview. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Could have been anybody. Yeah, there's those guys in the morning.
Could have been anybody. That was an unintentional shot at the morning show.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Literally, he was just like running down the whole media list trying to give them all credit. So it's like, okay, all right, I see how it goes now. That's why. Yeah, I mean, we that's what you should have done. You should have started out this morning. You should have gone Savon Ravel. There was something there about Savon Ravel. I don't know who reported that. That could have been Matt Mosley. That could have been Mike Leslie. That could have been anybody.
I can't say anything about Chiafalo today because of who our possible probable guest is at 9 a.m. So I was making fun of Chiafalo yesterday, and I think we're going to end up getting that guest at 9 o'clock, so I really can't say anything towards Eric. I can towards Dawson because I have tried to linger around this tent. Every day when we show up at practice, the boss is always, why don't you pop on? Why don't you guys cross? Make it appear like you're a family and make sure that we're just socializing with everyone. So as soon as I get here to practice every day, I walk into this tent, and I say hello, and I linger for a second. And Chiafalo is the only person, the only one of the 4 of the 9 of them, who will kind of be like, "You want to sit down? You want to grab a headset?"
Nobody says a word.
I sat down yesterday at the top of the show with all the Rangers trade deadline stuff. None of them, not one of them, was like, "Hop on, grab a headset." I sat there for 3 minutes. I said, "Screw this. This is embarrassing." I got up and walked back to practice. So none of them. I
went on Monday.
Did you force it or did they invite you? I feel like Eric is the one who invites.
I talked before to Eric, and I came on. I was either Monday or Tuesday that I came. That's why I did the peace offering.
Yeah,
And
they didn't want to get into it.
And they didn't really want to get into it, so we just talked. We talked ball.
You did talk ball. I popped on with them for like 2 minutes on Monday, and that was it.
Like, are we the only show that's like, hey, if you're around here, sit down, join us, like come in the group.
This is just I think this is lingering tension. I think they're clearly still upset, And I don't think the new AI song is going to make it any better for Dawson.
I
don't think would that
Did
be
Dawson go to the party last night?
Nope.
Did you guys see Dawson at one dinner this week?
No,
I did not. But
I think Brian and Dawson both are going to be annoyed when they hear the AI song. So,
you got something. You got
I
something.
didn't do it.
You got something brewing with
AI
Broadus.
did. AI
I didn't do it.
I thought it was Choppy has passed that Broadus fight torch over to Bobby.
Dude, I texted them yesterday when we were going to this dinner. And
Broadus and I had a good talk Wednesday night.
About?
Oh, it was just over dinner. We just had, we kind of broke bread.
Dude,
broke burritos.
All you got to
broke
do,
burritos.
broke burritos. All you got to do, I think, is you got to challenge Broadus in the first 5 seconds. That's what I do. When he's trying to be a smart ass or he says something, I just say, shut up. Just shut your mouth. Drink your water. Be quiet.
I said, I'm riding with G.
But he also needs me for all the station gossip, so maybe you guys can't provide that.
We had the text. We had the little text for everybody who's going to the party. So I said, I'm riding with G-Bag to promote inter-show bonding and to find out why Broadus doesn't like me anymore. And Broadus texted back, F if you are.
Oh. And in that video y'all did, Broadus did not look up and did not look like he wanted to participate in that video whatsoever.
No. He's I don't know.
It's something with you.
Yeah.
Because
he's out. He's out on me.
He's out on you. You abandoned Love of the Star, and he abandoned you. So who did you drive with? Peyton goes,
me and Ruben rode down together, and then I rode home by myself because I wanted to leave. Because we had to wake up, and I was trying to drag Bobby with.
Yeah.
But he wanted to stick around and stay later, so I was like, all right, fine, I'm going home.
Yeah.
I'm going home.
All right, there it is. A little recap of last night, and we will have a full recap of the week. I think Worst Take is going to be moved to 8 o'clock after Eric Chiafalo's guest at 9, if we get that confirmed here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Let's clean up everything that we need to get to the rest of the week here on DFW Sports Station. Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Hulk Hogan update on his passing, Choppy?
Yeah, so first of all, Florida's going to honor the Hulkster with a Hulk Hogan Day. They're going to honor him with that, but he secretly battled leukemia.
Wow.
At the latter stages of his life, right before his death last week at the age of 71. But he had lymphocytic leukemia, CLL. Now, they're saying that's not the cause of death. The cause of death was still a heart attack. An infarction. Infarction is how they call it. So he did have acute myocardial infarction. He did have leukemia at the time of death.
I saw some famous bodybuilding influencer I'd never heard or seen.
Joey Swole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joey Swole.
Yeah, Joey don't play. Joey is the
Well, Joey's he deep down is a little wuss because he caved to society when he put out
caved to the woke. Okay. He caved to the woke.
He put out this praising of Hogan, and then I don't know why I subjected myself to this video. He's like, I really learned what a terrible person this guy was, and I've taken down everything. Instead of just being like, look, I'm appreciating him as a wrestler. That's what I was appreciating. I didn't know about the other stuff. I condemn it. I'm not respecting him that much as a human being, but he totally folded up.
You could love Hulk Hogan.
Did not cover it like we did.
You can love Hulk Hogan and then hate Terry Bollea, and it's totally fine.
That's a great way to put it.
I love Dr. Huxtable.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
And Bill Cosby's a loser.
Yeah, and Jimmy Hart,
Mouth of the South.
The Mouth of the South. I saw the video of his final public appearance in Los Angeles. Well, one of them. And the crowd just booed him. And Jimmy Hart said Hogan went to the back of the locker room and was totally broken down and shaken up. And Jimmy goes, look, man, it's pretty simple. Blue, red. There you go. He goes, we went back out publicly in Texas. We got cheered. Simple as that.
It's pretty simple.
That kind of shook Hogan up apparently.
But man, Joey Swole.
Swole.
He's like the
Jimmy Swole, whatever.
No, it's Joey Swole. Yeah. He's the he's made his whole career, quote unquote. He's done it of here I am telling you why this video of this person exposing somebody at the gym. Here's what I would have done, and here's why you can't do this at the gym. He's a dope.
His whole so. people will post videos of other people they'll be making fun of other. There's this one famous one where this girl's making fun of this guy for lifting like 10 pounds. And he goes, dude, it's none of your business. Maybe he's working on an injury. Maybe he's on a drop set. You're cherry picking one video here. Like, leave him alone. It's like, it's people like you that make people like that. We have the purple gym, the lunk alarm.
What is all
that's
that?
That's the Planet Fitness no judging gym. They call it a lunk alarm. So where if you're like you'll hulk it up in
I'll
there.
stand with you when you're getting bullied online. I'll stand for you in the gym. Like that's his whole thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of an eye roll. It's kind of stupid. I'll tell you somebody who needs somebody to stand up for them and vouch for them is this dude in Britain whose name is I don't know why you would even go with this. King of Inkland is his name.
I know why that's his name. It's kind of like Joey Swole, same thing.
He is the most tattooed man in Britain.
From now on.
Britain's most tattooed man now has a problem. Because in the UK, they are making you verify on all adult websites your face with your ID. So you would like upload your ID and you have to upload a picture of your face that shows, see, I am this person that I'm claiming to be. The problem is that this dude who has tattoos all over himself. This is what our guy looks like right here.
Wow.
Just aggressive.
It looks like Alec. Well, is that Alec Baldwin? No.
So
there's a ball. There's an Alec there.
It looks like he's radioactive, that picture you just sent.
The number of tattoos he has now makes it impossible for him to verify himself on these adult websites. The image, as you'll see down here, is that when he tries to verify it, it tells him to take off his mask.
What do you mean verification?
So what you do in the UK now is that you have to put your license in there to make sure that you are of age to be viewing it. You have to put your license in there or whatever else, your ID, and then you have to upload a picture of your face to show it's matching on the license. And the problem is that it's looking at all the tattoos on his face and it thinks it's trying to obscure his face and that he's wearing a mask. So the dude is unable to watch any adult content, and if you look at him, he's not getting any real-world content either, I would imagine. And so this poor guy is just going to have to be the most tattooed incel on Earth.
Wow.
That's just got to be...
guy.
What are you supposed to do about that?
Poor guy.
How are you supposed to...
Don't be an idiot.
I know.
Don't tattoo your whole face.
Right. Yeah, it's dumb. But I'm just saying, what's he going to do now? Now he's stuck. There's nothing he can do.
You got to find a tattoo, a girl who loves tattoos, or another dude who
Memory
loves...
bank. That's all he's got left now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Go back to the old school.
He's got the highlight reel.
Back when we were rubbing two sticks together to try to get it done.
He's going to need to rub something.
There we go.
That's all that's happening.
It is the junk drawer here on 105 through the... I always had such a high respect for people in Japan. Okay, they were smarter, more sophisticated, better, nicer.
You might make Bobby puke right here.
Not so anymore. Not after this study, where in a shocking new study out of Japan, scientists had men smell women's armpits, Bobby, and discovered that men prefer BO on women, and it gets them more aroused than non-BO. This is disgusting. Now, listen, I don't... on my girl, on Sarah, when we wake up in the morning, and she's got a little hint of stank, I don't mind it so much. Because it's her stank.
Stank where?
On her armpits.
Oh.
Yeah, on her armpits.
Because, you guys have talked about not brushing your teeth and kissing when you wake up.
Well, yeah.
So I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes, it's just, especially if you cover her face,
bro,
with a pillow.
With tattoos.
He does. He does not. There's no brushing. He's talking about, I love the stank on it. He's talking about how he won't shower for days. He'll just jump in the pool. Like, this sounds
you're
like a
kind of that.
situation.
You're kind of that stinky kid, Choppy.
Well, I'm not the stinky kid. They say it kicks it. Oh, wow. I had not read this line before. The effect only kicks in at certain times of the month when men found the scent more appealing and the women's faces looked cuter.
I don't believe any of
than
this.
doing this before. It's called armpit alchemy.
I don't believe any of this. There is no one. Are we talking about like a pleasant odor or like body?
It's not necessarily BO.
It's not bad necessarily.
It's not bad BO. It's like that musky
because there's no
kind of middle area.
There's no one that has ever been born on Earth that enjoys like bad BO.
Matthew
no one.
McConaughey. McGahee.
Yeah, Matthew McGahee, as Chris Russo called him.
Does he enjoy it?
He doesn't wear deodorant.
He doesn't. He won't wear
That
deodorant
doesn't
'cause
mean
said
he
women-
enjoys it.
But he
That
said
could just-
women like it on him. Is
Yeah,
what he
it's that musk.
Okay, and I have never disliked McConaughey. That is such an arrogant, douchey thought and something to say that your natural BO people actually like. Shut the hell up.
Could you imagine going to a basketball game or a Texas game with him wearing that stupid leather jacket he always wears?
I get scarred by smells.
Yeah.
So like, if I smell your breath one time and it is hideous, I'll always remember and hold that against you for life. So what I will do is intentionally hold my breath so I don't even take the risk and the chance that you have bad breath, and I'll never be able to forget it. Like,
okay,
I get smell scarred.
Yeah, I get that.
I really do. Whether it's walking in the bathroom after you, whether it, especially with a woman, fair or not, but breath, BO, all of it, no. Cannot happen.
I don't.
All of it.
This is no.
All right, hang on a second. Sarah just texted me. She goes, Jesus. She goes, geez, babe, saying I stink in the morning.
Yeah.
I didn't say you stink in the morning.
You said she has stink.
I said.
You said her armpits could smell. That was a bad thing to say.
Sometimes we wake up in the morning and there's a little, like, I don't mind the slightly musky moment. It's not BO. It's just slight musk. And it's not, it's just, you know.
Define what the word musk means.
Musk. I think musk is pheromones. Like,
I don't know what that means either.
It's the odor your body gives off.
Yeah.
In heat.
Okay.
Gosh.
At least she wrote "babe" in the text. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Did she? Or you,
yeah, she
you
did.
threw
She
that
did.
in?
Yeah.
All right, that's good.
But she wrote another word, a bad word before that. So she was kind of angry. No, I'm not. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing that you have this. Your underarm.
I'll smell my armpits every now and then. I got a little.
It's different for a woman.
It's not. It doesn't smell like onions. It smells more like jalapenos. Okay, and it's good smell.
You don't smell like
gross.
Yeah, it's stinky.
You know, I'll tell you somewhere that probably stinks. What do you get when you cross Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause with KNC's Peace-a-thon?
Two things I ain't gonna go to.
You get a debauchery-filled 3-day love fest in the UK called Swing-a-thon.
Oh wow!
This is a for 200 quid or pounds.
200 quid.
I don't know what they use out there. They whatever funny money they use there. It's $270.52 in God's currency, the good old American dollar. You get, quote, a wide range of adult-themed entertainment, including play tents, pole dancing performances, hot tubs, foam parties, and games. There are also opportunities to purchase various items that go into the bedroom and lingerie as well. This is a 3-day, basically, like, lovin' fest in these little teepees that are out there, essentially. And they're just like, hey, these are just people who are free and comfortable. But it's $200 admission. $200 to just go, like, sleep in a tent and just be like, hey, who's in here? Y'all looking for some company? That's what it is.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a terrible price to, like, go and sleep around.
If you are going to be that person, though, if you're just the type that's going to go sleep in a teepee with strangers, I wouldn't think you would have to pay for that. Like, you could find some like-minded individuals to go to a park, is what I would think. But there's, I guess, because it's the games and the hot tubs and the foam parties that go with it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Sounds like the real Fire Fest.
Yeah, it does. It is the Junk Drawer here on 105 through the Fan. Ray Lewis is on Cameo.
What?
This video Sean showed me the other day of Ray Lewis on Cameo.
I need to do a top 10 list of, like, the people on Cameo, and it's like, why do you have to go to Cameo? Ray Lewis has not and does not make enough money. How much is his charge?
I didn't see his charge. I don't even know how to do that.
Oh, yeah, we shouldn't talk about Ray Lewis and charges.
So he's on Cameo, and he has a brief and ferocious message.
Brief and ferocious.
For this one person.
In a white suit, no.
Oh, my God, it's $330 or $330 for a Ray video.
For a Ray video? I mean, look, it's good money if you can make it.
Why is Antonio Brown cheaper than Scott Hansen?
Oh, my God. Ray Lewis on Cameo with a message for a worker who's a baby talker.
Hey, Kevin, check this out. This blessing comes from Jim, and I'm telling you, all your coworkers got a problem. Because in meetings, you talking with this baby voice, doing meetings, like full baby talk, while people discussing serious matters. I mean, just the other day, just think about it. I made a widow mistakey wakey on the spreadsheet. That's what that sounds like. So what I'm telling you is, we got to change that immediately. So you're clear and understanding that we need volume, right? Presence, expression. Kevin, please don't make me have to come talk to you personally.
Dude, these are cameos are worth it in large part. I had one year for Kristen's birthday.
Depends on who.
So I found she got I got her like 2 of them as like them wishing her happy birthday, talking to her or whatever, and it was Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World, which was her favorite show.
That's cool.
And then it was Drake from Drake and Josh, and she damn near like cried and started blushing with Drake because that's her dude. She loves him. And then 2 of the members of NSYNC are on there, and they wished her a happy Mother's Day one time and like shouted out the kids and everything, and she just loved it.
You'd be perfect for it. You really should have set up a cameo, Choppy, at like $30 per.
Man, you're right. I really should do that. Marv Levy out there asking $350 so he could tell people how not to win the big game.
$75 to get Lou Holtz. You can get Lou Holtz to say whatever you want for $75.
And then I gotta wipe down my screen. We are commercial free with the Expressway here on Shan and RJ, brought to you in part by the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Jared Sandler on more Texas Rangers editions and worst take of the week. Can I dominate and win again? Because my worst take is coming from Waco. That's next, along with radio station winners and losers from training camp right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here from Oxnard, California. Oh, Ruben has given up the lights. He's afraid he short-circuited the show last time here on Shan and RJ.
I'm in a tough spot right now.
Why?
Fantex is really hammering at me. Choppy's going to sleep on a cot in the garage. Sarah's getting people texting her.
Yeah, bro.
You guys took it the wrong way. You took it the wrong way.
It's all the DFW's fault. We're all the morons.
You stink in the best possible way.
My girlfriend smells when she wakes up.
It's not my fault how people interpret what I'm saying. I'm not responsible for your misinterpretation.
Well,
not yours, but people in general.
Yeah.
I didn't say she stink. Everybody has an odor at some point. Sometimes it happens. You got an odor.
No,
at some point it happens.
You're not making it better.
I'm not trying to make it better. I'm not trying to.
Chop, you said she stinks, and you just said, but it's cool, I like it, is what you said.
I didn't say she stinks. I said sometimes if you roll over and the arm is up and there's a little bit of armpit smell, it's not the worst thing in the world. I like it. It's pheromones, okay?
Are you
not my fault if you guys misinterpret things the wrong way, Fantex.
So what do you...
I'm going to send her flowers.
What are you getting on your... to rub under her arms?
Yes, I'm going to say, I'm sorry I said that you smell on the radio. I'm sorry you interpreted it this way.
She get mad at you for spending money on the flowers.
She might, because she would say, just don't say that.
Yeah.
You don't need to say that on the radio.
Bring home deodorant.
Yeah, being quiet is free.
What did she say? What happened in the commercial break?
She said...
Because last
you RJ made a mistakey wakey.
You know what? We'll ask. When are we going to get Miles Sanders confirmation? By the way, tell Braun to wake the hell up.
He should be awake now, I guess.
All right. Well, text him, or I'll text him, and we'll ask Miles Sanders about this at 9.
Okay.
Whether you should be in trouble or not. All right.
All right.
All
okay.
Right. There. Let me.
She doesn't stink. I wouldn't be with her if she did.
Just when she first wakes up.
No, not even that. I wouldn't be with her if she did. I don't do smells. I don't do smelly people.
8-7. You smell.
You are the smelly person.
You're the smelly person.
Right. Well, you only have one.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury.
He just texted. As I was texting, he said never heard back from Miles. So I don't know. We're working on it.
I got something for Cowboys PR after this trip.
Oh, calm down.
Let something happen at 9. Let something happen at 9 for Cowboys PR. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Let's talk about the Texas Rangers, something that brings me some joy, except for the game, actually. They lose 6-0. They lost 3 of 4, and they dropped the opener to the team that some people think is now the best in the American League, with a potential lineup of J.P. Crawford, Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh goes yard, Suarez is sitting there hitting cleanup, Naylor, Arozarena, Polanco, Cole Young, Mitch Garver. That's pretty nasty to go along with that starting staff. And they took it to the Rangers yesterday, but Chris Young finally started working on the deadline. And the feeling is that, yes, Ray Davis and ownership gave them some financial, I'll say it's a yellow light. I think the green light would have been adding a bat. None of us are thrilled that they did not add offense. You get shut out yesterday. But it felt like a financial yellow light from ownership. And did they go over the CBT, which is the baseball kind of equivalent of the apron? I don't know. We'll have to see how the finances work out as you add 2 relievers and a starting pitcher in Merrill Kelly. But you go into the postseason, if you can get there, I think we should even say this is going to help you in the regular season, not just postseason, but if you get playoff-wise, a setup of DeGrom, Eovaldi, Kelly, Malley, Corbin, or Leiter, you're feeling amazing about that. And Chris Young was asked about their approach, and he said the approach was, quote, do what it takes to win.
Yeah, I mean, they're better equipped in the postseason. There's no doubt. They're a better team today. There's no doubt. I like the move of getting Merrill Kelly. I think that they gave up 3 of their top 13 prospects to get him. That's a steep price for a rental, but you're going for it. You're going for it, and I think the ownership owed it to the fan base to go for it. Now, do they get the bat? No. Seattle's very good. They got really good pitching. They had a lot of strikeouts. With Suarez strikes out a ton. It would not surprise me if Suarez gets into a playoff series and has like a dozen strikeouts. That's not going to surprise anybody. It also wouldn't surprise you if he hits 7 home runs, right? So there is a high risk, high reward with Eugenio Suarez. So they're good. Raleigh has not been. He's still hitting home runs. His average in the last 20 or so games is way below his weight, which is high. Yeah, it's. They still get
Sandos.
Yeah, a lot of brisket Sandos.
So, go ahead, Peyton. Get the joke.
Yourself a brisket Sando yet, Rowdy?
So, how are they being graded or talked about in terms of winners and losers throughout the sport? The Rangers.
Well, they're not on either, which is good, right? It's good that you're not on the loser list.
I'd rather be on the winner list.
You want to be on the winner list, but they're not. But they're also not on the loser list. So, if you want to look at some of the grades, for example, the Merrill Kelly grade. The Rangers get a B-. This is from ESPN. They get a B- grade with Merrill Kelly, and what they gave up was B+ stuff. So they gave up a good haul, to get him. But that was just on the Merrill Kelly. When it comes to some of the other players that they got, they haven't.
Are you getting text messages right now?
No, I'm trying to scroll through. They didn't grade the other moves. That's how average the other moves were. They didn't grade the other moves.
You lost ground to Seattle over the last week. That's what you did. And
the bullpen guys don't do a whole lot for me.
They're good, and that's fine. Like, you need that, but again,
you need a closer.
They didn't address their biggest problem. And in that, they've lost.
Some thought that bullpen. Many insiders thought bullpen was their biggest problem.
It's not, though. So I mean, they can think that if they want. Literally, we've put up numbers for a year and a half that say it's not. So I mean, the fact is that they don't hit the ball enough, and that's now what we're dealing with as a team. That's all right. You didn't do anything to fix that, and you'll pay for the price for it, and probably miss the postseason.
Yeah, they needed a DH. That's what they needed. That was their big need, was a DH.
But yesterday when I asked, did you say DH or offense over
I would have
run
said
prevention?
I would have said I would have said I wanted a closer,
which they did not.
Right.
No doubt get.
Right, and a DH. There was a lot of closers that were moved. Like there was 7 or 8 closers moved at this back end bullpen guys that could be closers. There was like 7 or 8 of them were moved. But yeah, bullpen would have been number 1 for me, and they did do that. But again, they did not for sure solidify the closer role.
All right, let's get to worst take here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and then our Oxnard Awards with a brand new training camp song coming up at 8:20. Let's get worst take.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
I think Peyton Russell is actually going to have the first nominee from the Ranger game last night, with our insider Jared Sandler acting like he's on the morning show and copying RJ Choppy and maybe even Bobby Bell.
The Braves and Reds playing a 4-game series with the game Saturday and Sunday. Bristol Motor Speedway, special baseball showcase setup, kind of like the Field of Dreams games. Keep you posted on that one.
Hey, they're going to play at a racetrack here pretty soon. The Braves, right, or the Reds?
3-1 pitch, a swing and a miss.
Or are they both going to play?
Were you preoccupied 20 seconds ago?
I must have been. Did you mention that? Sorry. Sorry, I was preoccupied.
It's okay.
But you know what? You multitask so much better than I.
And no, so that's not Jared. That's actually Matt Hicks. My apologies.
Hicks.
I don't want to throw Maryland under the bus.
You know what the play should have been there for Jared is Jared should have just gone. Really, where and like had him like explain in detail what he just said.
I have the winner basically every week. Me and the Tolos agree every single week of what the worst take is going to be, and I think this is a slam dunk yet again. The head coach of the Baylor Bears.
Oh, yes.
Dave Aranda trying to quote Wolf of Wall Street.
There's a scene in the Wolf of Wall Street when they're talking about throwing hits in, and it's like, hey, this.
Sorry, stop. Can we play the word? I think we could actually play it. Peyton, I'm not blaming you for being more safe than sorry. He's saying the word midgets.
Oh.
He's saying that word. So every time you hear the bleep, he is saying that instead of being more sensitive.
You could just Google the transcript of what he said, and you could read it.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But that is what Dave Aranda continues to say and step in. Hit it.
There's a scene in the Wolf of Wall Street when they're talking about throwing hits in, and it's like, hey, this. Can he, can he roll there? And you go, no. He doesn't roll. You throw him. You know what I mean? And they're made for throwing. And then after a while, they start talking, and they go, well, you know what? I think if you start talking, they may think they know we're making fun of them. The may think we're making fun of them. So then I'm going to start, they may get mad at us. And then the guys go, well, what we need to do is make them think they're one of us. And they go, one of us, one of us. And I think that's the thing with coaching, call it recruiting. It's that way. They talk about acquiring players, getting rid of players, just like that. And the whole thing underneath all that is they make them think they're one of us. You know what I mean? And it's like, but I don't know. Do you have to do that to win? That sucks.
Yeah.
The worst analogy I think I've ever heard in my life.
Dave Aranda gets destroyed, and the other day he goes, I wanted to say last time we spoke I had a misstep and hurt a bunch of people, so I apologize for that.
That's very Joe Mazzulla-like.
Try to beat that.
I feel like. Okay, I'm going to beat it with this one. We're going to go to Old Rocky Top. A Tennessee school is up for my worst take, as they have decided we are no longer going to accept sick absences for doctor's notes for sick absences. This school district in Tennessee, which is, let me see which one it is. It's Lawrence County School System, said that they're instituting the policy to teach students work ethic and reliability, saying that students will be expected to go to work sick or injured as adults, so they should learn it now. And if the kids have 8 or more absences, they will be referred to court.
What?
Yeah. This is ridiculous.
Isn't this the same state who did we're taking away your license if you What's going on in Tennessee, RJ?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Truancy
I
must
don't
be
know
a
what's
big problem
going
out
on.
there.
So you're not allowed to go to. You're not allowed to be sick.
No, it'll count as an absence. It is an unexcused absence if you are sick. And then more on that, if you have 8 of them, if you happen to get a really bad case of the flu and you're out for a week or something like that, and then you have a couple more absences along the way, they are referring you to court at that point for truancy.
Oh my gosh. What psychos.
That is an insane psycho.
It is.
School
I never missed much. I was my mom never let me take off school. It was crazy, no matter how sick I was. But this is nuts because sometimes you really are sick. I have a couple. First off is AI. I want to call AI to the carpet here. I got an email, just a random AI email. I get an AI-generated email of random questions, and one of them said, and they're trying to emasculate America. AI is trying to emasculate America. It said, are bicep workouts unnecessary if you do back workouts? They said, yes, it is unnecessary. Listen up. You're trying to emasculate us, okay? Let us just go in there and work like a bro, okay? Stop trying to do the wussification of America here. The war on masculinity is continuing. It's permeating the globe. They're trying to groom Gen Z into being weak little men, and here they are with AI. I am done with AI before I even started with AI. Do not tell me to stop trying to get a. If I'm out there, if I could see space between your shirt and your arm, I kind of want to see space. Okay, so I'm done with AI. That's number one.
Let's finish up the nominees for Worst Take. Let's vote on the biggest loser. The Oxnard winners and losers from the fan here at training camp, and a brand new training camp song all on the way with Shan and RJ.
Our goal is to...
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
All right, let's finish up Worst Take here on Shan and RJ. Your votes at 877-881-1053. Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. I nominate Dave Aranda over there in Waco for being insensitive towards little people.
Yeah, and I was all about nominating that Tennessee School District, Lawrence County Schools, which says you can't have sick notes anymore. You just, if you're sick, sorry, that's an absence, and eventually we're going to send you to court for truancy.
I nominate AI for saying that arm workouts are no longer necessary if you do back workouts. It's just part of the wussification of America. I also have another one. I didn't want to do this, but I have to nominate Sean Sharif.
Well, the Fantex is nominating you for saying Sarah stinks.
I didn't say she stinks. Okay, how hard is this for people to misunderstand that I didn't say she stinks?
I'm voting for that.
This is not saying she stinks. She's mad at me. Oh, I'm in such. You know what? You guys, I'm going to get you guys on a different flight. I'm sending you guys home early. I'm going to come home tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm going to stay in the airport.
My worst take is Choppy nominating Sarah for worst smell.
And I want to see. He's about to call me out here. Let's see over what.
This is. I didn't want to do this because, it's a free country. It's free will. But you skipped the Jerry party last night.
Yeah, first time ever.
And I think you have lost. From what I gathered from what people said, you have lost. You've lost the radio station. Like the people are unhappy. The young bucks on the station feel that you let them down. That it was an elitist move. Elitist move.
Really?
To skip out on Nobu.
Okay. Can I respond?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
So, obviously, this is Zach Wolchuk and probably Eric. I'm going to probably blame Zach more. I know he's listening because he just texted me some insults about Bobby last segment.
He did me too. He texted me too.
Yeah.
He's like, you're misrepresented. The Morning Mean Girl show. Telling us the wrong way.
First off, did anyone bring up Club Sharif this whole time? No, because people are ungrateful and people have no memories. I went out. Used RJ's grocery discount, by the way. Thank you for that.
That's great.
But I went and bought like $200 worth of alcohol to reward everyone. I wanted and I got a little smart-ass Ruben here forgetting to. He forgot with his short-term memory. And I went and got all the drinks and 2 bottles of scotch or bourbon or whatever to try to unite and pregame every day. Not even in our hotel. We walked across the way to their hotel. So I guess buying Zach alcohol beforehand, inviting them to the dinners, waiting for them. We could have gone and eaten even earlier, but we wanted it to be a team bonding thing, and I don't go out an hour there and an hour back to eat beef skewers next to Mickey Spagnola and stand shoulder to shoulder and be next to Jerry Jones, who still doesn't know our name anyway and wouldn't recognize us after 15 years because Clarence Hill and 17 media members are standing in between us. Sorry. I've been there for 15 years, done it. I get some peace and quiet, enjoyed my air-conditioned room is 60 degrees, go to sleep early. I'm not miserable like Bobby. I got a full day of travel. We're going to land at 7 p.m. for some reason. So that is why I did not go to Malibu. I didn't want to dress up either. I hate dressing up. COVID totally changed me on dressing up. I did not want to dress up and stand there and mingle with a bunch of Dallas. I've socialized enough. I've talked enough. Don't you guys just ever get tired of talking? I know Bobby doesn't.
That's why I don't talk.
But we wake up at 3 and we freaking talk every day until 8 p.m. 3 to 8. We go back to the room for maybe a couple hours before going out to practice again. And what this tells me is Zach Wolchuk doesn't have any friends that he talks to or socializes with back home, or he never goes anywhere.
This better have been Zach, by the way, with how Sean's going in.
I'm assuming me and Eric are good.
I was trying to stir the pot a little bit. I was like, hey, what do you think of Sean not being
RJ
here?
asked me 6 times yesterday. Yeah. It's like I personally hurt Choppy.
Yeah.
And I took it as a compliment. At the end of the day,
we run together.
I know, we run together. Yeah, and you've been cracking me up this morning. Like our humor's getting more raw as the week goes on because we're just unloading on
Unload
everyone.
on
We're
everybody.
in I don't give a blank mode. But RJ asked me 6 times yesterday, like he thought I was bluffing, or like he just could not comprehend that I would not go to this media party. If you told me I could talk to Jerry and Steven, which I thought we'd do one time out here in Oxnard with Cowboys PR, I would have gone. But nah, I was over it, and Bobby I think understands my decision now.
2-4 is Sean giving his Scotty Scheffler unfulfilling speech right
now. Who else? All right, but let me cover any of the other young guns in case it could have been someone else. I'm not even going to say anything toward Chiafalo. I don't think it was him. He could have been sarcastic. Could have been Carter. I don't think so. Ruben, I'm not now putting it past new Ruben, but I think it was probably Zach, because he texted me yesterday. He goes, "Are you going?" I said, "No." He called me a name, and it was a very, very rude day. Very rude. And he's like, "It's just about bonding." And I said, "Just do your show.
Wow.
Shut up. Just shut
Very
up
rude,
and do your show and do your little scouting reports and build up your own podcast or Instagram or whatever else you're working on over there." So I'm choosing to believe it was Zach, so I'm attacking Zach.
Okay.
And I hope it was Zach. Was it Zach?
Zach, no.
Give me one more name to fire off on. I'll pop off. Eric?
Yeah, there you go. Who's
Eric?
closest? Eric said a little thing.
All right, Eric Chiafalo.
Again, I did a lot of the prodding.
Yeah. Eric Chiafalo, I tried to take care of the most on the back half of this trip. I'm not even going to say how. I'm not going to say how, but I tried to really just look out and say, "Hey, man, let me do this for you. Let me do that for you." And for him to, for him to backstab me, sidestab me like that.
It's
sidestab me.
It's slowly, soberly coming back to me this morning. What he's referencing. You did more than prodding, I would say.
I did try to go around to everybody and get a video.
He wanted to get he was like, "Hey, go around to each person tonight, record a video of them saying Sean's lame for not being here, and he's kind of elite." It was more than prodding. It was putting the words directly in their mouth.
You were serving it up more than the Nobu waiters.
The whole time yesterday when he was asking if you're going, he's just like, "I don't want to have to do this tonight. I don't want to have to."
Hey, it's like I hurt Choppy personally. All right. So there's a nominee for worst take. Me not going to the media party. Dave Aranda for the little people. The no sick notes in Tennessee. No bicep curls and anything else.
No, I think that's it. And you're winning this.
I'm winning for not going to
to
not going to the stuck up Novus for being a real comment for what to stay home and watching football and Shark Tank.
It's they're going after you. Sean's crashing out. Sean's ready to retire.
Oh my God, dude! Sunday, Monday
week is Sean.
You guys, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, out buying Club Sharif.
One of us.
Club Sharif.
One of us.
You know what?
One of us.
Never again. Club Sharif is shut down forever.
Sean is slowly turning into Bassett.
One time. Does Gavin Dawson get these texts? Does Kevin Hagelin get these text messages? Anyone? All these nights?
Oh,
God, between this and ball. I'm just gonna do the whole week from home like Dawson and Hagelin moving forward.
There you go.
All right.
Let's leave it 9:00.
Leave it 9:00
every day.
All right, let's get into the song.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, we did a song a couple weeks ago heading to Oxnard, and it was received really well. I gave it a bunch of information and said, "I got you. I'll write this." So then yesterday I did the same thing. I was like, "Hey, this is some of the stuff that happened on our trip, and I'd like you to kick out another song." And it kicked out another just classic country banger.
We landed in Oxnard with gear in tow, dust on our boots and a week to go. Cameras are rolling, sun beating down, Cowboys camp on the edge of town. Had our guest list tied, every name we need. Then KNC swooped like broadcast thieves. Shotty took one look at Sean's lemon, told PR I ain't gonna sit down with him. Booker lit up when Sean crossed that line, called me a cheater one more time. Choppy got loud at our first team meal, whole place stared like, is this for real? Mike Leslie rolled in like a frat on the prowl, tight shirt, fake tan and that punchable scowl. Bobby grabbed a shrimp like it did him wrong. Zach never left Spencer's all week long. Yeah, we talk ball, live ball, love ball out, ball at the table, ball with the crowd, ball in the morning, ball when it's late. Ball was the bond we don't replicate.
Oh yeah,
dude, I want to leave.
This is amazing.
I want to go to LAX right now. Book me an Uber to LAX.
Crack when the jokes got rough. Turns out since he ain't built that tough. Gavin squared up, voice cold and clean. Told Stephen Jones, don't play with my team. Dawson went ghost, Brian stayed hit. Heard they were doing what they always did. Free G-back gear, but folks walk fast. Even at Oxnard, no one wants that. Ruben left Texas on laughs and lied. Now he's on pills and it don't feel right. That switch in a room would blow. Rave in the dark with nowhere to go.
Rave in the dark. This is
so good.
This is so good.
Still we talk ball, breathe ball every day. Ball so loud, Oxnard couldn't look away. We broke ball rules, reshaped them all, and carved our names in the book of ball.
Oh yeah.
Oh, little outro. I love this.
No hotel fights, no missed hot takes. No fan after dark, they're in the dark for a reason, for God's sake. We ain't perfect, but through it all, one thing's true.
What's that?
We know ball.
What a terrible ending.
So
what a
good.
terrible
That's amazing.
ending. Bobby Belt through AI. What are we calling this, Bob?
We know ball.
We know ball.
AI is so scary.
105.
It's so scary.
Well done. Well done. Send me that song. I just like the sound of it. Lyrics are stupid. Who do we feel good about and who are we concerned with leaving Oxnard? That's next. And below
the belt.
Right here on Shan and RJ.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball.
Hey! All right, who are we impressed with out here in Oxnard, California? Who are we a little concerned about? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com as we finished up all our practices that we're going to witness while we're out here in training camp. What's the big overriding on-the-field takeaway that you've seen here? Is it a shoddy impression? Is it something with a player? What stands out as we prepare to leave Oxnard, California? Yep, get that mic on. Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Boy, we should have that as an over-under.
George Pickens is bigger than I thought. I thought he was just this stringy, wiry guy. He's not. To me, Ferguson looks like a beast. It looked to me like he even gained weight. I know he lost weight. And you know who looked like a unit out here? I feel like RJ in this segment. Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah,
I'm like, that guy looks like he looks like a beast physically.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
He's made some plays.
Yeah, he's been good. Tommy Yarsh talked about it. Was that yesterday or Tuesday? Where he said he thought he's been he's made a case for third receiver.
My most surprising player is Trayshawn Holden. To me, he's produced the highlight reel out here.
Yep.
The wide receiver, number 7. Ezeraku feels like he's matched all the draft hype that y'all gave him. He has absolutely matched it. And yesterday, he was fantastic on the G-Bag Nation when he sat down. And the Diggs thing is even uglier than I thought it was, and we all knew it was pretty ugly coming in. Like, it's the Micah thing. I still think is kind of like public theater to a degree. Mm-hmm. The Diggs thing feels really ugly, and Trayvon, it feels like is going to be out of here after this season. Last night did not help. All the cap, no cap, our last ride. Trayvon saying 7-11 together. I do think it's important to relay. I did ask someone pretty high up at the Cowboys about my theory that they are worried about Micah being too close to Trayvon, the influence, and that got dismissed pretty quickly. So I think, RJ, you said you wouldn't be worried about it, judged by the company you keep, and someone told me, no, we're not worried about Micah after he gets paid, and we're not worried that he's so close with Trayvon. So I'm relaying that because that was a theory of mine of why they would be afraid to pay Parsons.
Look, the whole Trayvon, I get that's what's probably going to stick with me through most of what's going to stick with me after this week is just the Diggs situation. Like that's really what it's going to be for me. Yesterday had nothing to do with it, with him somersaulting, doing the old moonsault into the end zone or whatever, and landing on his head and kind of hobbling off the field. It's just obviously I do like the Micah Diggs that they have a good relationship, and I'm glad that they're not worried about that. I'm glad they're not worried about that affecting either one of them.
All right, so I've got a bit of a game here for you guys, as we are the ball knowers of the roundtable, as this segment has been rebranded. Thanks to D&M Leasing for sponsoring it. I'm gonna throw to you baller, which I know you love, baller or bench warmer. So there's going to be no middle ground. I'm just going to give you a player, and you tell me if you think they are more likely to play like a Pro Bowler this year or more likely to play as somebody that you might need to put on the bench. So these are guys who could be a little bit in between. First name here, Terrence Steele.
I'll lean towards bench warmer. I have not been studying the offensive line though, like you guys do.
The question is like who you
Lyle Collins working out, Lyle.
Ezeraku has been across from Terrence for a lot of the reps, so that might be the baseline.
I'll lean towards bench warmer.
Bench warmer.
I think he's I think this coaching change is going to be good for him. I think he's still coming along and he's still figuring things out. I think he's going to play well this year. So I'm going to say he's going to be a baller. All right, next one here.
Even though rookie is giving him a hard time, according to you?
To me, that is the most toolsy, advanced rusher that was available. That's a guy who I think is ahead of some, I think he's ahead of some veterans in terms of the way he rushes. So to me, it's just a guy who is quick, nimble. And you were saying it yesterday. You were surprised at how small Ezraku.
Yeah,
you didn't think you were like, man, he's smaller than I thought he was.
Well, that also.
Ring.
What was that?
Alarm.
Oh, okay.
That's our guest. That's my guest alarm I had set for the top. My Miles Sanders alarm, and I'm happy. I'm happy that we're actually not getting Miles Sanders, so Eric Chiafalo can't hold that over my head. Let's get cut 8, Peyton, from Ezraku sitting down yesterday with the G-Bag Nation talking about defensive matchups.
Yeah, I was fine with moving all over the place. You know, at the end of the day, in a game, it's a matchup game. Right. And I think I'm comfortable playing on both sides of the ball. Right. So, you might have set some things up on that right side, but, they're run heavy on the other side. So, let's get some action. Let's go on that side. And then, you might get back to the right. I'm comfortable on both sides of the ball. So that's just something that I've always done. And obviously here, I plan on doing the same thing because at the end of the day, it's a matchup game.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean he's somebody who they can use him in a lot of really versatile ways. When Micah's been out of practice, that he's been kind of filling the Micah role in terms of where he needs to be. So he's kind of been standing in as participating in that role and being the guy that move around a little bit. But he's going to have a good season, I think. All right, baller or bench warmer? Jake Ferguson. I'll say just right off the bat, I feel much better about Ferguson after this week than I did heading into it.
Why?
Because I think you're seeing a guy who is locked in, has the confidence back, looks a lot more healthy, and is becoming a savvier route runner.
Did you, last year during the season in the locker room, get a read on the confidence going away or being shaky?
I think it's just he didn't have confidence in his health. I think he was banged up all year. And so I think it just...
No, I know that. I'm just saying, did you get that in the locker room to be able to compare it to him sitting down with us out here?
Yes. Not that he lacked personal confidence. I just think he lacked. I think it was obvious that he felt like he was not what he needed to be, and I think that was kind of emanating from him.
I'll go baller.
Baller. I mean, he can't be a bench warmer because they just paid him. So
not literally go to the bench. What does he play like?
Yeah, no, he'll play more like a baller. He's not going to be a bum.
We haven't talked about Schoonmaker one time out here.
Yeah, I haven't noticed him much.
You haven't noticed him?
Mm-mm. No, I mean it's just
he's Michigan guys.
He's kind of been just anonymous. Next one here, baller or bench warmer. Sam Williams coming off the big time injury.
Sam Waller.
He's the one that everybody just feels like is always waiting for. Man, we want him to be. So everybody just is thinking that 10-sack year is coming.
I'm gonna lean towards baller. I've noticed him a couple times out here. He had the hit of the day yesterday to me. He popped somebody, and he let everyone know about it as well. So I know he can have those mindless penalties. I know it hasn't totally clicked yet. I am going to lean towards baller for Sam.
Well, if he's a baller, you got a log jam there. You got a lot of guys.
Yeah. Rotate. Rotate.
Maybe they could then trade for an edge rusher to put in with that, kind of like the Rangers did yesterday with starting pitching. That's a good idea. Just keep doubling down on the string.
There you go. And I
haven't heard one thing about Fowler out here either. Not one.
No.
Not a tweet.
I mean, I've seen him a couple times. I've noticed him, but yeah, he's again. It's just they are deep there, and a guy we've mentioned so far who was not thought to be one of their better pass rushers. He's a good run defender, but Marshawn Nealon's been really good out here, and that is probably the strongest area of their team is their pass rush.
Baller.
I'm going to say bench warmer.
For Sam?
Yeah. If I have to say he's going to play once, I think he'll be fine. I just don't ever think he's going to be what people thought he was going to be. It's not the type of player he is.
I see his athleticism a lot more than Mozzie's. I'll tell you that.
Here's the next one. Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, baby.
So, watching Diggs run around makes me feel like he's going to play a decent amount. That's just judging him, even though you saw the fall yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the video of it.
Recap that real quick.
He was running. He had a helmet on, running into the end zone, and did the old Reggie Bush dive, tuck, roll. and landed awkwardly.
I'm going to say, this is tough because I'm just wondering whether Trayvon's chip on the shoulder, locking in, the edge, auditioning for somebody else, I'm weighing that versus the emotions that I think he has going on upstairs, and will that drag him down and cause him to check out and not tackle? So I'm wrestling with the Trayvon upstairs feel. But I wasn't a big fan of Diggs like last year in terms of his game anyway.
Yeah, he was so coming off the
like
injury.
I feel like he gives up way too much cushion. I don't think he's got the speed. I don't think he's got the quickness. I think he gives up the obvious big play. I'm hoping that the edge and the FU mentality has me considering baller, but I'll lean bench warmer.
I'm gonna go bench warmer. I think that's a bad situation. I don't know how much he's gonna focus this year. He's still coming off of another injury. The injuries are starting to pile up. I'm going bench warmer. Next one here.
I'll go bench warmer real quick.
Yeah. Okay, I thought
he's got
Shan and RJ.
Yeah, he's got a big.
But this is the ball knowers of the round table. Okay,
he's got a big bag of nothing. Big bag. He's got a bag of money and a bag of nothing.
Trayvon Diggs is acting around here as if he didn't get paid.
I know.
That's what's amazing. And he is attaching himself to this Micah storyline. And, like, I could understand. I know they're boys, but you're acting like you're not making $20 million a season. Okay, you got docked $500K. Like, move on. You're still getting 19.5 or whatever you're getting. You got paid.
Yeah,
they paid you, and he's got this arrogance and this chip as if he is not. He's like taking Micah not getting paid too personal. It feels like on his own.
Yeah,
and I know he's got his stuff going on with the front office.
Yeah, and to be fair, they roped him into that discussion almost publicly. But like he did stand up there and he did wait it, but that was after the Jerry press conference where Jerry kind of pulled him in as being part of the discussion.
Yeah, but it also happened because he didn't show up at the facility, and they wanted to preach accountability for that.
Yeah. Last one here. Let's go with this one. Dak Prescott.
Bench warmer because Joe Milton's the baller.
Baller if he's healthy. If he's healthy, he's going to... I'm excited about the offense. If Dak Prescott's healthy, him and Lamb and Pickens are going to put up big-time numbers.
Yeah, I want to win a championship.
I'm gonna say baller. I think he's going to play well. I don't think it's going to be the prolific numbers of 2023.
Why?
Because I think what we're seeing out here is an offense that's going to be scaled back a little bit from what they were doing in 2023. They do want to run the ball. They do want to, I think, kind of move strategically down the field with some stuff in the flats, some stuff in the shorter passing game. I think they want to be a little quick hit with some of that.
I'll tell you this, and maybe it's skewed because you see him throw these passes in these one-on-ones, and Milton's right there, and it just looks different. It looks like he's Kellen Moore out there, just throwing two change-ups into the wind with some ducks. I don't know if his leg not being under him. Maybe it's not under him yet. I don't know.
I just don't.
It just doesn't seem like it. Maybe again, maybe it's skewed, but his arm looks weak this year.
No, I just don't think they're. I don't think they're pushing him. Right?
That may be true. That may be true.
They're ramping. They're not trying to push very hard.
All right, there it is.
Ball knowers of the round table.
It sounds like we all need to sit around and like Professor X over here in what was formerly Below the Belt on DFW Sports Station. It is our training camp coverage live from Oxnard, California, brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood, Greystone Roofing, and WildForkFoods.com. Final hour from California with either a surprise Cowboys guest or RJ's trade deadline Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Laser baby. Nutmeg maiden? No.
Nutmeg maiden. Who said that?
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound
This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 0-1. Swing, and that one is hit high into the air right field. Adoli's going back to his right. He's back on the track. This one's carrying well, and it carries out of here. Cal Raleigh, his major league leading 42nd home run of the season, and it's now 3-0 Mariners.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Man, how can you not be romantic about a trade deadline that was absolutely litty? Litty, as the kids say. They had...
I tried to tell you guys when you kept going, who's available? Who's available? There's always going to be someone available. There's always going to be people available.
Especially
except for big bats, apparently.
There wasn't... Yeah,
except
there wasn't...
you need.
Except for Suarez.
Yeah, Suarez. Naylor got dealt. O'Hearn.
Where did those guys go?
Seattle.
Oh.
O'Hearn got dealt. Laureano got dealt. McMahon got dealt. So there was some guys. Cabrian Hayes got dealt.
Well, that's not a bat. That's just a glove.
That's a glove. That's a glove. McMahon's more of a glove too. But so there were some guys that got dealt. I'll tell you the interesting thing. Like San Diego got so many things they didn't really need. They didn't need a closer. They got Mason Miller.
He's just
they
awesome,
didn't need.
though.
Yeah, they didn't need Laureano. They got 3 outfielders already. You know, they don't need necessarily. They just decided they were going to go all in. But the Rangers do get, like we said, Merrill Kelly. They got a couple of relief pitchers in Coulombe and Maton. So they do shore up the bullpen. They didn't necessarily get a closer. They got some relievers, though. They needed a closer.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you can essentially like mimic a closer with like enough good arms in the bullpen. Like you can do the committee thing as long as the guys are pitching well enough. I mean, I'm fine with the reliever moves. It's just that was the thing that was so frustrating yesterday, was just the fact that they didn't get any bats.
Give me what the bullpen was in your mind on a scale of 1 to 10 before yesterday, and what you think it is now.
I thought it was a pretty decent bullpen. It was probably a B bullpen, and the reason it's not an A because when you have a top 5 bullpen ERA, you would think it's an A. They don't have anybody that I trust in the 9th inning.
Okay.
So I would say it was probably a B bullpen before, and I think it still is.
Not a B plus with 2 new arms.
They need who's doing the 9th inning? Like that to me is a massive question. Every other team that needed a 9th inning guy, kind of, I would say kind of got one, but they can at least kind of figure it out.
And the starting staff before and now.
Oh, it was an A before. It's an A plus. I mean, they got. Find me a better 1, 2, 3.
Bobby's making a face. Bobby,
they went B to B plus on the bullpen. They're an A rotation. Then they still are.
Merrill
because you don't think Merrill Kelly is that much better than Jack Leiter or Corbin?
I don't think Merrill Kelly is that much better. He's better in a vacuum than the guys we're talking about. I don't think he's giving you they've gotten so much production that's been way above their heads. Like Patrick Corbin, the reason why we think it's that different is because we don't think of Patrick Corbin as being that guy. But the type of pitcher he's been this year has been that guy. So to me, it's like, okay, he can do that now, but I mean, you've been getting that output this year.
Yeah, but you keep talking about these other guys reverting back and regressing. So why are you not applying
so what
it
I'm
to
saying
him?
is it's been an A rotation as those guys probably start reverting and going back or whatever else, and he kind of settles into that. It's going to be the same output they were getting.
So ESPN says it's an upgrade right now, but the prospect price is steep for a player on an expiring deal who adds to an area of already strength. Hence, solid but not superlative grade. They give him a B- grade. But it's an odds booster for the Rangers.
And older.
He's older. He's in his mid-30s.
Got a couple guys, 35, 36.
So, look, I mean, if you wanted to tell me that you don't like Merrill Kelly at the top of your rotation in the playoffs, I 1,000% agree with you. I don't want him at the top. If he's your 1 or 2 starter, you are not a championship contender. But if he's your 3 or 4, and you're going, I mean, who are you going up against on the other teams that have a 3 or a 4 as good as him?
It's fine. No, nobody's saying he's not like a decent pitcher. To me, it's just like, does that make them any better? Really, that they are a better team than they were yesterday. Like I said earlier, they are not better than any of the teams they were worse than yesterday. And that's the problem. You didn't do anything to make up ground.
And I do agree. He does not miss bats. I also think we get so caught up in that too. Like, yes, this is why Dylan Cease is going to get people to fawn over him for the rest of his days. Dylan Cease stinks. Like, he doesn't get anybody out, but he's got elite stuff. Like, elite stuff. Would you rather have Dylan Cease, who can miss all these bats, but he also runs into a bunch, or do you want Merrill Kelly, who doesn't strike anybody out, doesn't miss anybody's bat, and gets a lot of weak contact? Like, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
I want a hitter. I want somebody to make the team better.
I wanted a hitter too.
The Adolis Garcia misreport that he was being traded to the Mets, that broke out in discussion here on the Cowboys sideline at practice. That is not happening, obviously. And then the Rangers Twitter account wrote breaking, BRAKING, tonight's lineup. So they were mocking, I believe.
That's not cool, guys.
The false Adolis Garcia report.
So what did this do to...
And by the way, let me throw out some of the grades that the Tolos have been sending in for Chris Young. Braden says B to B+. Tony says B. Curtis Payton, C+, not getting a bat makes it all mute. C-. B, if we got a bat, it would have been A. C+, they needed bats and not of the Halloween variety. Buckaroo says A. F+, George Hill. Still no legit closer. F. Please let RJ know the offense was never fixed and still not fixed. That from Don. F. I'd give the ownership a worse grade than that if possible. From Never Ever Quit. Robert, still surprised we did not add a bat. B+, B+, B-, B, C, B+ coming in.
Look, the one thing, and I wanted a bat too. I think they needed a DH spot. I will say this about the bat, about the offense. We are approaching now 2 months. We're 5 days away from being 2 months with the number one offense in the sport from runs per game perspective. Like, that's not nothing. That's not nothing.
It's not sustainable. Not given the way that they've done it.
No, but I mean 2 months is. 2 months is 2 months, man.
Sure, I know. Just like we said, a year and a half's a year and a half.
Yeah, it is.
Where the
You're
offense
right.
looked
No
bad.
doubt.
And
no doubt.
Look, I mean, I think the thing is like we're all sitting here talking about the two biggest things they needed were a closer and a bat, and they didn't get either. They did get bullpen help. That's cool. But, I mean, they literally went, all right, let's go get our third and fourth priorities. And that's what they went and attacked. Corey was right. That's how they did it.
FanDuel has the odds out for now, the new World Series odds after the trade deadline. The Rangers rank where?
The odds where they rank?
Yeah, like they are what favorite? Third favorite, fifth?
To win the World Series?
To win the World Series.
14th.
I mean, 9th.
They're 13th, close. 27-1.
Thank you.
Red Sox 25-1, Padres 20-1, Mariners 18-1, Dodgers 1 at 2.5-1, Phillies at 8-1, Yankees at 8.5-1, Tigers at 10-1, Mets 10-1, Astros 11-1. I mentioned the Padres there. They went all in again.
That's what that means, Jerry.
Yes. So they traded to get Mason Miller and J.P. Sears. They traded Leo DeVries, who's the number 3 overall prospect of the sport. They traded also their own number 3 prospect. So DeVries is their number 1 prospect. They traded their number 3, 13, and 17. They traded 4 top 17 prospects for Mason Miller. These are the players that A.J. Preller has traded away in the last 10 years. Trey Turner, James Wood, Max Fried, Josh Naylor, David Bednar, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Xavier Edwards, Hunter Renfrow, Robbie Snelling, River Ryan, Ryan Weathers, Zach Eflin. This guy has traded away an all-star team.
Wow.
He has got 1 NLCS to his name. He's traded all those guys away, and he has made 1 NLCS in 10 years, and he's only made the playoffs 3 times.
Now, if you're a Padres fan, are you mad at him?
I love it.
Right?
I love it.
He's trying.
He's trying. This is what you ask for, right? This is what you ask for your general manager in your front office.
But if you're a Padres fan, weren't you just saying like they didn't totally need the thing they got? Like, did they need Mason Miller?
No, they don't need him now. I wonder how they're going
to... I don't know how much credit is. It's like, we're being super aggressive for something that's not totally what we need.
But, I mean, you can always use more bullpen help. Now they essentially they didn't need a closer. Now they have now that's a 7-inning game at minimum. And I don't know the Padres bullpen that well, so I don't know. Maybe it's a 5-inning game. I have no idea, but they've they've shortened the game.
Yeah, it's like, and I get the idea of just like, you can never have enough bullpen help, or you can never have that, like, it's like, yeah, but you do need enough bats or enough whatever else. That, like, when you don't go get those things, I don't understand what teams are doing.
The Twins traded 9 guys yesterday, 11 overall. I don't know. Did the Red Sox just hand the last wild card to the Rangers? Because they did. They basically did nothing. They basically did nothing yesterday, and over this entire trade deadline. The Astros are getting $33 million from the Twins to cover the rest of the Carlos Correa contract. So they get him back, and now that runs through 2028. He's got $100 million left in his deal. The Twins are going to pay $33 million of it. And you know what's going to happen here. We know what's going to happen. Carlos Correa is going to go out there and do nothing the rest of the year. And then when it comes playoff time...
Like he's been doing this entire year.
Right. But when it comes to playoff time, he's going to hit 4 home runs and win the ALCS MVP. That's what's going to happen.
Carlos Correa, a little disappointment.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was supposed to be the next A-Rod.
I mean, he started his career... He was really good at the start of his career.
He hit 20 home runs or more the first 3 years.
He peaked probably, what was his first year, 14, 15? Something like that. He peaked probably around 2018. And then it's kind of been down since then, I feel like.
Well, yeah. It kind of ended 2022. Like, he was hitting 290, 280, 20, 23, 24 home runs. But this year, his WAR is 0.1.
Is that good?
So everyone was hyping up and loving Carlos Correa yesterday, and I was like, y'all show his stats on the TV, right? 267, 7 home runs, a 0.1 WAR. Y'all going crazy because it's a name we know.
Yeah, I did say the Red Sox did nothing, but shout out to Northwest High School in Justin, Texas. They did trade for Dustin May.
Oh, the home of the high school home of one Eric Chiafalo, Northwest.
Yeah, Dustin May has been... he's got electric stuff. He's had injury problems. He has not put it together. But he is one of those low-risk, high-reward dudes that if he could figure things out, they've got themselves a really nice long-term piece. But he's also a local kid, so that's why I wanted to throw him in there.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. They need to start winning again. They get blanked yesterday 6-0. They've lost 3 of 4. It'll go down tonight on this radio station. Let's sit down. Was Eatman getting after it last night? Did you notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a good time.
Okay. Let's see if he wakes up with us for the final time out here in Cali. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after...
that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it a little bit.
817-333-3333 with Frank on Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car wrecking attorneys in Dallas.
Get on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. I'm feeling the pain of Nicholas Eatman. DallasCowboys.com. He still made it, though. We were doubting. We were wondering after the media party last night. And Nick is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I just want to hear the opening voice. Just say a sentence.
How you guys doing today?
Okay, all right. That's not
little rough.
That's
not terrible.
That's not too bad. Bobby was hurting the most, no doubt.
Yeah,
I was not doing great this morning. It was tough to get up.
What time did you leave?
It was later than most. It was like a 10:45 or so.
Okay.
I mean, it was. We got to go on the Cowboys bus. Sorry about that.
Well.
Yeah. But
like
that
the
bus,
Jerry bus?
The Jerry bus, but that actually went later. You know what I mean? So it was like it was fine, but we were still there for a little while. But it was good times.
All right, what's the Jerry bus like?
That
you can talk about.
I mean, it's got everything you would possibly want. Like when I was, it was funny. I was looking for some Tylenol before, going up there
prepping.
Yeah, well, just because I wasn't feeling that great, but I was looking through all these drawers and stuff like that, and it's just
the bus.
Yeah. Just
wait, don't you guys go up usually on a separate media bus? You take the Jerry bus every year up and back?
No. This is the first time that's happened. It was just for managers and.
I was like, this doesn't have that many seats.
I know. It usually doesn't happen that way, but this time it did. Tad and the PR staff, they were all going, and then they had some room, so they said, well, I'll go over there. So it was good.
All right, look at you. Okay, so besides not having Tylenol on the drawers, what, the badass flat screens?
Yeah. I mean, it's
stock fridges?
Yes. Everything you would think. Comfy chairs. And just watch it, and watch some of the Chargers games. Also, a little bit of
Trey Lance dominating.
Did he dominate? I know. I saw a little bit, but
Chris Collinsworth is ready to put him in the Hall of Fame. Okay. So yeah.
It's not the first time I've been on it, but it was fun. Certainly.
What did you notice or observe from the fan crew last night at the party?
My man's had a loud shirt. I know that one.
Which one?
Who?
Hang on, you guys should know who had a loud
Yeah, who had
shirt.
the loudest
Zach?
shirt? No.
Oh, DJ.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I even
DJ
saw
had
DJ.
the shirt of shirts.
What was it?
Loud.
But what was funny?
Matt, remember the tattooed dude we showed you?
Yeah.
Looked like.
But
looked
what
like that.
color?
It looked at the tattooed guy's
Like
face.
green?
Yes.
Green ink?
Yeah,
Green?
Yes, color.
It was-
Yes. If it's on the rainbow, it was on a shirt.
What was funny is that
California.
He was right next to me, and I was like, "Yeah, I couldn't wear that shirt." I tried to figure out the right way to say it. I was like, "Yeah, that's not for me." And then about 2 hours later, I saw him, and I was just like, "I like that shirt."
The drinks had kicked in.
Yeah, the night evolves a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Did you pay attention, or were you getting the notifications of Micah and Diggs last night on social media?
No.
Are you up to date?
No.
All right.
I wasn't either. I had to read it in the car.
Micah tweeting out, the bad boys one last time with Will and Martin Lawrence. And then Trayvon commented 7-11 for life. And now we have, I believe it was Calvin Watkins catching up with Trayvon or getting some recent quotes. And he is saying, again, we're trying to piece together this timeline. They keep going back and forth over the training and who was notified and who said what when. And Trayvon, after getting fined, the $500,000, basically coming out and said, I told them everything that I was doing.
Yeah.
So this just continues.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he thinks that matters. I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if you told them what you were going to do. That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell the ref that I'm about to travel, with the ball. I mean,
It's like if the radio.
That's about it. They don't call traveling.
It's
It's
true.
about
It's like if the
That's
radio
true.
station told us, all right, you're going out to Oxnard, you need to be at 95% of the practices. You're covering them for the Cowboys. You have to be at 95% of the practices. If you're not at 95% of the practices, we're going to subtract $1,000 off your salary.
Right.
That's what happened here.
Yeah.
I can choose. I can choose to stay home and not go to the practices. I lose $1,000. I cannot choose to be hurt, angry, upset, or surprised that I lost $1,000.
But you told Gavin you were going to the beach. You already told him. It doesn't matter.
I told him we were leaving.
Am I wrong about that comparison?
You're right.
No, it's a fine comparison.
I can't have my feelings hurt. I chose
to do that.
not to follow through with what my boss asked me to do. I can do the rehab on my own. Now, does Savon?
No, it's Savone.
Savone Ravel being out an extra 6 to 8 weeks give Trayvon an argument by saying, well, Ravel has been sitting here in Frisco working with your people, and now he's set back another month and a half or 2 months.
Well, I think the argument there would be, like Britt Brown and Jim Maurer, those guys would be like, I didn't have him. I didn't start this thing when he got hurt at East Carolina. So it's the same thing with Diggs. It's like I that's why I need you here, and I think that's why they're taking the money. It's because it's like if you were here, yes, you're doing things, and I had this explained to me. He when he goes other places, he's doing things to get his knee back and healthy again. What the Cowboys do here is to get him ready to play football. Two different things. I mean, yes, you're rehabbing the knee, but you're rehabbing the knee at the same time to doing things to get you back to ready to play football. And I think that's why they're like, all right, well, that's what you being here, would benefit for all of us.
You have any updated feel for when Diggs can get back on the field and play?
He's going to he's on PUP, so he's going to. I think he will be on PUP. I mean, I think when the season starts, that's what I really believe is going to happen. So I would think midway through the season, he probably will be back. But I mean, he was running around yesterday, and I call it the convenience store. That the two of them just running around 7-Eleven.
I'm going to relay 3 Micah things that I've heard this week to you, and then we'll get back to practice and your winners, losers, whatever you want to do, DallasCowboys.com, Nick even here on the Fan. The first thing I heard was that Jerry thought the deal was done not once, but twice. And then after they kind of didn't finalize it after the second time, the Cowboys were like, we're not talking, we're done. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that Micah's agent, as far back as the combine, just let them know we want to be last. We want to be last out there to get this done. That way we take the last number, we jump it by however much we want. So this taking this long could be the doing from Micah and his agent from the beginning.
Right.
And then number 3 is that they're battling over 4 versus 5 years, that Micah wants 4 and the Cowboys may want 5. So these are 3 things we heard out here. I just wanted to run across.
Yeah, having some Dak flashbacks with that last one, the 4 and the 5, wasn't that such a big deal?
Yeah. Was it
the first contract?
Was
right?
it that much of a holdup, or like as the main thing, or just a thing?
It was a bigger thing. It wasn't the only thing, but it was a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I've heard about Micah, the holdup is everything. It's the years, it's the money, it's the overall, it's the average per year. And yes, I had heard that the same thing about they thought the deal was done. Probably the one that I really heard it was the second time. Because
no one's reported twice.
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but not too long ago. What? 2 months ago or so? Is that about when that?
Yeah.
When it looked like it was going to happen. We were on watch, ready to go. Had the article written, and it obviously didn't happen. And so, and then as far as the going last, yeah, I've heard that as well. And I think we talked about this the other day on Tuesday. I was like, I don't know if I would wait. I understand some of the other ones, but for Hendrickson, I wouldn't be waiting on that one.
Is it possible he's not just waiting on edge rushers, though? Micah's waiting on. I want to see where the last big contracts in general across the league come down.
Non-quarterback.
I need to see what non-quarterbacks come in so I can tell you how much better I am.
And if Hendrickson, let's just say, because Choppy thinks it's not impossible, if Hendrickson gets 40, let's just say, because he could say, I led the league in sacks. Yeah. We don't. No one thinks he's T.J. Watt, but if he got 40, what do you ask for then? What'd you say?
He's better.
What do you ask for then if Hendrickson gets 40? Because then if you get 41, that's not enough.
No,
right?
You're right. I mean, they don't want to go back to the table here and just get jumped and whatever. So
I don't think he's going to get 40. But what if he does get 40?
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is what linebacker, what corner, what receiver, I guess is. I mean, who's next to be in that range? That's why I think that he's trying to pad the lead here around. I mean, 45 just seems to be the number that I keep here. I don't know if that's true or not. I think, was it Steven that said $5 million more? Yeah. So that's where kind of you think about that. But it seems very clear that the Cowboy Jerry, and not so much Steven, but Jerry, negotiates obviously through the media.
Yeah.
And last night was kind of having some fun a little bit. Not really on the record, but I think they're just pointing out that they have options next year, the year after.
But you know what? Every year at the media party, the same thing happens of discussing it with Zach. I remember leaving that being like, that was harsh. Amari, that was hard. Now that one played out. Zach, fine. Lamb, every year, Nobu, Malibu, that gets discussed. On the practice field, Nick, Tyler Smith left with tendonitis in his knee, and a Lyle Collins returned for a tryout. What's going on?
Yeah, Lyle. I mean, this would be, I think, the 4th stint if he does come back. We saw him. I don't know if were you guys there. Maybe for the Zach Martin and Tyron Smith press conferences. So he was there both times, and he had kind of hinted that he's ready to come back. He's been training. He looked pretty good there, and so that was kind of something to keep an eye on. But in this case, this is a versatile veteran player who has played guard, but he's mainly a tackle, and I think he's got a really good rapport with Dak. Dak said that yesterday. I think this is just kicking the tires type of situation, but hasn't played since 2022, and that's he's had some wear and tear. So he may be the best option. What they have, I still think that it's going to come with one of those guys, but he might be right there with him.
What stood out to you from practice?
I love the fact that the offense, offense starting to not dominate, but they pulled ahead. I think.
I was worried about the defense yesterday watching that.
Yeah.
Like, touchdown,
Right,
bomb,
right.
bomb. I was like, this is good for the offense, but I was like, is the defense bad?
Yeah. No. Well, the thing is, and I got asked this a couple times about, why do y'all only post offensive clips? Why is it just offensive clips? And I'm like, because an offensive clip is Dak with a really nice deep ball to Kevontae Turpin or Turpin on a screen and all that. A really great defensive play is like three guys, like right in the middle of the gap, just boom, the play's dead, and Jaden Blue gets -2 yards, and Leah Fowle's there, and he says, that's not a fun play, but it's a great play for the defense. But I think it's been good back and forth, but yesterday saw a little bit more connection with the receivers, and getting an idea of what they can do with Turpin. When you see a screen with Turpin, and I remember Tyler Smith was the one right out in front of that, if you saw that play, and so I was thinking, I'll look at him in space, and then I guess a few plays later, he was out. But this is the time of year that, hangnails will get you out of practice because, especially for a guy like Tyler Smith,
Are you worried, Bobby?
I just don't. Anytime they label anything soreness, that to me either means it is soreness, it's nothing.
He was walking off.
Something super serious they don't want to talk about yet, or there's something they're not certain about. I'm sure it's nothing, but there have been so many different times where you'll hear somebody say something like, we're told him about soreness, and then it could build for another day, and then it's like, it turns out he's going to have surgery, and he's out 8 weeks. Not like that's this, but that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, well, also, it could be like back tightness for Micah,
I saw him jump a fence out here.
Well, no, I'm just saying, he's looking for a contract as well. Maybe it's and I from what it sounds like, I thought he would be next, but
people were thinking it would be done this week.
Yeah,
Tyler Smith.
Yeah, but I think the agents want to make sure that. Are we paying him as a guard? Or are we paying him? Because if you're paying him as a guard and all of a sudden he has to move out to tackle, what does that contract look like there? So I think there's been some discussions on that.
You're a trooper. Glad we're starting off another season like this, and we'll keep it up when we go back home. Thank you, brother. Go get some sleep.
All right, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm going to walk around a little bit with the motors.
Yeah, they're walking.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please, game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with Corey and Fred next on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece featuring... Are they on the fan cam?
I am now. Ish.
How?
I always forget.
How is one of you late every day? I don't understand.
I just get so enthralled with conversation with Fred.
Is your name Blurry Face? Do you care what I think? There we go.
Oh, what was Corey doing with that computer?
Is that what I think?
Oh no! So where
Is
the
that from 21 Pilots,
where
right?
the camera is
My
on this
name
computer
Blurry
is where I
Face.
open it up every day, and so my thumb automatically goes right over the camera because that's the only way to open this computer. So I don't use. Who uses a computer for that? Use your phone.
You, obviously.
Yeah.
Use your phone. More portable.
Well, Corey...
Really? I propped the computer up, man.
Corey, the trade
Got a
deadline...
stand and everything.
Oh, my Lord. The trade deadline kind of played out like you were kind of referencing yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were all thrilled about how late it started, but y'all's thoughts on what the Rangers did?
I do wonder, like I think with Chris Young, he does push that all the way to the very end. He likes to see what other guys are doing first. He likes to see what the other teams are kind of accomplishing, and then I wonder if that kind of helped mold this because they made their strength even stronger, and that was pitching, and everybody else kind of got better at offense, and so that's useful there. When you look at the playoff scenario, it kind of looks like Seattle and Houston are probably going to be in. So you kind of got to figure out, are Boston and New York the teams you have to chase here? Because Toronto's probably winning the East. So those are the other teams that are available. Now, if you can just split here with Seattle, keep your pace with them, try to get in and beat Boston and New York, you're in really good position when the postseason happens. It's just the ability to get to the postseason from here is the main concern. I will say the Merrill Kelly thing I'm really happy about because I think Jacob deGrom's innings were like 160 before the season. That's kind of the number they were looking for. And he's already at, 123 right now? And he's probably going to have to miss a start, maybe 2 starts before the season ends. And you're telling me that you're going to go out there with Evo. By the way, Evo's ERA against Seattle is awful. Lifetime 5.48. I think with the Rangers it's over a 6. So we're happy that he's not pitching against Seattle in this series. But you're going to go with Evo on a couple of rookies and Patrick Corbin and maybe another bullpen day. Adding Merrill Kelly helps you with that, helps you take the edge off that. And then think about this playoff scenario, all right? You go in with 2 dominant pitchers, right? You got Jacob deGrom, you got Eovaldi. Well, then you start a game with Merrill Kelly. You can always turn to Patrick Corbin if you need to. So you have the flexibility to work with that in like a 3, 4, 5 inning in that situation. If you have to play a wild card series and you now need extra pitchers, you feel more comfortable starting one of your aces and then going into the next series a certain way. So you feel more confident in the postseason, but getting to the postseason, you're going to need to add a starting pitcher for that. I also feel a lot more confident in their bullpen than I did before as well.
What do you think, Fred?
I mean, I'm kind of underwhelmed. I mean, last night felt like the perfect microcosm of what's going to happen come playoff time, if you make it that far, right? I mean, Seattle was a better team than you last night, and I get it. You didn't have deGrom on the mound. You didn't have or Evo, like he was alluding to, but okay, I mean, outside of Seager and you're hoping for Simeon to hit something, you're hoping for Adolis to hit something, and then the bottom of the order, it's just a wing and a prayer come crunch time. So, I would have liked to have seen them add a bat at the very least just to add a little spunk to the lineup because Jock Peterson ain't doing it, Rowdy Tellez ain't doing it, and, unless Jake Berger. If Jake Berger's the guy that they're hoping, when he gets healthy, is that quote-unquote addition to the lineup, then hey, maybe, because, he's done nothing for you since you brought him in. So, again, who's adding that pop? Who's that guy that's going to get you a clutch hit? Maybe it changes, but I just felt like last night felt like what this team's going to look like down the stretch.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, we got our friend Kyle Yeomans joining us for the first time this year before we get rolling for the season. And he told me last night, I feel like I might be a little foggy tomorrow because of the whole Nobu situation last night. I don't know how things went. Did y'all get an eye on him? Was he okay?
Well, we got an eye on him.
He was definitely foggy with some of his takes he was kicking out there.
Hey.
Who was the most drunk of all the media?
Me, probably. That I ran into.
I'm surprised that you would cut that loose because you've always been scared, I think, of being around the
awkward situation. I had to remove that, and the only way I could is by pounding drinks.
Being around the powers that be, I thought you were always terrified of looking or seeming unprofessional, but obviously that went out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Who else, Chop, was getting it?
Yeah,
Eric or Zach?
No, I didn't notice. I mean, they were, but they can handle it. They ate. Bobby didn't eat.
Yeah.
So he was obviously going to be. And Bobby,
people were wondering, what did you eat at a sushi place?
Nothing, because it is a sushi place.
And he was. I mean, he did look the first drink.
I mean, I've had other things besides fish at Nobu.
Right. Like the steak that was there on the buffet table.
Why didn't you eat the steak on the buffet table?
There wasn't any there when I looked.
I mean, they brought 6 different trays of steak over.
Not
like
when
the
I looked.
appetizers that they walk around?
Yeah.
Not when I looked. It was probably tartare or some.
Well, it was not tartare. But
so then, what did you get home and order?
He got a drink he got a drink, the first one he got, and we're sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I look up and it's gone, and he goes, "This was terrible." And I said, "Well, what do you mean it was terrible?" Because it was so bad, he just strawed the whole thing.
Yeah, and then just held my breath while I walked and got another, so that I didn't taste.
And what was it?
It was some tequila. I don't know. Tequila's gross. It's like I was just tequila's fine, but like if I'm starting with tequila, it just tastes like I'm getting a mouthful of vinegar.
And so then, what did you ultimately eat?
That's the wrong tequila.
Doritos. When I got Doritos when I got back to the hotel hours later.
Oh, that'll do it.
Just a bag of Doritos?
Nacho cheese. Yep. Does it?
That's the worst, but it's a choice.
And then I had that trail mix this morning.
Wait, are you saying nacho cheese is the worst Dorito?
Cool Ranch is the best by far. Second is the taco flavored, and then third they have the taco, the extreme late night taco flavor. You got to try those right now. And what's the
sriracha?
Yeah, the golden sriracha is good.
I love those. Bobby got me hooked on those.
You surprised he thinks red is the worst and blue is the
I'm
best.
not surprised about that one at all.
I was a child when I made that decision, Chop.
A lot of your things, your theories are formed in childhood.
They're eating the dogs.
That's a very Cool Ranch take of
Yes.
you. That's going to be our new code, Cool Ranch.
Cool
Let me.
He's a cool.
He's a rancher. He's a rancher.
He's a cool rancher.
Let me give props to the entire team that made the week possible. Carter with fantastic sideline. Let me make sure you did it before I give you the credit. You took the video shots of the practice stuff and posted. Well done. The practice shots from Carter, Ruben, going strong. I mean, Ruben gets socially he gets an A every trip, and then showing up here A. Oh my God, he does not care. What did he say?
Watch his hours.
Oh, is he on a clock? Is he on a limit?
Got to be careful, man. Be careful
So,
with that guy.
Ruben getting us on every single morning, going strong every single
He
night.
was very well dressed last night too.
I saw.
Oh, Nick Harris gave him a 7.5 on his fit check rankings.
Now he had a shark logo on his. Don't say who it is. Do you know who that is? Well, yeah, but you know who it is.
Ruben just did a golf swing. Who is it though? He doesn't know. Peyton, who's the shark?
Kenny Gant.
No idea.
Fred, who's the shark?
Ferdinand.
I have no idea.
Corey, the golfer, the shark.
Greg Norman.
Australian Greg Norman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing something else.
My fit got a 5 from Nick Harris, but Ruben got a 7.5.
Your outfit, show it on the fan cam.
Okay,
That's a faded black polo, but still
And
pretty.
it's me pointing because I was like, all right, do I got to look like I'm being like? But then he docked me points for the point.
Peyton and Kevin and everyone else cutting up all the audio. Y'all did a fantastic job with all that. So props to all you all. And in order to put a final bow on our training camp coverage, Bobby Belt turned to AI. Fred, don't get mad. Oh, you know what?
Whoa.
What?
So Diana Rossini just tweeted.
Uh-oh.
Breaking, the Micah Parsons Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team, per multiple league sources.
Oh, man.
Josh Clark just sent that over. Thank you, Josh.
Oh, man. That's not a Dickie's barbecue man right there.
Look, Terry McLaurin just did this. I don't think any of y'all took it that serious. I take it serious in D.C. if Terry thinks he should be getting DK money. And I've been asking for a week and a half, why hasn't any Cowboys star done this? Why hasn't anyone said, enough is enough, get me out of here? Versus just letting Jerry insult them publicly the way he did. Not enough was made nationally and everywhere else over what he said about the chant difference. That was insulting.
Oh, yeah.
Now I asked Archer, the report, in case you missed it, when he goes, yeah, I heard the crowd out here chanting pay Micah, but it was louder last year for Lamb. It was a faint whisper. And I asked Todd, I said, was he laughing? He goes, kinda, but also kinda not.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the Ziku, right? Kind of laughing at Ziku. Same thing.
And you know what?
Insulting. It's insulting.
This may not be the absolute worst thing for the Cowboys if it did happen. Other thoughts from you guys back in the Metroplex, considering this is a consideration of an ask out from Micah?
It's basically the like when we had the tsunami watch the other day. It's like, hey, there might be a tsunami warning soon, so I'm putting you guys on watch.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't worry about watches. We worry about warnings.
Were any of you guys, Fred or Corey, I'm sure you did trade Micah topic months ago. Did any of you consider it?
Yeah, I mean, what value am I getting back is always the big deal. That's the most important thing is what am I getting back in return for him? Because I'm not just dumping an asset like that. But if he's unhappy, this is now more problematic. But I'm not just dumping something like that. So I'm going to have to figure out what I'm getting back in that. But I don't know, man. Is he becoming? Is it more of a problem within this organization, or is there's a real big problem in the organization?
Hey, did they tip their hand, and maybe this is why they've been so knee deep on getting pass rushers? They knew this was coming.
Maybe. I mean, Ezeraku was just a big value for them. Aaron Whitecotton really wanted him all the way back at pick 12. And they ended up getting him where they did. But, yeah, I mean, they're deep there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Knowing that they've got this surplus of guys now, did that kind of change their bargaining position? And look, I've said this time and time again on my show. Hey, look, I was in Houston when J.J. Watt was there. Yeah, how'd that work out?
Well, he was overrated, so it didn't work out very well.
Well, I mean, look, he was still he had a 3 or 4 year run where he was a freak. I'm not going to dismiss that he's not. He was a little overrated. But, look. How many, is Cleveland? How many wins does Myles Garrett get you? What's TJ? How many championships has TJ Watt gotten you as a pass rusher?
I did a recent study on pass rushers and championships, and it's like out of the top 10 pass rushers all time, like only 2 or 3 of them have championships.
It's almost as if they don't matter. It's just the quarterback does.
Well, something to be said for that.
All right, let's let the fellas take over. We're back.
There we go, Ferdinand, my guy.
You guys making up after your gym fight yesterday. The KNC masterpiece with Micah and Rangers trade deadline news fresh is now.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The biggest news right now, obviously, is Micah Parsons and the deterioration in the relationship with the Dallas Cowboys to the point where he is considering drastic measures, is according to Diana Rossini, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he's severing his relationship with the team. This is per multiple league sources familiar with the situation. Two sides remain far apart heading into the second week of training camp, not currently negotiating. Now, he's been at camp.
Yeah.
He's not participated the way that the Cowboys probably want him to. They want him to be out of the field leading. But this is for me, this is a part of the business. Yeah. This is part of negotiating. You got to get to a point where you're like, I want this done sooner than later. I'm telling you right now, if it doesn't get done right now, then we're moving on to something else. That's where I think he is in this conversation with the Cowboys. And the Cowboys, again, they love to have these headlines, so they're probably perfectly okay with this. But for me, you saw Myles Garrett do this. Now you're seeing Terry McLaurin do it. And now you're seeing Micah Parsons say, hey, if you don't do this now, then I'm out of here. So that's where I stand on this. This is part of the business part, and I'm not overreacting too much to it. But the Cowboys are probably going, all right, is it time?
No, it's like, okay, Jerry is sitting in Oxnard right now going, okay, now we're negotiating.
Yeah, probably
right?
so. Now we're in the media.
I'm telling you right now, there is the baby meme of him rubbing his hands is going on right now in the Dallas Cowboys front office. It's like, all right, now we got ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff. And let's not forget, too, David Mulligetta is not afraid to be that guy.
Nope, he is not.
Okay, because before he got involved 2 months ago, or, quote-unquote involved, right, Jerry thought he had a deal.
Yep.
Jerry thought they were careening towards one, and now they're careening off the side of the road to, all right, this is going to be a good old-fashioned standoff. And I'll say, the only thing that jumps to mind, though, and I go back to what CD said 2 days ago on Shan RJ with Bobby, is you need about 2 weeks to get your body right come training camp. All right. And that's kind of what's in my mind right now is, all right, it doesn't look like this is going to happen this weekend.
No.
Probably not going to happen next week.
No.
So, I would like to see this get done sooner rather than later, or some sort of resolution, because I don't want this to play out until week 1. Then you rush him back. Then he gets hurt. And then all of a sudden we're doing the whole, this is Dak 2.0 all over again.
Yeah. You paid the man and now he's hurt.
And now he's hurt.
We're not
right?
getting the benefit of it.
That's kind of in the back of my mind is, the physicality of how this thing's going to play out as well.
That's where the he could get hit by a car conversation comes in, is Jerry's like, let's wait until the first day. That way, if we get him for one series, at least they can't kill us going into the season.
I would hope not.
The whole time saying, hey, why did y'all sign a guy that got hit by a car? And you're like, we didn't, never mind. So I'm not taking either side on this in this negotiation, because both of them need to move on with it and get everything taken care of. But this is smart negotiation on Micah's part. It really is. You tell them this is your ultimatum.
Yeah.
And you put the pressure on them. Now, Jerry's fine with this because it puts the pressure on the player.
Oh.
He feels like Cowboys fans are so blind that they're just going to be like, why is this greedy guy trying to get all this money from the team? Why? And he's like, yeah, they're going to be on my side in this. And he's trying to see too, do they really like Micah that much? And I don't know how he gauges that. I don't know if he puts up a Twitter poll and he goes, all right, that's how I'm working with this one. I have no clue how he gauges it.
He's probably got a little circle of friends there in the front. They're probably gathered in a boardroom right now, or, makeshift clubhouse room somewhere. And I guess my question for you, though, too, is, all right, if the idea of getting traded comes to mind, right?
Okay.
If they decide, all right, we do want to trade, and Jerry says, okay, well, if that's how we're going to do it, and that's how we're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many Cowboy fans would be up in arms over that? Considering you got Ezra Rocco, you got Sam Williams, you got Dante Fowler, right? You got Marshawn Nealon, who from all intents and purposes sounds like he's played pretty well in practice so far.
Yep.
Right. So you have
options.
It's the deepest position group you have on this football team.
I think it's pretty interesting. Bill Barnwell just put this piece out this week. And he was going through trade tiers. We were going to do this yesterday.
What guys would get traded? Yeah.
And Micah Parsons he says is worth 2 first-round picks and more. So he says with him still waiting for his contract, the price to procure his signature is only going up, obviously. Yeah. Baseline for Parsons' deal a year ago would have been Nick Bosa's extension, which is 34. Now it's going up to around 41, but he thinks he is worth that. So if you're asking the question of what's he worth, what am I going to get, 2 first-round picks and more, which team's going to give it to you? Friend Ted Wynn, I don't know if you follow him.
Oh, from The Athletic?
Fantastic work on The Athletic.
Yeah. No, he does.
He said, trade him to the Vikings, it would be cinema. And yes, who's at the Vikings, Alec?
The Boogeyman!
The Boogeyman is the defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings, and he absolutely would love to have a piece like this. So I I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think a trade's going to happen. But in the scenario, I would absolutely do it. Give me 2 first-round picks. I'm perfectly good with that. Let's roll with the team we got. Micah can't stop the run anyway. He's really good at pass rush, but he's not very good up against the run. So I'm still in that place. The Cowboys need some help on the edge in that regard.
Well, not to mention it helps you out on your salary cap, right?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
The question I have is, and we mentioned it just now in crosstalk. All right, is Myles Garrett making the Cleveland Browns? And I'm just saying this in a vacuum. I'm not looking at the whole totality of it. But does Myles Garrett make the Cleveland Browns a Super Bowl contender?
He hasn't yet.
No. T.J. Watt, and again, the Cleveland Browns are a you-know-what show, okay? So let's put that to where it is. But again, that's the reality of it, all right? Pittsburgh's been a pretty good football team, never under 500. How many AFC Championship games does T.J. Watt have under his belt?
There you go. That's another one right there.
Okay. They added Danielle Hunter in Houston. All right, I can't remember how many plays he made to get them to the AFC Championship game last year. Oh, that's right, they didn't.
Yeah.
So my point in all that is that, look, everybody loves having a great defensive end, and it's fun to get to see
Pass rush is important.
Pass rush is super
absolutely important.
But, and yes, does he make this defense better? 100%. But the flexibility you're going to get, the reality is this: with the way this team is currently constructed right now, what's going to get you further in 2025? A healthy Dak Prescott or a healthy Micah Parsons?
Good question. Probably a healthy Dak Prescott.
That's the bottom line.
Quarterback is very important.
And let's go ahead and throw this out there while we're at it. Let's go ahead and throw this out there while we're spitballing, ladies and gentlemen. If I told you that by getting rid of Micah Parsons and saving that money, George Pickens goes ham in 2025, oh, guess what? Now I can
receivers.
Now I can bring in, I can go ahead and sign George Pickens to a deal next year. Let's go ahead and, maybe halfway through the season, my man's balling. Let me go ahead and get him at a 25, 27 milli.
Maybe upgrade my offensive line.
God forbid I go get a left tackle that, isn't hurt. And look, Tyler Guyton, we'll see what happens
Fingers
with
crossed.
him. But my point in all that is that, you've got Marshawn Nealon, who again, you've got under rookie control. You're going to have Donovan Ezeraku, who has said all the right things and looks to be the part so far. You got Dante Fowler, who you're going to have, playing around for a couple years. So I'm just saying right now, and I'll say this real quick. You guys already know I'm a Chiefs fan, but think about it this way. Everybody thought the sky was falling when the Chiefs got rid of Tyreek Hill. Look at what they've been able to do since getting rid of Tyreek Hill. All right, and how they were able to supplement their roster. My point in that is this: you need help on offense. You've done a pretty good job. And, oh, by the way, I think Will McClay, outside of a couple first-round picks, all right, and I've got a Mozzie solution later on in the show.
I like it.
Okay, but I'm telling you right now, losing Micah Parsons may not be the end-all, be-all as far as, oh, my God, the sky is falling as we think it is. You've done an excellent job of surplusing that position. You could get George Pickens if he goes off this year, and suddenly that offense looks a whole lot different moving forward.
Yeah, this is for me, I'm not panicking about this. I'm not stressed about it by any means. This is not something that's I'm not going to lose any sleep over. It's another play.
I think it's exciting to be
in this game right now. It's.
I mean, let's call it what it is.
You're all fired. I love that you're all fired up right now. This is great for the day to get you all fired up like this in the morning. We will get to more of it with Mickey Spagnola coming up here at 10:20. We'll ask him about this part of the conversation. He was there last night too, talking with the higher up, so he probably has some thoughts on this as well. So we'll talk with him coming up. But I wanted to get into this Rangers yesterday. Everything went down. It was awesome. It was a fun trade deadline in Major League Baseball. Exhausting, honestly.
Yeah, for everybody not named the Rangers.
Okay,
fans.
all right, okay.
Wah, wah.
You wanted a bat. A lot of people wanted a bat.
Something, man.
No bats for the Rangers were moved.
No.
They got Merrill Kelly, Phil Maton. I said Canny. It's Danny Coulomb.
Yeah.
Coulomb. And they traded out Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, Hagman,
your boy's
Molina,
gone.
Garrett Horn, Hales, Cody Hewer, all
pretty
arms.
much everybody you mentioned yesterday is gone.
All arms were moved in this. No bats were moved. And I know people are upset about the bat situation. Now, the one thing I'm
nonplussed.
One thing I'll say about this is it takes two to tango. I don't know if they were trying and they just couldn't get a deal done. I'm going to assume that's the case because I don't think they just ignored it.
Oh, I'm with you 110%.
Just said there's no way I'm gonna worry about bat right now. But he did say we're going to make our strength stronger, and I'm going to float an idea out.
Okay, let's hear it.
I'm going to float a little idea out because some people are like, you didn't get a closer. You got bullpen depth, but you didn't get a closer. There is a young pitcher on this staff that throws 97 to 100 miles an hour. And if you can use him for one inning, I think he can be a legitimate combination with Robert Garcia.
You talking about number 80 in your program, number 1 in your heart?
Jack Leiter.
Oh.
I think Jack Leiter could be a closer for you, and I think that's what their decision is going to be, is to combo him up with Garcia as a lefty-righty combo. You're going to have setup man with Baton. You have setup man with Coulomb. You have a lot of different options in the bullpen right now. And Jack Leiter, quite honestly, doesn't fit into your rotation whenever the postseason comes around. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen before the postseason. But I do see a situation where they say, this kid wants to contribute. He wants to be part of a contender. And think about this for just a second, Fred. Think about this, Alec. Let's fast forward to the World Series. Let's fast forward to the ALCS.
We're there,
and you got Jack Leiter on the mound. To close out your first round pick. To close out the World Series. This kid's been fighting for you, growing into it, and now he gets to close this thing out. It would just be a beautiful
story. Did Jock Peterson hit a home run?
Jock Peterson
in the World Series too. That would be that's where I would celebrate.
Jock Peterson didn't play, but that's a different. So that's another thing too with bats. You still have the opportunity to add a bat wave. Somebody gets waived, somebody gets moved. That only problem is that player won't be able to help you in the postseason. But that person can get you to the postseason. That's something that can still happen. And once you get to the postseason, you're relying on 2 to 3 pitchers, and you're relying on their offenses aren't going to be able to score as much as your offense can score against their pitching. So
you're definitely not throwing Kamar Rocker out in the postseason. Maybe long relief.
Maybe.
Because Kamar can give you a couple good innings.
He might not have a role. Jack Leiter didn't have a role his first run through with the Rangers, so he might not have a role. But hey, dude, you got a great experience this year throwing for the first time for a full season in Major League Baseball. That's awesome. So that's an opportunity there. Again, I go back to the Merrill Kelly thing. I thought it's a great move because you have to watch Jacob deGrom's innings. That's just a reality that you have to deal with. This is Chris Young thinking ahead, unlike where we were. We're in this he's thinking on other terms. And then, again, you go into the postseason. Now you've thrown Evaldi. Now you've thrown Jacob deGrom. Okay, Merrill Kelly and Patrick Corbin can pitch a bullpen game for you.
Well, and my question for you, and me and Blake talked about this last night, does this kind of give you the idea that maybe Tyler Mahle is going to be on the shelf a little while longer?
I'm not expecting Tyler Mahle back.
Do we think he's done for the year?
I'm not expecting him back. I'm just in that place where I'm just like,
man, I'll tell you what, he came and went just as soon as he got here, right? I mean, my man came in, bombed on his first appearance. Went lights out, had the run of his life for about 6 weeks, and then like a thief in the night. Gonzo.
And we can ask Jared Sandler at 1040. We can talk with him and ask
what's
him
the deal
a little more
with
on
Tyler
that
Mahle
for the future. But I think this is a good way to keep up with the teams that are ahead of you in the wild card race. Listen, this is a wild card hunt now. Forget about the division. Start with the wild card. If you can get there, then you can go hunt the division. But beyond that, this is really good setup for the postseason. And you're telling all the bats, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, Adolis, we're relying on you. You guys have to carry the load for this thing.
And
y'all are paid the big bucks. Go do it. And as a matter of fact, Jock Peterson, grow the F up and do something.
Well, I mean, that's a tall order.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with Mickey Spagnola on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, Tolos, football is back for epic game.
not saying this is your hair.
Sounds like we're having an audio issue.
Headphones. Do we have
No.
them? There we go.
Hey, there he is.
That's my bad. There were two headsets there, and I grabbed the wrong one.
Well, I got Kyle Yeomans popping on later today, too, so I might want to make sure I label that for him. Mickey, first off, how was last night, and did you have more than one glass of red wine?
I had two.
Okay. All right, so how are we feeling? Did you hydrate, too?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
That's good for you, though. Don't you need like a glass of red vino? It does something for your heart, or I don't know. Maybe that's.
I don't know.
Maybe I heard that in an AA meeting. I don't know.
It did something for my grandfather's heart. He lived to 94, and he said that was the reason. So I'm subscribing to that.
Have you seen the breaking story from Diana Rossini this morning?
I don't think I have, but I think I heard.
Okay. It is now that Micah is could demand a trade.
He's going to demand it,
and could sever ties with the organization.
Yeah,
and I just kind of I'm kind of curious on. We've seen Myles Garrett say this. We've seen now Terry McLaurin say. We've seen people say things like this before. Does this raise any eyebrows for the Cowboys front office, or does this change anything for them at all?
Somebody needs to tell him they have the right to hold his rights for 3 years. I wonder if he realizes that. He's under contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if he doesn't play on it, like he's going to pass up $24 million, you think?
I don't think so.
All right. If he does, then his service just lapses, and they own his rights next year. If he signs for, plays on the 24 and says, okay, then I'm out of here, well, then they franchise him. And they could franchise him again.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that moves the needle one bit with the Cowboys. They can go demand anything they want. I demand that they give me a raise to $100,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that's going to move the needle.
I'm sorry, I did use the wrong word. Which could include a trade request, not a trade demand. My apologies.
Okay. Right.
So, yeah, trade request.
Yeah, well, you think somebody will give him like 2 firsts and 2 seconds?
So that's what we were discussing earlier. 2 firsts is kind of the starting point. I mean, that's the small starting point there. And then somebody said that's a pipe dream. Nobody's going to give you 2 number ones and then pay that contract. I disagree. Right. I think somebody will.
Somebody will.
Somebody will like Micah enough to say he would be great for our team. Yeah, he's our missing piece. But it's whether or not the Cowboys actually want to do the work to make that happen.
Well, if I want 2 firsts, I want 2 firsts next year.
Yep.
I don't know how many teams have that available.
I need to go check and see what that might be. I don't think.
But doesn't this look like a formula to you?
Yes.
You hold in or hold out, then you hold in, then you ask for a trade.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So this is kind of the new way of the world, right? I mean, Mickey, you've been doing this a long time. This is kind of the new wave of players kind of putting their foot down. And then I guess my question for you would be, how much of this is David Mulugheta, who has shown he's not afraid to have his clients sit out? I mean, we saw this. I mean, hell, he helped lead the Deshaun Watson revolution down in Houston a few years ago. And, of course, we all saw how that turned out. So how much of that is David Mulugheta? And we know that there's been a little contention between him and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think it's all him. Because my understanding is, the Cowboys and Micah kind of came close to an agreement a long time ago.
Okay.
And then he was like, whoa, no, hold the horses here. And, it's not just him. It's the NFLPA, too, because they want these players to raise, who's the highest paid player at a position, because then the next guy that comes around raises it again. Right? Mm-hmm. And that's more money for the players. So don't think the NFLPA is not in his ear, because they do get involved in things. That's just like, if a player says, well, I'm going to help the team out, I'm going to take a pay cut. Whoa, the bells go off at the NFLPA office, right? No, you're not taking a pay cut. We need to make as much money for our constituents as we can. And so, yeah, okay, fine.
I do wonder, like you said, this is formulaic. It's all right. This is part of the negotiating process. But I don't. What is the Cowboys' then next step? Is it to say, okay, then let's hash this thing out, or is it to say, no, we'll let this thing, because it is. Is there practice today, Mickey?
No, they're here. It's not a day off, but there's no practice.
Select players at the podium. Interesting. No practice going on, and then a huge headline hits. I'm just saying.
This is not his first rodeo.
Only the Cowboys.
We're just saying. But what would then be their next step? Is it to go back to the table? I don't know how the Cowboys handle this typically.
Well, obviously they've taken their next step, right?
Yes.
Because we still don't know what they're asking for. So maybe if they're hunting a trade, the other team will say, well, they want to get paid this, and I can only give you that because I got to pay all this, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't know what they're asking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. So you haven't heard any details or nothing's been leaked as far as that goes?
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay.
And I mean, sure, the Cowboys probably have an idea.
Well, your best friend Brian Broaddus said it was about years was the sticking point.
Oh, well, okay. Well, fine. Then, I'm sure he probably wants just a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
Oh, 3.
But it's an extension.
Yeah.
Remember, he's still under today for $24 million.
Right.
So, to me, does he want a 5-year deal, 4-year deal, 3-year deal? I'm sure he probably wants a 3-year deal. So, in the prime of his career, he becomes a free agent again, and by then, the franchise tag probably would be over, at least over $30 million a year, right?
Maybe 40.
35. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of probably their game plan.
Did you happen to get an eye on the tryout for Lyle Collins? When's this decision
I just
to be
ran
made?
into him, as a matter of fact.
How's he looking?
He looks great. That might be the best I've seen him look in years.
Wow.
It's at 11:30 today here.
Okay.
And we talked a little, said he feels good. Best he's felt in a couple years. I ran into him at Tyron Smith's retirement celebration.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked, and I said, so what are you doing? He goes, I'm working out. He goes, I want to play. I want to try again. And I said, really? He goes, yeah. He goes, I'm healthy. Nothing's hurting for a change, and I've been working out. And I'll tell you what, I mean, if I don't know, what is he, 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah.
I bet he's like 320 maybe. I mean, he looked good. And I said, so so you can bend your knees? Because that was his problem, right? He was just a mess. And they brought him back that 1 year on the practice squad, just in case for the playoffs. 1 year ago?
23.
23, right? Yeah. And so, they didn't, it was an emergency thing. They didn't need him. But, now, you never know. They're not going to bring him in and be a progress stopper for, Thomas or Richards. But I think it would be a safety net if the workout goes well. And I think they're expecting, from what I heard, just from what they've seen of him, that the workout goes well. Now, again, he's not begging, right? But he's looking for a job, so I don't think salary would be an issue. And they can always give him like a per game bonus.
Yeah.
For if you played 17 games over 18 weeks, $58,000 a game comes to about another $1 million. So at this point in his life, if he could pick up $2-3 million, I'm sure he'd be agreeable to that.
Mm-hmm. Who wouldn't?
At this point in his career. Right now, he hadn't played in 2 years, but I think it's interesting. And I think it's, like I said, I think it's somewhat of a safety net if the young guys should start to struggle and you're going, oh, okay, I need this, or I'll try this. So we'll see how it goes. So 11:30 today.
Well, and on the flip side of that, Mickey, we all know how close-knit the NFL community is. If he goes out there and has a good workout and shows that he can be a viable piece somewhere, okay, so if the Cowboys decide, all right, hey, look, we see you, but you're just not a fit in our plans, somebody will take a chance on him, right? I mean, you can never have enough left tackles in the National Football League.
And he's played guard, too, in his career.
Okay, there you go.
So, and I'm sure this was planned ahead of time before Tyler Smith, showed up with a little tendonitis in his knee and didn't complete the practice. Excuse me, if push comes to shove and they want to move Tyler Smith to tackle, well, now I need a guard. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. All I know is he had a big smile on his face. And when I asked him, I said, your body's good. You're going to be able to do this workout. He goes, absolutely. And he took off running like he was happy. He couldn't wait to get to the locker room. So we'll see what happens.
I thought he was going to say he took off his shirt and flexed for him and everything. And I was
he probably could have.
I thought about it. Mickey, I got to ask, did you have a couple stogies with those red wines?
I do not smoke cigars.
Okay, all right. I heard a lot of, it sounded very verklempt over there. I wasn't sure.
It's a loud room.
I'm not judging.
I'm not judging.
Room. Lord knows I've had a stogie or two in my past.
You're battling, Mickey. You're battling against the ocean, and you're battling against a bunch of radio and media members talking real loud. So it's a lot of talking out there.
And I didn't drink enough water this morning.
That'll do it.
And the last thing I ate was peanut butter, right? So
okay.
Hey,
kind of sticky, right?
Yeah. Real quick before we let you go, Mickey, the offense yesterday. I saw some good video from yesterday. It looked like the offense picked up a little bit, and it looks like Dak is getting more comfortable with throwing downfield to George.
Well, they got to try it first, right?
Yeah.
He threw downfield to Turpin, too, by the way.
Yep.
I think, it's almost like a progression. Let's work about the shorter stuff first, get our feet under us, and then kind of expand the offense to deep balls. And it's not like they've been throwing, 1,000 deep balls and, they're not connecting. This has been going on. I'm telling you, they stay healthy. This offense can be awfully good. And the other thing that I thought stood out is the running of Jaden Blue. Miles Sanders did not practice yesterday, so Blue got all the second-team reps. And I'll tell you what, he was running between the tackles.
Interesting.
And he's got this slither ability to him where he hits a crease, and because of his speed and acceleration, he gets through there a lot faster than I think defenders are anticipating. And, I'm telling you, you get him on the field at running back and Turpin in the slot or as the third receiver and the speed of those other guys, somebody's got to be covered by a linebacker, right? Who are you going to take that chance with? Because both of the Blue or Turpin are going to run right by you, a linebacker, and if you're trying to double the outside, then that's taking up a safety. So they've got a threat coming if they can stay healthy, and if the offensive line can block it. This offense could be awfully good.
Great stuff, Mickey. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend, good sir.
Well, we're going to be working on the weekend. Right?
Enjoy your work weekend, good sir.
I'll talk to you Monday.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, our Dallas Cowboys insider, on the hot seat, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods, wildforkfoods.com. Elite Game Day Grilling favorites. Place is awesome, by the way. Coming up next, it is time to talk with Jared Sandler and Baseball Nuggets.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Fan Phenom is back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be August 7th. State Highway 78 in Saxe will be your first opportunity. That's a Thursday. Your first opportunity to try out right in front of the boss man. You get to do a few minutes of a show with a professional broadcaster. You get on the microphone. As Fred said, once that microphone hits, it's all different. But who knows?
Not according to some people, though.
Yeah,
I could easily do sports radio. I don't know if I'm going to have time in my schedule, was what a texter said yesterday.
It is once that microphone turns on and you look at the clock, you're like, oh, there's more time that I got to fill here. Alec knows exactly what I'm talking about. And who knows, you could be the next Jared Sandler. Speaking of, Jared Sandler joining us right now on the KNC Masterpiece. Jared, how exhausting was yesterday for you? I know you had a long day.
Yeah, it's always really fun. I'll tell you, I'm always glad that I'm not one of these beat writers who, in this era now, they try to break news. I just got to sit back and react. But it was a lot of fun. It is a lot. And then on top of that, you're beginning I guess to date the biggest series of the season. And so, but it was a fun day. And it's always fun when your team's active. I think. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, you obviously would much prefer to be a buyer. But either way, just the activity, I think a lot of people like. I know I do. Don't like to just sit dormantly. Last year's trade deadline was a little boring, with all due respect to the acquisitions of Carson Kelly and Andrew Chafin and whatnot. But this one a little more exciting, and hopefully the Rangers got 3 guys who are going to be able to help them make a push for the playoffs.
Do you feel that they gave up too much for any of these pieces? Or the entirety of this, because a lot of people are frustrated how much of the top prospects she gave up there.
Yeah, so Corey, I think there are a few different philosophies here. I align more with the AJ Preller, Alex Anthopoulos, Dave Dombrowski school of thought, which is you got to be willing to give up these guys. I mean, prospects are suspects, and I go back to I mentioned this yesterday on G-Bag. I go back to the Cole Hamels trade 10 years ago. The Rangers gave up 5 of their top 10 prospects, and that's when they had what was considered to be one of the best systems in baseball. That's not the case right now. So the prospect rankings that people see a little inflated because the farm system, isn't like a top 5 farm system. But none of those 5 guys ended up, panning out anywhere close to, the ways that we thought that they might. And the reality is that's often the case with prospects. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. I mean, the Rangers just faced the Braves and Jurickson Profar, and Jurickson Profar's turned out to have an okay career. But Jurickson Profar was like a can't-miss #1 prospect in all of baseball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joe Adell, the Rangers just faced the Angels, same thing. So, I think you look at the best teams in baseball, the teams that perennially compete at the top level, those are teams that losing Mitch Bratt, losing Cole Drake doesn't wreck their organization. Now, that's not to say that Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake won't become good pitchers. I think, they certainly can be. But you shouldn't. Your organization's trajectory should not be altered by not having either or both of those guys. Good organizations now replenish, right? Mm-hmm. So hopefully, you find the next Cole Drake and Mitch Bratt, and you continue to build the farm system. So I don't think they gave up too much. That's what the market was. This was a seller's market. Word on the street was if the Rangers wanted one of those closer options, they were going to have to give up Sebastian Walcott. And I don't think that they were too interested in that. But that just gives you an idea of what the price tag was to make some of these deals. And so, Bratt, Drake, you got to pay to play. You can't expect good players and not be willing to give up some good prospects in the process.
Well, and then your boy, you mentioned AJ Preller, and I couldn't agree more with you, Jared. I mean, look, you got to do what you got to do. And he kind of set the table when they got rid of the number 3 overall prospect for Mason Miller? I mean, didn't that pretty much say, okay, if you're going to be involved in this today, the entry fee is not going to be cheap?
Yeah, and Fred, you're 100% right, and I think that teams like the Rangers who wanted, one of those options, they kind of got hosed by the Felix Bautista injury and the Emmanuel Clase, paid leave, because now all of a sudden the supply and demand calculus shifted dramatically. Now, Mason Miller's a guy who's got multiple years of control. Some of these options, that wasn't necessarily the case. But, yeah, I mean, if you're giving up, like Leo DeVries is one of the best prospects to be traded in, probably in a couple years, maybe since the Juan Soto deal that also involved AJ Preller. And so, that was obviously an eye-opening move, and that was also one that kind of, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but it wasn't like people were sure that Mason Miller was going to get traded the way we were sure that Sandy Alcantara was going to get traded, the way we were, sure that Luis Robert was going to get traded, which is just another reminder that, anyone who says they have any clue what's going to happen, none of us have any clue. It changes every year. The market changes, it shifts, but it was definitely a seller's market, which the waters have kind of been muddied by the third wild card, but there were enough teams out there who had the right commodities who shifted that landscape a bit. So yeah, again, I just think that you got to be willing to be aggressive, and it's just really tough. Now, the one thing I'll say, guys, if you are a bottom to mid-tier organization from a financial standpoint, if you're the Milwaukee Brewers, if you're the Cleveland Guardians, if you're the Tampa Bay Rays, maybe that mindset shifts a little bit because you need these guys to come up and give you, for lack of a better phrase, cheap labor because you're not able to pay. I understand that there was a lot of financial discussion surrounding the Rangers this trade deadline, but that's only because they have been spending a lot. This is not an organization that is in the same conversation of some of those organizations I just mentioned.
Say the Dodgers.
The common thread here, I mentioned the Braves, I mentioned the Phillies with Dombrowski, the Braves with Anthopoulos, the Padres with Preller. These are all organizations that spend money. And so if you're an organization that has the ability to spend money, you can't get hung up on Cole Drake and Mitch Bratt if you feel like you can add someone who's going to impact your team.
All right, I am, and I know a lot of other people are confused about not adding a bat, but I don't believe that this team, that Chris Young didn't try. Can you kind of walk me through what they're thinking on this, or what you think they're thinking?
Yeah, I always look around to see, all right, so what other moves were made? And one guy who I think the Rangers, were interested in was Ryan O'Hearn. But, even Ryan O'Hearn doesn't fit maybe their biggest need offensively, which is, they need someone who, who's able to hit lefties. And Ryan O'Hearn is a left-handed hitter, so he's not that guy. There really weren't those guys moved. I don't think the Rangers really felt like there was an offensive fit that, made sense given the prices. And again, it would be one thing if there were 3-4 different guys who it's like, oh, I wanted that guy, I wanted that guy, I wanted this guy. But there really wasn't. The one guy who I thought would have been interesting was Ramon Laureano, who went to the Padres.
Yeah.
He went with Ryan O'Hearn from Baltimore to San Diego. But, I think they tried. Corey, I think their thought process isn't that they didn't feel like they could benefit from an upgrade. I think they definitely did. But I think they look at their roster offensively, and they think, wait a second, this is a lineup, this is a roster that we believed was going to be a top 5 group when the season started, and they have been trending in that direction now, not for 2 weeks, but really for the better part of 2 months, last night notwithstanding, for whatever reason the Rangers can't score in Seattle. And I think, their thought is, hey, we have given you guys all the support. You guys now need to start supporting us by performing. And Jock Peterson is right there smack dab in the middle.
Yeah.
And Adolis Garcia is right behind him, and that Adolis can be the easy answer to, hey, how can we hit lefties better? Well, Adolis Garcia is a guy who, even last year when he struggled, was still about 200 points better in terms of his OPS against lefties than he is this year. So they need the guys that they have to start performing better, and I feel like they think that with the best pitching staff in baseball, that's more than enough for them to compete at a high level. That's not to say they didn't feel like they could benefit from an upgrade. I just think that the price tag and the lack of bats that really moved to fit what the Rangers were looking for with the prices they were willing to pay, there just weren't many of them. And, again, Ramon Laureano was the guy who I thought would be the most interesting fit, but obviously ended up going to San Diego.
What's the latest and greatest with Jake Berger? And we were talking about it, and I can't remember what team we were talking about, where, when you get healthy, like that's kind of its own, that's kind of like you are making a trade when you get guys back from the IL and what have you. Are they kind of seeing Jake Berger as being like, okay, this is going to be the guy in the second half that we thought we were going to get, or we had expected to get when we made this trade, this past offseason?
Yeah, I think with Berger and Peterson, same boat. Jake has been running the bases. I think the hope, the plan is for him to go out on a rehab assignment here soon. I know he told me the other day he was hoping this weekend. I don't know if it will be this weekend or maybe early next week, but I think they're going to have him go out on a rehab assignment. And then the question is, and this is a fair question with Jock Peterson, who only had, I think, 6 at-bats on his rehab assignment, is just how long. It's not like these guys need to necessarily rush back because, again, I know the Rangers didn't, have a good offensive game yesterday, but they have been performing a lot better offensively. But, yeah, he'll go out on a rehab assignment. I think the hope is sometime in the next week to 2 weeks, Jake could be back in the lineup. And, yeah, Fred, he's a streaky hitter. And, I think the Rangers are ready for both Jock Peterson and Jake Berger to, get onto the treadmill at, at a 12.0 speed and carry that for a couple weeks and just see this offense reach a little bit of a different dimension.
Great stuff, Jared, man. Have a good time up there. We will try and catch up with you next week if that's cool.
All right, fellas. Take care.
There he goes,
Later,
Jared
bro.
Sandler, our play-by-play extraordinaire.
Get
here
a
on
dub
105
tonight.
Be the Fan. Yes.
Get a dub tonight.
Here's my feeling on that. You cannot get swept by Seattle.
No. I'm with you 1,000% on that.
You need a 2-2 split out of this series. Their schedule
1-3 doesn't even feel right.
No. You need a 2-2 split to maintain and stick around with Seattle. So get that done.
Well, not to mention you've lost 3 out of your last 4.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get back to your winning ways a little bit. Get that shot in the arm. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, has the Cowboys' first week changed your mind on any of this roster with their training camp going on next on the Fan?
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Best Buy Windows and Siding has 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit and a lifetime warranty on every window. And if you didn't, then you do now. But did you know every window has high-performance low-E coatings and argon gas that reflect the sun away from your windows? The argon gas serves as a barrier between the temperatures inside and outside, keeps the cool in, and Texas heat on the outside where it belongs. Right now, if you're suffering from something like that, you need to get with Best Buy Windows and Siding. 10 double-pane, single-hung windows for just $59.50. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Terry McLaurin's trade request feels more like posturing than a real breakup. He's frustrated over contract talks, but with Jaden Daniels on the rise and Washington finally built to contend, both sides need each other. For McLaurin, it's his best shot yet at a Super Bowl. Walking away now wouldn't make much sense. I'm Maggie Gray.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel & Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel & Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Shag. My name's Shag. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Minutes. We will dive in right now to some Cowboys conversation. Has the first week and a half of training camp changed any of your Cowboys roster thoughts? We'll get into that in just a few moments. But before we do, I wanted to wrap up something regarding the bullpen.
I'm glad, because I was going to ask you what your thoughts were on Jared Sandler, what he had to say about the not getting a bat.
Okay, the bat part. Just as, hey, you're dancing with what brought you now.
That's it.
And this is I'll refer to Tom Petty at this point. It's time to move on. It's time to get not free falling. We're gonna be all right. No, the
running down a dream.
Yeah, the adding a couple of arms to the bullpen. You were you're stretched thin there. You already were like, hey, man, Milner's doing great.
You had taxed him a lot.
But you had used him a lot. So now that you have Coulomb in there, that helps with him. You got a couple of different setup options.
Yeah.
Maton can be a setup option as well. So you have a lot of different things that you can do there. And you really did you needed to take some stress off of Milner because of how much you've used him. And I think this is really, this really does put you in good position. And Bochy has now, he has some other right-handed options for setup men. I feel very confident in that the bullpen is going to be a strength now. And that was something that was, while it was good, the team did have a good ERA. By the time you got to the playoffs, you were going to be exhausted. And so I think that this sets up better for that. All right, well, let's dive in on that question. 877-881-1053. First week and a half of training camp's over. And you're, actually 2 weeks into training camp now. Has anything changed your mind about this roster, this Cowboys roster, and what it is and what needs to be? Because yesterday, hearing Donovan Ezraku talk to the G-Bag Nation.
That kid.
Oh, my gosh.
If he plays as well as he speaks, Micah who?
Yeah.
Micah what?
I'm not willing to go there yet, but I agree. I agree.
I'm going there.
Hey, go there. I loved hearing, it was Wolchuk's question to him, and it was... how
many brisket sandos did he knock down?
No, they didn't ask that.
They did. No, Chief did.
Oh, they did?
Chief did.
That's not the one. There was the question about his pass rush and the fact that he has a toolbox full.
Yeah.
Not just, I'm going to bull rush you and that's it.
Yeah.
And then he went on to say, look, I know I might be a little undersized. I might go up against guys. He's already thinking on a different level.
Wow, did you see the names he named off? And that was the thing Broadus was impressed by, the guys that he named off. And not just your big name, like TJ Watt. So I think Nick Benito was a name that he threw out there as well. So, no, to your point, I mean, look, the kid went to Boston College, all right? I mean, you can't be a slouch.
Nope.
No, I get it. It's football.
You can't be a slouch at Kansas, right? Is that where
we're going with that?
Or
that we're going with that? Huh? You see me wearing my KU football shirt today, and that's how we're going. That's how we're doing things today. You chose violence today,
but Boston College, definitely not. UNT, you can get away with some things. Trust me, I've been there. He said I got to work on other things in order to make sure that I can beat different. It's like going into a video game, and you're like, hey,
relate.
You gotta be able to have dexterity and power. You gotta have all those things. And he's saying, I got to work on those. I always take this from Tiger Woods, how hard he worked
Perkins waitresses?
Oh, man.
You're married. Hey. You're married. Enough.
Doesn't mean I never
Have you
went
been
to a Waffle
Perkins?
House. No, what is a Perkins?
It's a breakfast restaurant.
Is it like a Waffle House? Or is it better?
No, it's a bakery slash, and I say bakery, I mean, they throw together like cheesecakes in the back or something. But I mean, it's a Midwestern Denny's.
Okay, no, never been to one before.
Okay, and apparently in Florida too, because that's where Tiger does his thing.
And Denny's in La Quinta. Well, I always just compare. I thought La Quinta meant next to Denny's for my whole life because they were always right next to each other.
There's one right here,
right there next to it. Yeah, they're right there next to each other. It's just what I always thought.
Don't sleep on Perkins now.
All right, if I see one,
tremendous 12.
I will tell the wife. Tremendous 12.
Tremendous 12.
What is that?
You look like a guy that likes to eat.
I will eat.
Okay.
What's a tremendous 12?
It's just breakfast goodness. What do you mean?
Give me the whole plate. What's do I have eggs?
Of course they do, Corey.
How many eggs?
Lots of them. Like
one
4.
Or 4?
Yeah.
All right. Sausage?
Meats. All the meats. Bacon. You
hash
get meat.
browns?
You get meat and you get 2 meats.
2 meats?
2 meats.
All right. Bacon and sausage.
Patty or
hash browns,
and pancakes.
And pancakes? Grits also available?
That I don't know. I'm not a grits guy.
You're not a grits guy?
I'm not a grits guy.
It's okay. Hey, I
don't do grits. I don't do gravy.
Told this before. On the grits, I do like to mix butter,
and
cinnamon, and sugar. As opposed to salt. I'd like salt. That's how my grandma did it. But the cinnamon and sugar,
you know what my problem is
really
with grits?
makes those grits good.
You know what my problem with grits is?
What's that?
The texture.
I get it.
Not a fan.
I understand that.
Not a fan.
Some people don't like shrimp because it has a weird texture, but it's kind of grainy. I get that. Man, where were we? Alec, is this how this goes? This is my first experience of getting lost in a conversation with Fred.
Yeah, this is usually you doing this to Kevin. Now you're on the receiving end of the train being derailed.
That is true.
You're talking about the roster.
Okay. Tiger Woods. That's where we were.
Tiger
That's how we got to Perkins.
See, that's what did it for me.
So Tiger Woods used to say how hard he worked on shots that he wasn't good at.
Right.
and shots that
Say that again.
weren't typical. You know, like the things he'd go work in the sand trap more because, hey, what if I get there?
Yeah.
How am I going to respond to it?
Pulling
And
into his
so
garage.
Hearing Ezraku talk about that's what I was feeling was things that aren't my strengths.
Right.
I got to be flat, at least flat across the board, not just good at one thing and bad at others. So I liked hearing that.
I'll tell you what position group worries me, and once again, I'll reference my co-host because I talked to him last night. We BS'd about this. I love the George Pickens. I love the CeeDee Lamb. I love Tyshawn Holden with the one-handed catch in the end zone yesterday. Receivers doing great stuff. Okay. We do realize that they're doing this against the Cowboy defenders.
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I love to see George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb score touchdowns. And on one hand, yes, they're two of the best at it in the National Football League. So I am taking that into consideration. But my God, these defensive backs are getting beaten like drums out there.
Yeah, and yesterday I forgot.
So I am a little bit nervous about that.
I forgot to ask Wolchuk this question yesterday, but he noted in one of his posts that yesterday's one-on-ones were designed one-on-ones.
Okay.
So they already had an idea. They wanted specific matchups.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly like if they wanted advantage receiver or if they wanted advantage defense. But yesterday, it looked like George Pickens got the best of most of his one-on-one
He's gotten the best of pretty much everybody he's gone up against.
Yeah.
And again, that's
going to be concerning on the defensive front. Or you can be like, hey, I'm feeling more comfortable with Dak now.
And then, of course, you can also look at it from the standpoint, too, iron sharpens iron, right? I mean, it's not like you're going to be going up against George Pickens week in, week out. I mean, certainly against Commanders, I mean, it looks like you won't be going against Scary Terry, at least right now.
Yeah. How many teams out there, too,
have a 1-2 punch like that?
Are going to have that
the
kind
Rams,
of combination.
who you don't play.
Okay.
The
Eagles. I think
Eagles,
with Devontae Smith and A.J.
Eagles
Brown, they're
for
pretty
sure.
good.
But
the
Bengals for sure, but I don't think you play them this year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully you have like CeeDee Lamb and Pickens it's a fantastic combination right now, still very calm.
Yeah.
And it looks like those two are very happy. Bobby asked the question yesterday. He was doing 2 truths and a lie. And he
Great
said
segment, by the way.
drama free.
I heard that.
From Pickens.
Lie.
You think that's a lie?
That's a lie.
I don't think he's going to have a problem this year.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
Okay.
Are we saying truth?
No,
I'm confused here. No, but whatever
I think
whatever
he's gonna
that
be drama
part
free.
is.
I think he's gonna be drama
I'm with
free.
you. I'm with you 1,000%. And
there's too much at stake.
Well, there's too much at stake. And the thing about George Pickens, and again, we talked about this before the trade happened when it was being rumored about, oh, you don't want him. He's a drama queen. He's a cancer. And I said, look, here's the deal. None of the issues he's had have been off the field.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can live with a guy who plays his ass off, but can get a little squirrely from time to time. I mean, again, we'll go back to the whole Pittsburgh situation, okay? And look, God bless Mike Tomlin, all right? But at what point does 9-8 get to be a little bit tiresome?
Yeah, no, I'm with you there.
Okay? I mean, I'm tired of hearing about what a great coach Mike Tomlin is if the bar is, well, he just hasn't gone below 500. Well, maybe you
Mac
should.
Brown.
You right?
It's like it's still not good enough.
You haven't won a playoff game since Ben Roethlisberger was quarterback. Oh, by the way, at one point you had maybe one of the most absurd triplet scenarios in NFL history with a prime Le'Veon Bell, a prime Antonio Brown before he went psycho, and Ben Roethlisberger when he wasn't accosting women in hotel rooms. All right?
That's true.
That's what you had going on. And you had Todd Haley, who wasn't being a whack job either, who, by the way, is a pretty decent offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he's a good offensive coordinator.
Okay, I don't know that I'd want him to run my football team, but as far as just running offense, Todd Haley is pretty dadgum good at it.
Yeah.
And yet you still couldn't win a Super Bowl. Or hell, I don't even know if they got to an AFC championship with that group.
Yeah, that was an interesting group.
So my point in all that is that I don't think Pittsburgh is the end-all, be-all that it used to be. And so, again, I'm not saying that George Pickens is a angel by any means, but if I had Mason Rudolph, if I had Kenny Pickett, if I had Justin Fields thrown to me, and CeeDee said this yesterday, and I'll tell you what, I couldn't agree more, and I think anybody that pays attention to football would agree with this. If you're a number one receiver and you're not getting the football, you're going to be pissed off.
Yeah.
And he used the example. If you and I did a show, all right, and the other guy talked for 3.5 hours and you only get to talk for 30 minutes, how pissed off would you be?
I would be frustrated. I just wasted my day.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'd be throwing headphones all over the place. So Again, I'm telling you right now, I think they are going to feed George Pickens, and I'm telling you right now, if Micah Parsons wants out, and it means that it frees up money to go get George Pickens, and he has a baller season this year, sign me up.
Yeah, especially if you have a season where you learned how to work with him and learned how to do all those things. I feel like the one of the other benefits from this roster, I think team speed was something they invested in the offseason. They wanted to be faster. When DeMarvion Overshown gets back, they will be an even faster team. Fingers crossed that's later in the season. But defensively, I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing out of this scheme. Obviously, I want to see it happen, helmet to helmet against another team.
Shout out to our G-Bag boys yesterday for talking to, and I think they said the dad said his name is Savon.
Okay.
Ravel.
Yo, Siobhan Ravel, yeah.
Out for 6 to 8 more weeks. It is, I'm guessing, because they said he had a little tweak, and so he's not going to make the practice field and probably going to be put on the PUP list or whatever it is. But nonetheless, so I ask you, Corey Majors, I would think that since Ravel's not coming back, Trayvon Diggs fell during a drill. Now, he said it wasn't anything serious and went back to the locker room because the workout was over. And they talked about it on the morning show since he's decided he's going to attach himself to this Micah conversation, which couldn't be more, apples and oranges.
Yeah. This is my scariest
Bro, you
position.
got a problem at cornerback.
You absolutely
you're going to have to go get Stephen Gilmore or somebody.
Yeah, the Deron Bland is one player.
Can only cover one person.
One player on the field.
Be cool if he could cover more.
Now, Kyrie Elam's taking advantage of this opportunity.
Which is fine,
I talked to some people while we were out there, and what happened in Buffalo was a weird situation where the coach didn't really want to play him. GM got him. And then on top of that, his confidence just continued to drop up
Can't
there.
have it.
And so then he gets here. You watch him in these practices. He's balling.
Yeah.
And so, balling, right? Not balling.
Like crying?
Balling is...
crying uncontrollably in the corner?
No, yeah. This dude's
B-A-W-L-I-N-G?
hard. Now,
Okay.
depth-wise, that's my big concern because Ravel, Halen Carson, Josh Butler,
Halen
all
Carson
these guys
can't stay healthy.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's where my depth-wise, I have some work to do. Will McClay has been able to find some bodies, but here's the thing about NFL teams now. They know where your weakness is, and they will just continue to attack it until you take the guy off the field.
Boy.
So that's where they can't have a weakness in the secondary.
Are we thinking shootouts this year?
But
are we thinking 42-35 shootouts? Would we take that?
I don't know if your offense is ready for that yet.
What if I told you the Dallas Cowboys went 10-7 and won every game 42-35? You take it.
I would absolutely take it, but I don't know if this offense is ready for it yet.
I think it'll start off a little slow, but once they get going, and I'll just say this real quick: you can't afford to go conservative with the 2 wide receivers you have.
Nope. You do have to utilize that.
And by the way, you just spent $50 million on your tight end. This is not a 3 yards in a cloud of dirt.
It's time for these guys to step in there and be ready. All right, coming up here next on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus radioactive bugs. Yeah, scary. Next on the Fan.
Shan and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot. Reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There is absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited...
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
The pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Got Alec getting ready right now. He is on deck. But don't forget, August 7th, State Highway 78 in Saxe is your chance to do the Fan Phenom. Be ready for it. And Alec will be there to make sure that he props you up and then pushes you down whenever you get hired, right? Exactly, that's how it works.
Yeah. I've got the reputation of being a bully.
Yeah,
apparently.
Yeah, that is very. He came in,
so.
hit me in the face with a cupcake once.
Yeah.
He had brought us in the head with an egg. He is the silent assassin around here. So be prepared for it. And it is now time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, it sounds like something out of a Marvel movie, but nope, it's right here in the United States. Radioactive bugs. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit, but Corey, you did mention Fan Phenom, and I remember the last go-around, I actually showed up to a couple of them just to hang out, see, scout some talent, if you will, see what it was like, and Blake Elliott ended up winning said contest. And I remember I showed up to the Mansfield location for that tryout, and right when I walked in, I had at least 3 people call me either the Cupcake King or the Silent Assassin.
Nice.
So that reputation, that is not something Corey made up on the fly. I'm usually the fall guy for whenever somebody needs something, like food-related smashed on top of their head.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm a quick guy.
Good to know.
What can I say?
Good to know.
So if you need any help, Fred, if you need a cupcake in the face of Blake Elliott because he's acting up one night, I'll shoot you the Zelle account, and then I drive up here, I do my thing, and I leave.
Okay.
So I am for hire. 877-881-1053. It's time for the question of the day, guys. Going to the Wings versus Fever game tonight.
Nice.
Oh.
At the American Airlines Center. So, if you're going to be there, let me know.
Is Caitlin playing?
No, sadly not.
Sophie playing?
Yes.
Enrique playing?
Yes.
Paige?
Yes.
It's going to be a fun game.
The Wings injury report was actually really clean. So
That's nice.
I was excited about that. I was like, at least the home team is going to be pretty healthy going into this. And I've been trying to get to a game all season. I just haven't had the time to go out there because I've wanted to see Paige in person. I've wanted to watch her play in person. I've watched her on TV for a couple years now. And I've wanted to see what that is like in person because she is so ridiculously talented. It got me thinking, what is the current athlete that you have to go see sometime soon?
Oh, man.
It's easy.
Because we've done, I know on this segment, I've done the GOAT conversation. Like, what is somebody in their prime that you wish you could go see right now? I want to know somebody current that you want to go see right now that you haven't gotten to see play. 877-881-1053, the Twitch and YouTube as well. You can get involved there.
Cooper Flagg.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great one.
Cooper Flagg. I'm telling you right now, and I will fight anybody on this. Cooper Flagg is a dog. We will never forget Luka, but he will help you get over Luka.
The conversation of a dog. Can we talk about that a little bit more?
Sure.
Because I remember Draymond, after Andrew Wiggins dunked on Luka, Draymond on his podcast was like, look, when you get a chance to dunk on one of the guys,
you do it.
You like can't wait. And he goes, and listen to me, Luka is one of the guys.
Yeah.
So hearing that from Draymond like that, I think that he understands that. So when I heard that, I was like, okay. The dog thing though, I've said that, and people text in and they're like, Luka's not a dog. He didn't play defense. And
defense is a choice.
Luka's one of those guys though that loves to embarrass you.
Yeah.
And that's what I think, that mentality of I'm getting after you no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Now, defensively, that is a choice. You're right. And when he chose to participate, as Jason Kidd would say, it was really good. What is the thing you see in Cooper Flagg that makes him a pup right now? A dog.
The guy that, first of all, he wants to play defense.
Yes, he does.
Number one, like he wants to play defense.
He will hound you defensively too.
That's number one. Number two, the scene or the setting has never been, the lights have never been too bright for him. Okay, whether it was in high school, whether it was at the Team USA workouts, whether it's been at Duke. You know, I mean, look, who wanted the ball at the end of the Final Four game against U of H?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, look, he missed that final shot. You know what? He took the final shot.
Yep.
Okay. What's the old Michael Jordan line? I failed 1,000 times. That's what's helped me to succeed. All right. I mean, what do you want? You want the dude cowering in the corner, or you want the dude that says, "Give me the rock, jump on my back, and let's go"? All right, and that's and again, I know we keep saying, well, he'll never be the offensive guy that Luke is. Da 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 da. Okay, I mean, he dropped 31 in his second game in summer league, and it's summer league, so let's we'll take that for what it is. But he wanted to play in the third game, and the Dallas brass said, "Don't worry about it. We've seen enough out of you."
Yeah.
Okay. His scoring got exponentially better with each game at Duke. All right. And he can do everything on the floor. So, again, I'm just telling you right now from what I've seen out of Cooper Flagg, and I watched a lot of Duke basketball last year because I've been intrigued by this kid. I'm telling you right now, 16, 17 points a game and being that guy that's kind of a glue guy early on, or at least over the course of the year next year for Dallas, I don't think it's out of the question for Cooper Flagg.
I think Cooper Flagg's, and I can't wait to.
I'm telling you.
Now,
get your 32 jersey. Get it.
I could not wait to see Jacob deGrom in person.
Yeah.
I had to. And that's what I kept telling everybody. I missed out on his career because I wasn't paying attention to New York. I missed out on most of Max Scherzer's career. And I finally got to see him. It was the wrong version, but I got to see the competitor at least.
You saw the
having now seen Jacob deGrom, that was awesome. I've enjoyed being able to watch him live. Scotty Scheffler on a day that it matters is the dude that I have to see at some point. And I like to go sit on a hole. That's weird.
Whoa.
I like
go ahead
to go
and mark that.
Go find 16 and just stay there all day, whatever it is, whatever the party hole. Oh my God. The place.
Wow.
The party what?
How do you feel about glory holes?
Golf courses are fun. All right. And I like to go to the golf course and be in a stagnant place and watch. All right.
Okay.
Be stationary.
So you like to watch?
You like to soak in it, huh?
But Scotty Scheffler is a player that I would follow across the course.
Yeah.
That's a dude I would follow across the course.
I like it.
Stop it.
And I like how long it took us to get there in a clean manner. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yesterday, somebody texted in and they were like, "Did you hear how Corey walked all the way around that to not say something gross?" And I did yesterday. I was trying to say something and I was just like, "Nope, no, I can't say it that way." And so
we'll find out if you said anything gross this week at 1:30 today with Masterpiece of the Week.
how do you
about that?
sit on a hole? Like how do you can't. You sit in a hole.
Well, that's kind of like an outhouse.
That's
isn't
not
it?
gross. That's not lewd. Yeah. I'm okay.
I can think of a couple ways. 877-881-1053, the current athlete that you want to see sometime soon. Because for me, I think the obvious answer is going to be Paige Beckers, because I have the opportunity to, because she's playing here in DFW, which still blows my mind that fortune fell in the favor of both basketball teams in DFW in the same year. That is incredible to me. So, I'm feeling very lucky that we get to see so much talent basketball-wise here in DFW. But I think of some other names. I saw him in college. I want to see him play in an NFL game in person, which I haven't gotten to yet. Derrick Henry. I saw him play against Wisconsin at AT&T Stadium when he was in college, his last year. And that was just so long ago that I barely even remember going to that game. I just remember I was there and all the drunk Roll Tide fans yelling at like a 15-year-old Alec, like threatening me if I was not a Roll Tide fan, that bad things were going to happen to me. Great group of people out there. Yeah, Roll Tide, I guess.
We've heard Alabama fans allegedly, we've heard they're supposed to be nice people.
Oh, yeah, they were, once you said Roll Tide to them, they were very nice.
They vet you first.
Exactly, yeah. They got to scope out the scene a little bit, and at least the inebriated ones had to.
And you do give off Wisconsin guy vibes, so I can see that.
What do you mean by that?
You look like you could, you strike me as you could be from Wisconsin.
Born and raised right here in DFW.
No, I'm not saying, and I'm not.
And I'm proud of it.
Is it the pale skin?
It is.
All right.
It is. It's the gingerness of you. And there's nothing wrong. And again, my cousin's a ginger, so I have nothing but love for gingers. My sister's a redhead. But that said, I could see where you could be confused for being a Wisconsin person.
Well, nobody's ever told me that, so hey, you learn something new every day, huh? Especially with Fred Davis.
I don't think I've ever seen you in anything but shorts and a t-shirt. Like I don't think I've ever seen you in a parka or anything like that. So I'll
tell you what, one of my good friends from the Navy, Taylor Briggs, another ginger from Racine, Wisconsin.
So you know a lot of us.
So there are a lot of is creeping
that
around.
Where they all come from?
That's exactly where they all come from.
That's exactly
right.
There's a hole and all the gingers come out of there.
It's a ginger factory up there in Wisconsin.
I always got the Ireland question growing up.
That makes sense.
I didn't know Wisconsin was.
That's it. Who knew?
Was a a flashpoint there.
That's right.
Intriguing.
You learn everything. You learn something new every day with Fred.
Yeah, and I'm just speculating over here. So
and the
you
printed
know for sure.
The printed out show sheet gets a lot of timestamps written on it with Fred too. From the 972, Jeremiah Smith from the Ohio State. That is a really good one. The 469 is totally lying. They said Taco Charlton. Okay. From the 945, Paul Skeens is a great answer. That's one that I have to see in person. I like this one from the 817, going to the Olympics. Katie Ledecky, would love to see her do her thing. That's a really good one because she is so extremely dominant. I talked about whenever we brought up the GOAT conversation, somebody you would want to go back in time and see, Usain Bolt was my first answer because that's just breathtaking. And I really think that really any of those Olympic greats in any event is something that I would want to see because it's every 4 years. The chances to see them in their prime,
right?
You get maybe 2, if you're lucky, 3 chances, if you're really lucky, 3 chances to see them, but it's usually 1 or 2.
See, Bruce Jenner is one of mine I'd love to go back and see.
The Olympics intrigue me, man. And I'm gonna dance around.
I was gonna
that
say
as much as I
Carl
can.
Lewis. Like I've watched Michael Johnson
singing or running.
I was about to say I'd rather hear Carl Lewis and watch him run. That would be a lot of fun. From the 945, Arch Manning. But that would be a really fun one to see.
It would.
But even though I cannot stand the University of Texas, I think he is awesome, and I would love to watch him play.
Is he your Heisman favorite?
I don't know if I would pin that on him yet.
Okay.
I don't know. First-year starter. I don't want to do that too. I just don't like the unfair expectations that naturally we
comes
put
with the
on
position. You know
that we put on people of powerful positions and of really high talent. I don't like doing that.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that. So Sophie Cunningham from the 214. I'll get to watch her tonight.
Yes,
Yeah.
lucky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you had the chance, Corey. You had the
She's
chance.
6'1". I looked that up.
She's from she is from Columbia, Missouri, and goes to the same went to the same high school as my nephews. And actually, she's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years older than him. And he's a little basketball player down in Columbia. He was knocking down threes. She went up to him when she was a senior, and she was, big queen on campus. Put her arm around him and said, "Best shooter in the gym right here." And my cousin likes to play that up because,
Nice.
that was her Sophie
He's
Queen.
got this
Or
TikTok
Sophie
star.
Cunningham.
That's
Exactly.
awesome.
Exactly.
And WNBA star as well.
WNBA,
Yeah.
exactly.
Maybe that is a question of the day for the future, like a interaction with somebody important that you just won't let go. Because, like, for me, it was Shaq telling me I have nice hair.
Okay.
Like, that's a big one, literally.
Were you, not to get too weird, where did you come up to him at?
I was sitting down in a chair on the Mavs bench, so I don't even know.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was like looking up at a building in front of me. So, yeah, that was intriguing.
I think it was when Jerry told me I had some balls. You got some balls. Whenever I told him that I was the one that asked him that, we were face to face, and he was like, "I remember that." And he had some balls to ask me that question.
You love to hear that, though. From a guy like Jerry
he
Jones.
said he respected it. And I was like, all right, there you go.
I respect that.
Jerry told me I was a good interview. That's one that I have the clip saved somewhere.
Yeah, save that.
Guys, this sounds like it's straight out of a Marvel film, and no, this is actually just South Carolina. If you ever visit, a radioactive wasp nest was found at an abandoned facility in South Carolina that was once used for the production of nuclear weapons parts. The discovery was made at the Savannah River site near Aiken, according to the U.S. Department of Energy. On July 3rd, employees were tasked with checking radiation levels at the decommissioned weapons plant and discovered that a wasp nest that measured over 10 times what is allowed by federal regulations of radioactive matter was found on the facility. But the catch, not a single wasp was found in the nest. So, did they all die from the radiation?
The larvae were in there, and
or are there a bunch of radioactive wasps haunting South Carolina now? So I now have an unrealistic fear, and that is radioactive wasps.
Yeah, can you imagine hulked up wasps out there?
I don't want
now
to.
Now you've made them mad, and they're like, oh, they're 10 feet bigger.
But what if one of them stung you and then you got like radioactive powers?
See, that's why it sounds like the story of a Marvel film or comic.
That's why I'm intrigued by
Would
this.
you let them do it? Would you be like, come get me, wasps?
I would. I absolutely would.
Kevin wouldn't. He'd run.
If I knew that was a guarantee.
Yeah. Well, that's okay, but that's the thing, right? It's a 50-50. It's a coin flip.
You gotta flip the coin on that.
Yeah, I like to take risks.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for some gridiron gravy, the latest on Micah and Scary Terry. Next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, let's revisit this Micah situation. Has this changed any? Now I'm starting to see the fake Twitter accounts, like yesterday whenever the fake Twitter account sent out that Adolis was traded to the Mets.
I missed that tweet, too. I'm kind of disappointed.
I love the way the Rangers followed up with bracking.
Yeah, I saw that.
But now I see a Micah breaking the Bears are finalizing a deal, and I'm like, come on, what are we doing here? Like, it's fake. But does this change anybody's mind now that he is saying, I'm going to press the Cowboys to make something happen? And it does look like Wanye Thomas, DeMarvion Overshone are posting profile pics of Micah on their own Twitters right now.
Which
support. I like solidarity.
I'm okay with it. Now, it does certainly put into context that post that he posted last night of Mike Lowry and Martin Lawrence from Bad Boys.
Yep.
I said Mike Lowry.
Will Smith. Will Smith, yeah.
Will Smith.
God, I love that movie.
It did get a little crazy there. The last ones have been a little nuts.
Hey, keep getting crazier. I'm all about it.
Yeah, like the Hispanic son. It was anyway.
It was all over the place.
Not that you can't have a Hispanic son, but what are we doing here? Anywho, where was I going with this? It made sense. Like it's like, all right, we're one last run, one last ride or whatever it was. So I'm thinking to myself, like, what does he mean by this? Like, is this one last negotiation we're going to do? Like one last offer we're going to make, and then that's going to be the end of it? Mm-hmm. Or is there's something more we got planned here? I don't know. But look, if he's asking for break the bank type of money, I mean, I don't care how you feel about how you feel about the Joneses. All right, and yes, we know. Steven has already made it clear we don't drag out negotiations. Now, of course, what's he going to say? That said, I had no problem with giving CD the money you gave him. All right, CD is hands down one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League, and you need a stud wide receiver if you're going to win a Super Bowl. I'm sorry, but that's just the reality. Obviously, you need a stud quarterback, and we can differ all day what level Dak's at. We can at least all agree Dak is a good to great quarterback and has flashes of being elite.
Here's an interesting point on this, and I totally agree with Micah on this.
Uh-huh.
This is from Diana Rossini about an hour ago. Among the key issues and we know this, Broadus has reported this.
Yeah.
Micah spoke directly with Jerry over multiple days in the spring. The team believed those conversations were negotiations and it had a deal. That's what, according to multiple league sources.
Okay.
Broadus told us this. They felt like they had a deal. Maybe they felt like they had a deal twice. But Parsons believed the talks were just conversations and wanted his agent to handle the negotiations. When his agent attempted to start negotiations, the Cowboys declined to engage with him and told the pass rusher that they believed they already had a deal. So this is like when the girl comes in town, wants a summer fling, and you want a relationship, and y'all have, and then she leaves for the end of the summer to go back to college, and you're like, "What's that? What happened?"
Yeah.
Now was that personal? Maybe, but we'll discuss that later at a different time. But this is where Jerry has had so much success convincing players to take the deal that he's offering, which is usually a pretty good deal, and he picks up the phone, calls them, puts his arm around one of the players, talks to him. Jerry is the best salesman. He is phenomenal at closing a deal. He's the closer. So they thought, we're going to go through the player, convince him this. He's going to tell his agent, you work for me. This is how the deal's going to be. And Micah said, no, my agent is my guy.
Yeah.
He's my negotiator.
And he works for me.
Talk to him. He does work for me. And I told him to go get me a better deal. You can talk to me all you want, and I want to be part of this. But ultimately, that guy is there. And that's what the Cowboys don't like. They don't like having to negotiate with the agent because the agent is usually pretty smart and pretty good at what they do.
You just wonder if when Jerry and Steven had those conversations with Micah, if there was like a handshake agreement, a verbal agreement, like, okay, this is the parameters, and then he took it back to Mulligetta, and Mulligetta said, no, we're not.
Maybe so.
That's not how this is going to go.
I can totally see something like that.
And that's why they're so pissed off about it now.
What happened to my word is as good as oak.
You're right. And so I love the Jerry Maguire pull there. And so, no, I think that might have something to do with it. And I think that is what. And look, and we talked about this earlier. When Mulligetta got Deshaun Watson coming off the issues that he was facing in Houston and got him a $250 million guaranteed deal, I mean, that sent shockwaves across the entire National Football League.
Got a shark
as
in there.
I'm not that dude to play with.
Yeah.
Okay? If I can get Deshaun Watson with 20 cases hanging over his head, $250 million guaranteed, what do you think I'll get my guy who's one of the best at his position and doesn't have the baggage that Deshaun Watson has?
Mm-hmm.
All right? I mean, look, and you can be a swashbuckler all you want, Jerry, but David Mulligetta's made it clear I'm not that dude. Okay, I'm not Todd France. I'm not Tom Condon. This ain't the 90s, all right? This is 2025, and we're going to play things a little bit differently these days.
I do say seeing the solidarity from some of the teammates is something you want to see. It really is something you want to see. If you're Jerry and you're asking him to be a leader, and now you're seeing these guys go, no, I'm backing my guy. That's got to be something, because I do think that's part of the like they want, or at least they were placating to the audience that that's what they wanted. So that does exist.
Well, and Wanye, now, in fairness, Wanye Thomas is almost like the hype man of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, look, when
Overshown's not on the field.
When Jaden Blue got called out by Glenn Smith, guess who one of the first people to come to his defense was? Wanye Thomas, right? So Wanye is that dude going into year 3, want to make sure, A, not only am I good on the field, but I'm a good team guy too, which the Cowboys appreciate that.
They do.
All right? So, but no, it does make you feel, give you a little bit of a warm fuzzy that guys are going to come out in his support.
The last night was the first official preseason football game with the Hall of Fame game, and the first play of the game was a fumble from the kickoff, and that's when I was like, I'm done. Like I watched the first drive, and I was like, that's it for me. It was sloppy.
But didn't they have a linebacker returning the kick though?
Yeah,
was it Anzalone?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he fumbled. And that being said, I did immediately get an opportunity to watch Marion Hampton, so that was nice. Trey Lance threw a touchdown. That was nice. It is good to have football season back. That's a good feeling right now.
All right, real quick. And I'm just throwing this out there because I want to say Wooly Bully, who is no stranger to making bold predictions, said that the Lions wouldn't make the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. Wooly, if you're totaling out in California, let us know, because I think he said that, and I'm going to back him up by saying this. we've seen Ben Johnson be a tough customer in Chicago already, right?
Yep,
I mean, he's kicked people off the field, whatever.
He's holding. Luther Burden said it's great that he's holding us to a higher standard, but he's been one of those that's been kicked off the field for sure.
And you just wonder. We're going to find out this year what kind of coach Dan Campbell really is.
Yep.
Okay, because you lost Aaron Glenn, which, I think Aaron Glenn, I don't think anybody's going to get him confused with being, a Bill Belichick schematic guy. It's not like that Detroit defense has been anything.
It was tough. It was tough for them to lose as many secondary players they lost last year, and he had finally got it tuned.
But that defense has been up and down for the last couple of years, though,
You're
right? So I'll just.
But Ben Johnson's offense was
that
phenomenal.
thing. You made Jared Goff into a household name. That's
true.
Right? That said, we're going to. You're putting a linebacker out at kick returner? No, I get it's playoffs, but what kind of tone are you setting there? Like, are we going to find out? I just wonder. We know how many times this guy went for 4 downs, and we love that. Okay, and that's cool in Madden. May not be good in real life. I just wonder how we're going to find out how much of his craziness was muted by Ben Johnson.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
You know what I'm saying? So we're going to find out. I'm really, really eager to see what this Detroit team looks like with no Ben Johnson and no Aaron Glenn.
Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, now that the trade deadline is over, do you feel that this team is a contender? We do it next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Here's important numbers to know from Best Buy Windows and Siding. 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, and a lifetime.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Is that fast one?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound like it.
Was it someone called?
I really liked hearing Antonio Gates talking about his career. You know, he was a guy who was thinking he was going to go to the NBA out of Kent State, and then he was
Trailblazer.
like, it's over. I'm done. I got to find something else. NFL scouts were like, we think you got something, buddy. And here's his quote. It's like I'm telling a fiction story to tell somebody they can come to the NFL, not play college football, then make a team, then start, and then make the Pro Bowl, be an all-pro your second year, and then be the all-time touchdown leader at your position. It's not even a story you can make up. The chances, the odds, they're crazy. It was it is a really cool story. He said his goal whenever he got there was just to make the practice squad.
the team. Wow, make the practice squad.
Yeah, just make the practice squad was his goal.
Dude,
and then he
Antonio
said all right, that was my goal at the time. I looked at the salaries. My boys from Detroit were all construction workers or in waste management. If I make the practice squad, I was making more than any of them, and I was okay with that. I just
Makes
thought,
sense.
really cool story for a dude that ended up being everybody's favorite fantasy tight end for a while.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, for about a 4 or 5 year stretch,
yes,
Antonio Gates was a bucket.
Yes. So keep an eye on. I think it's going to be an entertaining weekend at the Hall of Fame as those inductions are going through. And
who else is on the
Jared Allen's in that slot as well.
I saw him on.
And we'll have some
McAfee.
on Monday. We'll have some audio from it. And we'll play some of that as well. So that'll be nice. All right, 877-881-1053 Autoflex or the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You now have seen the trade deadline come down. Do you feel that this Rangers team is a contender? Now, last night was a bum of a game. All right, that was garbage. And I remember sitting there when Cliff Lee was traded to Texas.
Yeah.
I was an intern at Fox 4, and I was excited, about the trade. Right. And I go to watch Cliff Lee's first game, and everybody's just like, what is happening? It was bad. It was a bad night. And Cliff Lee turns out to be awesome. I have no clue how Merrill Kelly is going to start out with this team, but I look at this roster right now, and I think I think for sure they are a playoff contender. And then whenever they get into the playoffs, I think they're more of a contender than they are not in the playoffs. Does that make sense right now? Regular season, I'm just trying to get there. But in a small window,
but then once you get in the dance,
with
it's
two
a different
pitchers
deal.
that are dominant like that.
Who do you trust to hit, though? Here's my question, all right? Because this is what wins you championships and World Series or just advances you in playoff games. And this is really sports in a nutshell, right? Is that your stars are going to produce.
Yep.
Okay? Because if your stars don't produce, you're done.
True.
You're cooked, all right? And the one thing we know about Corey Seager, all right, would have loved to have seen him run a little bit harder last night, all right? That's another story for another time.
But hey,
he's
he made on that one play going to his right. That was awesome. I'm not used to seeing, every time he has to run, I get a little scared.
Well, and that's the other thing, too. I mean, let's call it what it is. He's not the most fleet of foot. But that said, you know one thing about Corey Seager, he's going to mash when it comes to, at the plate. So you're not worried about that. But my question is, going into, and really, let's just call it what it is for the next 2 months. Because like you said, it is going to be a dogfight. Yep. Over the next 2 months,
absolutely,
for these two, for the and like you said, AL West. Would it be nice to see them go out and get an AL West crown? Sure, but you saw what the Astros did. Was there a bigger winner at the deadline than the Seattle Mariners?
They definitely
Maybe the
added
Padres.
the most. They look like a lineup that you don't want to go up against. Well, and the Padres, I'm not worried about them. But
Right.
But
and nice thing with the crazy thing with the Mariners is they didn't gut their entire team doing it.
Right, exactly.
So that was the biggest difference there. But I guess my question is, who do you trust on this baseball team to deliver a big hit outside of Corey Seager? Because something's going to have to happen.
To answer your question, Simeon is the only one I trust right now.
Yeah.
Because he's actually in that I'm on fire mode. All right. So
he's been lights out for the last 2 months.
He is the one. You get into the playoffs, I trust Adolis. And I go back to a conversation that we had with Derek Holland years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We were at spring training, and they had come off. Maybe they were 2 years removed from the World Series, and we're sitting there, and Derek said, "We just want to get back to the playoffs."
Yeah.
And he said there's nothing like the adrenaline of the playoffs. And sometimes I feel like because the adrenaline is so high in the playoffs, the regular season just can't match it. And the Rangers, for whatever reason, against the Angels they came out flat. The environment itself.
Yeah, they came out flat last night.
Yeah, they came out flat last night for sure. The environment itself at Angel Stadium was not full, not packed. They're kind of like, and that's where I feel like this team kind of needs that a little bit. But they got to find other ways to get to that point. But Adolis is the guy that I believe in the biggest moments, he wants the rock.
Yeah.
And we saw it against Houston in the ALCS a couple of years ago. Please give me that opportunity to hit a grand slam against these fools.
Of course, you were down 3-0 last night. He had two runners on and pops out to center field.
That is true.
I mean,
that is true. I trust him in a playoff game.
But okay, and I'm just
he also struck out 4 times in the ALCS before he hit a walk.
And I'll just press you on this. I mean, look, and I'm not saying, but we got to get there.
Yeah,
and that's what concerns me is, and look, I'm not saying that you were going to get for what was, as Jared alluded to in the what do we have him on 1040?
Yep.
It was a seller's market this year.
It was.
Okay. And, you don't have, it's not like you've got just this, you don't have the Padres farm system.
Right.
To go ahead and go out and get another bat. And apparently, we don't know when the green light was given that, okay, you can go ahead and go across the luxury tax threshold. But I would have liked to have seen something done at the very least to inspire somebody. I mean, Evan Carter, what's he done at the plate? All right, I mean, let's go. Look, I love Wyatt Langford.
Are you talking specifically about last night? Or
I'm talking about for the next 2 months. I'm talking about look, Wyatt Langford has been good, not great as of late. So Evan Carter hasn't given you much.
That's where that's where you wanted a bat to inspire this lineup, to give it a spark.
What is the one thing we hear about? What is the one thing we hear from athletes? And is that when I bring somebody else in to challenge? What have we heard from Shoddy for 3 weeks from the time he was hired on January 24th? That there's going to be competition at every position, right? Why is Nate Thomas getting starts at left tackle over Austin Richards, right? Because he wants to see competition.
Yep.
Why are we seeing a rotating head at running back between Jaden Blue, Javonte, and Miles Sanders? Because he wants to see competition. Okay, and so again, I'd love to see some competition at the bottom of the order, move some guys around, whatever it is. I mean, something has to give because you again, last night just kind of showed me, and again, it's baseball, it's a long season, but that's the team you're up against. That's the team that you're going to be competing against for a playoff spot. And again, we all agree, you get in the dance, you feel pretty good about it. But I'd love to see somebody swing a hot bat. I'm tired of having to wait on Jock Peterson when he's batting 122 and looks like me at the plate.
Yeah, listen, when it comes to Jock Peterson, somebody tweeted me yesterday.
I'm tired of hearing his name.
Somebody tweeted me yesterday and said, we need to get behind this guy.
Behind him for what?
I'm not.
At the buffet line?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about,
I'm
man?
not
I'm
at all.
tired of hearing about Jock Peterson.
I've given up on him. I've given up on the thought that he can contribute to this roster at all.
Done.
I'm already there because he hasn't done it this year, and I haven't seen any work ethic that tells me that he's going to be one of those guys.
Nothing.
So, and I don't know how good of a teammate he is. There's a lot of questions I have about how he fits into this thing and whether or not he really does truly fit into this thing. And I don't think he does. So I know Boach wants to get something out of him because Boach will tell you, like, we know what.
Does he want to get something out of him, or does the front office want to get something out of him?
Obviously, Chris Young wants to say, hey, this money that I spent on you, this $14 million a year, I need you to live up to it. But at this point, you're either on or off, and everybody else is on this thing right now. I think Higashioka is playing hot right now.
Yeah.
That's a great thing that you have him hitting at a high level.
That's your best non-pitcher acquisition from this past offseason.
Your hope that Jake Berger can come back and provide the power pop that they're hoping for as well. That's a big hope.
He's your best bet.
But you're right, man. The rest of the lineup has proven us to be sad for most of the season. I guess because the pitching is so good.
Yeah.
I feel like every night you have a chance. Now,
which I don't disagree with.
You
but at
have
some
a
point, you
chance
gotta put some runs on the board,
and you've done that over the last month
since June 7th.
You've been putting
why we keep using that
more-
arbitrary date, I have no idea.
You've been probably because you didn't score any runs
On
June
the
6th. Yeah, you're like, hey,
because you realize
leave that
June
one out.
7th was game 2 of a 3-game set against the Nationals.
Just,
So
hey, June 7th is everything when it all started. But that's this team has proven they can score. I mean, last night with. Obviously, they have a couple of moments where you're just like, what the hell happened?
Which it's going to happen.
But I think when you have guys on the mound like DeGrom and Evaldi and now Merrill Kelly, you get yourself a chance every single night. You're not going to kill your bullpen. You're going to have arms late in the season, I feel.
Yeah.
And so you just got to figure out how to put together 3 runs. That's where I am. You got to figure out how to put together 3 to 4 runs a game. And now, obviously, that's what they have to do. Getting 1 run is important for them. But I do have faith that they can do that and that they're going to have a chance nightly because they're pitching.
I just wish he could go find a bat the way he finds pitchers. That's my biggest thing.
And let's look back at the history here because Simeon and Seager, those were John Daniels guys.
Right.
Adolis,
Plus, they were known commodities when they got here.
Adolis was a John Daniels guy. Josh Young was already on his way up because he was a John Daniels guy.
Yeah.
Wyatt Langford is a Chris Young guy, and we're still waiting for the huge, he's broken through moment.
Look, Brett Boone said he was Bo Jackson-like, and when he figures this thing out, he's going to be a perennial MVP candidate year in, year out. That's coming from Brett Boone, his words, not mine.
I also don't know if Bochy actually has his lineup yet. I didn't ask him that on Wednesday. I'm going to ask him that this Wednesday. But Bochy's been juggling this thing all season.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to figure out who could hit
that's the whole thing.
He's trying to figure out, mostly injuries have been plaguing Evan Carter, Wyatt, so he never could get those guys right. And so I wanted to ask him the other day, and I forgot to. I'm going to ask him this Wednesday. Do you feel like you've found the right batting order?
Yeah.
Because moving Simeon was a massive change for this roster.
Oh, it's huge.
It's a change for Simeon.
Well, I was going to say it was huge for Simeon,
and he had to move them all up and down before he found the right spot for him. And even still, he's trying to find different places.
You
for
think
him.
you should move him back
to lead off?
Yeah.
Ooh, man, that's an interesting question. Somebody just pointed out they were like he's quietly slumped back down to 203 over the last couple of weeks. So that's a weird thing there, but. I like Simeon and the opportunity to get RBIs because I think he feasts whenever he has runners on. I think he's better whenever he's there. So I like him in the spots that they actually have him in right now. I like him right behind Seager. I just wish Seager was providing more. It is interesting to see because Seager got walked last night and then Simeon's up at the plate. And it feels like he can protect him a little bit because they know he can slug with runners on.
Yeah.
So I like him where he is. Josh Smith. Been great all season, but he doesn't scare me at all, like for anything.
No.
But I feel pretty.
And you're
good.
worried that he's going to run out of gas.
Yeah.
As the year goes on.
I think that the Yankees and Boston are the 2 teams that you have to really keep an eye on for the wild card.
Absolutely.
Because Seattle, they just added enough, as you said earlier. Houston's probably going to win the division. How do you feel about that rebooting with Carlos Correa? By the way. Because he has lost some of his pop.
He has, but you just wonder if they feel like bringing him back into this,
Because you were down there for a while. You observed that team whenever he was there.
It's weird because it's almost like he got to be more... When the whole trash can thing came out, that's when he went off. As far as like the vocal leader guy.
Yeah.
Right? When I remember him, he did a very fiery interview. It was during COVID. We were looking for anything to divert our attention, and they were playing all their games in the one place or whatever it was. Here was one of the places too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And he gave a very fiery interview on MLB Network. I'll never forget, and that's when everybody kind of rallied because he wasn't that. I mean, he was a vocal guy locally, but nationally, that was the first time he came out and said, "F everybody else. We won that thing. We won a World Series fair and square and all that kind of stuff." So he'll forever be a legend in Houston. No one's, and that's part of the reason why they brought him back.
Yeah,
and it was a situation where they offered him a contract, and look. The Astros Jim Crane is very serious about. Look, I'm not giving you more than 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Like, that's what he does.
Yeah.
He makes it clear to everybody. That's why he let George Springer walk. That's why he let Bregman walk. That's why he let Correa walk. Like, I'm just not doing it. You want to go get a 6-year deal somewhere?
You want to go get that 10-year deal
ain't
somewhere?
Ain't going to be in H-Town.
Yeah, I got you.
All right?
Gotcha.
And so that was, and he already
I just didn't know if that's going to be enough for them, like, if that launches them into a different stratosphere, because they look like a division leader that's good.
I think the biggest problem with them, I mean, look, I don't know that it launches them to the stride. I think it launches them back into where they were at when they won, 18 out of 20 or whatever it was.
Okay.
Right? I mean, because the thing was, Paredes gets hurt. Pena's going to come back.
Okay.
All right. And so that's the whole thing is that, all right, well, he's going to start out at shortstop, and then when Pena comes back, they're going to move him over to third base.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, the team knows how to hit, and you don't know what you're going to get from Yordan, right? I mean, this guy's got hands like Mayweather. So, you got to wait, figure out what he's going to be like when he comes back. The biggest thing for them is who's that third guy?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's kind of similar-ish in the sense that, much like the Rangers, you got two dogs at the top of that pitching staff. The difference with the Astros, though, is who your closer is.
Right.
Right? I mean, Josh Hader comes out 9 times out of 10, it's cancel Christmas.
Yeah.
Whereas with here, we're going to be like,
yeah, so that's where I am.
okay.
I feel like Astros have won. Seattle's probably likely going to win the wild card.
Yeah.
And then you got to figure out how you can get up and over the Yankees and the Red Sox, and then keep the Royals and those other teams down behind you. So that's where I am with what the Rangers have to accomplish in the back half of this season. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen, it will be fair or foul. But before we do that, let's give something away, ladies and gentlemen. Giveaway right now. Be caller 10 877-881-1053 now to win your tickets to see Live and Collective Soul on August 13th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 10 877-881-1053 for your pair of tickets next on The Fan.
Hey there, folks. Kevin Hagelin here. Have you...
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maid.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. That was a Spice Girl.
Doesn't sound right.
Experts. Ask for the back-to-school special. DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis, Alec Medford with us as well, and we are about to get into some fair or foul with Fred, but we want to remind you that August 7th, that is next week. That's next Thursday, as a matter of fact. Your chance for Fan Phenom goes down at Jake's, South State Highway 7910, State Highway 78 in Saxey. Be there for that. You get your opportunity. Here's what I think is really cool about it. You get your opportunity to do is about 3 to 5 minutes of radio.
We've all done more and less, boys.
With a co-host that works here at the station. And do you know, is Blake helping out with this? Is he going to be part of this?
I don't believe Blake has been contacted yet.
Okay.
I heard that he will fist fight whoever does win, though.
CA is always
out there.
CA is always great to work with too. If you get an opportunity on that, so it's really, he sets you up really well for you to go off, and the boss man will be right there to watch and observe and listen, see how you do. If you're interested in working with the station, working with the fellas, this is your opportunity. If you always had a dream of doing this as a job, this is your opportunity. So good luck to you out there for Fan Phenom. Everything starts next week. We'll have 4 opportunities, by the way.
Wow.
Not just 1.
Not just 2.
Not 2, but 4. So that's 4 opportunities to get rolling on that.
Not quite 5, but more than 3.
Yeah. 5 is too many.
That's
3 is too few.
You could argue 4 might be too many.
You're probably right about that. But it will. Yeah, there've been plenty of times where people have said to the boss, "Oh, I can't make it out
But
to it."
only
And he's like, "You got 4 opportunities to do this.
Come
You
on.
have time. Just don't be scared. All right. If you're scared, buy a dog." All right.
Scared, go to church.
Yeah, and that's what I used to tell my roommate. If you're scared, buy a dog. And he was like, "I have a dog." I was like, "See,
Still
makes sense."
scared.
Kyle
Still
Yeomans
scared.
will join us here in about 15 minutes from Oxnard. But right now, it's time for Fair or Foul with Fred Davis.
All right, you guys know what that music means. It's time for a little fair foul. Now, normally I read a story from somewhere in the news cycle. However, today I am going to give you guys a personal anecdote from a good friend of mine that I was on the phone with last night, and he told me about a story that he's going through, a situation that he's going through right now, and I think all of us can relate in some form or fashion. Now, the question is it fair or foul? So here's the deal.
He can go to Men's Tea, and this is going to help him out a lot.
Well, hey, my boy doesn't have that kind of problem, but I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. Okay, so it's kind of wedding season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
right before football season starts. Is wedding
before football season starts. So he's got 2 weddings coming up. Now, one of them is his daughter. All right, so it's his eldest daughter. She's in her mid to late 30s.
Old.
Been with this dude for a minute, and he's super excited about it. He's, the guy asked for, old fashioned. Asked him, "Hey, can I marry your daughter?" Okay, old school, super cool. He's excited about it. Can't wait. Okay,
the father-in-law. Whenever I asked, he said, "You don't need my approval. You need hers." And I was like, "I got that. Don't worry about that. We're fine."
This is we're just doing this to be doing it. Okay, let's get this right. So then he's like, "But I got another." So we're talking about it's in California, whatever. So and he said, "But I got this other wedding that I got to do." And I said, "Oh," and he goes, "And here's what I'm not happy about. I got asked to be part of the bridal show or the bridal party, right? And I got asked to be one of the groomsmen. And when the guy asked me at first, I said, no, I don't want to be involved. But they've got a mutual friend who said, hey, I'm going to be in it. So come on, just be in be one of the groomsmen. So he says, all right, fine. Then he finds out that, first of all, he doesn't want to be on it. Then he finds out it's a destination wedding.
Oh.
Okay. Then he finds out when it comes to how much he's going to have to spend, all in and out the door, room, golf tournament, and tuxedo, around $1,000.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a lot.
$1,000.
That's a lot of money
for a wedding that he doesn't want to be a part of.
Okay.
So they're doing a, I guess, couple bridal shower.
Stupid.
Okay.
Stupid.
Now look, I've never been married.
It's a bridal shower.
Never been close. Okay, I guess there's a new name for it now.
The baby showers that invite the men to.
Yes.
Dumb.
Okay, so that's what this is,
Never
right?
been to one.
But it's the man and the woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it.
So he's like, this is $1,000 to do this. Now at this whatever shower that he's going to be at in the next couple of weeks, he's thinking about making a scene, so he gets kicked out of the wedding party.
This is smart. I think this is brilliant.
Now he's not. Now he's not going to do anything crazy.
Did you say? Now is he saying he's thought this up, or you helped him come up with the scheme?
Trust me. When I tell you off air who this person is, trust me, he does not need any of my. Because like I said, he just told me about this yesterday.
Gotcha.
And so trust me, this man. I mean, this is the guy who told him point blank, I don't want to be in it. Like first off, like no, I don't want to be part of your wedding.
Yeah.
And then he got coerced into it, so he's like, all right, fine. But now after the numbers are starting to stack up, he's like, he goes, I like this dude, but I don't like him that much.
Expensive
to spend $1,000 on it.
Yeah.
He goes, this groom's, and because he keeps asking, well, what's the groom's gift look like? And the dude won't even give him that. Okay, so again,
that is a good question,
right?
But you don't. No, hold on. You never know that beforehand. I have every time I've been a groomsman.
Yeah.
I've gone into it assuming I wasn't getting anything.
Right.
That way I was surprised with it, but I never had to spend $1,000 on it. So
right?
that's a valid.
So that's
point.
his whole shtick is like, well, what are you thinking? Like, what are we leaning towards? So he's thinking about acting a fool, or not necessarily making a scene, but doing something that would get him removed from. And he said, because he's the only black guy in the groomsmen group.
Okay.
He said, I may pull the race card.
Oh, wow.
And so he goes, I may pull that thing like a revolver if that's what it comes down to get removed from said wedding party. Fair foul, sabotaging the bridal party so you can get booted from the wedding party.
This is interesting. I'm gonna say fair. Just because I love a good scheme.
I'm all for it.
I love a good scheme. Now pulling this off, that's a different story.
That's how the execution
because
goes.
the execution is very important.
Vital.
I remember me and my groomsmen were getting our tuxes fitted and everything, and I called my wife and I said, "Okay, listen, I've talked them out of top hats and pimp canes.
Oh wow!
But can we get these checkered shoes?" And that was the moment that she was like, "Do you want to get married?" And I was like, "All right, guys, sorry."
Yeah.
It was a good joke though for her. I say fair because again, this is a good scheme. Now, how does the race card? How would he use that?
Well, that's the whole thing. He's gonna kind of make a joke out of it.
Okay,
but he's hoping that it ruffles enough feathers
that
where they'll get uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and he's gonna lean into that.
It is
because he is a big black dude.
It is very important. It is very important in life.
Yeah.
To convince other people that it was their idea.
Yeah, look, Robert Greene, 48 Laws of Power.
So important.
100%.
So important to convince people that they have control of the situation, even when you are controlling it with puppet master stuff.
Right.
So I do like the idea of setting being you a little bit off of you.
Yeah.
Just so that I like this idea a lot. And somebody texted in and said, hey, use that $1,000 for his daughter's wedding.
Well, he's already got that money put away.
Yeah, but
that's already and see that's the thing is that I want to say the second wedding is after his daughter's wedding.
And if he doesn't have to participate in that, now he's got an extra grand in his pocket.
Yeah, he'll
with.
spend that on golfing, I'm sure.
Golf's important.
Somebody just said it's Blake. No, it's not. It's not.
From the 469, being a D in a wedding party situation might get your ass beat. Don't play with that stuff. But this is trying to get out of the entire process.
No, he's trying to get removed from
this isn't just trying to get. This isn't doing it at the wedding. This is doing.
Oh yeah, no, this is at the bridal party.
Yeah, this is early on.
Early on in the process.
And I've
100%.
seen this happen before. I had a friend, her bridal party. They went out. They went to the club. One of the other girls made it all about her. Got very dramatic.
Yeah.
Gave her the thumb. Said, "Get out of here.
Booted.
No longer part of this."
Booted.
I think that girl wanted it that way.
My son's mother punched me at my sister's reception.
Punched you?
Punched me. Cold cocked me. Straight up.
Your son's mom?
Straight up.
What'd you say?
What are you going to say? I mean, it was...
No, what did you say that led to the punch?
Nothing. She saw me flirting with the with the bartender.
That makes sense. That definitely does make sense.
Didn't even see. That's the worst part about it. I wasn't even. It was straight up blindside.
From the 817 foul, the coward should have stood his ground and said no. I think that's another option.
Well, he said, like I said, he agreed to. He said no at first.
Yeah,
and then one of the other guys kind of, they all kind of teamed up on him and said, "You need to do it now." So that's when he finally gave in. Now, look, at the end of the day, is he going to do it? Probably not, because he's a stand-up guy.
Yeah, no, I get that. Alec, your thoughts? How do you think is fair or foul?
I'm going to go fair because one, I think that I think that roping people into the destination wedding without being upfront about it.
See, that's what pissed him off.
Yeah.
That's what irritated him.
That's my main issue is, like, you tell me up front all of the details.
Yes.
You know, like the last two I've been to, it was, hey, it's going to be in this city. Don't really have the venue picked out yet, but we know it's going to be in this area. It's going to be this month. Like, I got all of that up front before it was even planned fully. So you can't just drop that on me, especially, like, you don't know what I got going on in life. Like, if I've got, you know, God forbid, an engine blows out in a car and I've got to drop a few $1,000s, you know, it's like, dude, I need time to figure out if I can actually afford that. So, and then to Corey's point, if you're going to rope me into that, I'm going to cause chaos.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to make it fun. I'm going to enjoy myself.
And a lot of texters are saying foul. He should have known this. What his frustration is that he said they keep tacking on costs.
See, that's
what he said. He goes, that's what's irritating me is that it seems like every time I turn around, there's another cost involved with this wedding. And he's like, you know, I was fine. You know, all right, after getting coerced into it, all right, come on, man, da-da-da. Because they're on the same bowling team.
Oh,
bowling team buddies.
That's blood right there. That is absolute blood. Great stuff from Fred Davis for Fair or Foul. Right now, let's go out to Oxnard, where Kyle Yeomans is on deck. By the way, Oxnard camp has been phenomenal, and thanks to on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar, for hooking us up out there. Right now, Kyle Yeomans is on the hot seat. Brought to you by Wild Forks, wildforkfood.com, elite game day grilling favorites. Kyle, how you doing out there, man?
What's up, gentlemen? I missed you guys out here last week. I didn't get out here until Sunday, so you guys were already back in DFW. I was looking forward to catching up in the tent like we normally do, but now I feel sad that I missed you guys, one, and now I'm seeing everybody pack up around here. I mean, it's getting real that you guys aren't even going to be here much longer.
Yeah, it's a little lonely. I can tell how lonely it's going to be while you're out there, especially without us there, but it's you're gonna provide great coverage, and that's what's important for us. Have you ever been on a destination wedding before, Kyle?
Like been to one?
Yeah.
Or that's a good question. I don't think so.
I don't think my best friend, he did get married in Mexico. Our son was on the way, and I told him I couldn't do it, and it's one of my biggest regrets. That we didn't go. Like, my wife was big pregnant at the time, and we just couldn't go.
You can't play with that, man.
Not as big. I mean, not as pregnant as obviously your wife was with triplets. But yeah, yeah. So that was obviously a little bit different. But
that was such a wild transition there, Corey. You tried to fit like all of that topic into one sentence, and it just kind of, I don't know what was happening.
She was big, not as big as your wife, but still, she was pretty damn big.
Well, she was. I'm just saying she was more pregnant. All right, I didn't say big.
Well, I like how you pulled his wife into it, though. Kind of like an innocent bystander.
I just always like to bring up the fact that he has triplets, and
it's like my wife's trying to take care of 3 18-month-olds right now, and she's getting heat on the fan.
Yeah, she is.
She's an amazing woman for that. I just want to point that out, and I always thought that about her. But I absolutely have. I'm dead serious. My wife sees pictures of those babies, and she's just constantly like, "Oh my gosh, they're so cute," and I'm constantly going, "That's a lot of diapers.
That is a lot of babies.
That's a lot of thought." But I'm very proud of you for being able to accomplish that on a daily basis. So, all right, your first week out there, Kyle.
I feel like you're spiraling.
It's Friday. Kevin's not here. We're without Kevin. He's in Germany for another week and a half. So maybe I'll have more spiraling. But
that's good.
Your first week. What was this experience? What was the first thing you were looking forward to seeing? Because I know you've seen these guys working out a little back in Dallas, but when you saw them get out there on the field, what was that feeling? What were you looking for?
Yeah, well, I wanted to see if the energy matched, and I know fans are probably tired of hearing about the culture and the energy and how Brian Schottenheimer has built it throughout the offseason, but seeing if it matched what I saw from afar and watching practices from the Metroplex the first week, and even though the pads weren't on yet and we didn't necessarily see the physicality really ramp up at that point, it still felt like it was a college-level atmosphere when it came to training camp and the way that they handled their business. And I think we've seen that over the last week. And despite some of the looming contract and professional situations that are currently unfolding, I know there's a lot of news from last night into today that ramps all that back up again. But when it comes to the X's and O's and the football team as a whole, I wanted to see just how the trenches were going to look. I've had some highs and lows whenever it looks or whenever you look at the trenches. I think the offensive line depth has impressed me. The problem is that we're having to test that depth so early in camp because of some of these injuries like Tyler Guyton and like Rob Jones, and then you've got Tyler Smith leaving practice early yesterday as well. But I like what I've seen from certain elements of this offensive line as a whole. So the energy, the physicality, we're starting to see that continue to ramp up, and it definitely matches what we anticipated going into it. And it just still feels like that collegiate atmosphere that it looked like from afar when watching practice last week as well.
I'm just now seeing this. Bill Jones posted a video from the exceptional photojournalist Bill Ellis, who it was a video of Trayvon Diggs and his quote-unquote falling down. It looks like it was a somersault, by the way, instead of a falling down. And then he laid there on the ground, took his helmet off. I watched Diggs while he was in that first week of his rehab while out there with the team, the work that he's doing on the side. He was working his ass off. Yeah. And Kevin goes, he looks exhausted. And I was like, dude, he's been working since like 9 o'clock this morning, and it's 1 o'clock, and he's just been going. Have you kind of kept an eye on what Diggs is doing out there? And is the story feel as big as it actually is, or is it not as big as it feels?
I don't think it's as
don't say it.
I don't think it's as big of a story as we're making it out to be at the moment. I think, like you said, he's been out here, he's been working, he's been present, and even though he wasn't present in the offseason, and I think there's there's disdain there, both from the Trayvon side of things and from the Micah side of things. That's undoubtable, but that's going to happen in a contract negotiation one way or the other. One side is going to have leverage, and the other side is going to have disdain. And so it's not moving, at least on the field, toward Trayvon Diggs. You know, it's not showing in terms of his work ethic and him being out here. I walked by him yesterday, asked him how he was feeling. He said he was feeling good. That was during practice on the sideline. So, I mean, I know you're exchanging pleasantries there, but for the most part, I don't have anything to nick when it comes to Trayvon's progress report, right? Whenever it comes to him being available right around when we thought, which was going to be at the start of the year, maybe on PUP to start the year. That's kind of the same timeline he looks like he's still on, and he continues to work through it.
Kyle Yeoman's joining us here, talking all things Dallas Cowboys training camp. Sticking with the defensive backs, we talked about this earlier about, look, we love the clips, whether it's coming from, y'all's, you guys, I mean, media out there. You guys have done a phenomenal job covering everything, so we feel good about the clips that are coming out there. That said, all right, the Pickens, the CD, the Tyshawn Holden, I mean, catching touchdowns, haven't seen a lot of batted balls. Okay, yeah. And so my question is, while I love seeing all these touchdowns, I am a little bit concerned that, those are Cowboy defenders that they're scoring all these touchdowns on. Where are we at right now with this secondary group, considering, 2 of the guys are out?
Yeah, 2 of the guys are out, and you've had kind of a rotating cast there at times throughout. And, of course, like Wanye Thomas was thought to be a rotating piece at the nickelback spot, and you thought he would maybe play some defense in the slot a little bit, and he's been out for a couple practices now. So I'm right there with you. I said coming into training camp that corner was a problem spot, and honestly, I think it would be a bigger problem if Kaiir Elam wasn't having the camp and the resurgence that he's had throughout the offseason and getting into training camp. I mean, Elam looks like he's going to be a starter even when Trayvon Diggs is healthy, even when Savone Rebel makes his NFL debut. I think Kaiir Elam is the star of camp right now on the defensive side, because when there are videos of interceptions and there are videos of PBUs and breakups and whatever it may be, it feels like Elam is a part of at least a few of those, and it happens every single practice.
Hold up kids afterwards, too.
Absolutely, yeah. Has the celebration aspect. He's going to be a fan favorite if he continues this, and he's really saving the situation at the moment. The way that he's come in and shined out of nowhere, where they traded for him this offseason. Everybody kind of wrote it off as a depth move, and he just continued to stack good practice after good practice. The coaching staff really likes him. He's connected with Matt Eberflus quite a bit on the defensive side. They trust him, and they think he's a veteran in that room. And so when you pair that with guys like DeRon Bland, who's been there and done that, when you pair that with guys like Trayvon, who has had the incredible season, but he's just out with injuries and things like that, I think it could all piece together, and that's what the team's hoping for. They're hoping it all comes together. But right now it's kind of a learning game outside for a lot of these corners, and I just think the wide receivers are a step ahead. And I mean, partially because you have two number one wide receivers, and you've got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and you're excited about what they bring, but also because this cornerback room is starting to catch up slowly, and they just haven't gotten there yet.
You were fantastic on the draft coverage with the draft show. You guys do phenomenal work, and I know how in-depth you guys go. Seen that before. But one of the guys y'all were very high on, felt like you got a steal, was Donovan Ezraku. And yesterday, I know G-Bag got to catch up with him. What have you seen from him that you've seen development from what you saw in college to now he's a pro? Have you seen anything new?
He's looked incredible. I think some of the pass rush arsenal has been better. The way that he's kind of attacked his first step quickness and his hands. I mean, all of those things have kind of pieced together quicker. And I think part of that is from the coaching and the Matt Eberflus thought process. Micah Parsons spending extra time with him. It looks like Micah and Donovan have had really a great connection since he arrived here. And so it's funny because they kind of remind me of each other in a different way. They're not the same player by any stretch of the imagination, but it's the same level of excitement that we had when Micah was here in 2021 working with Dan Quinn. He had the connection with Quinn as a defensive coordinator and as an edge rusher specialist, and that first step quickness, that the ability to get off the line of scrimmage and beat his guys to the spot. Donovan's showing those same things. He's showing the same things that Micah did back in 2021. And if he can piece any of that together and continue to grow like Micah was able to into his rookie season, it could be a steal for them. And I thought it was interesting when they were talking about the draft weekend and how Aaron White-Cotton was standing on the table for him at pick number 12. I don't know how much that was even a serious consideration, but I do remember them having conversations going into day two, and they said, but what if the BC edge rusher is there? What if the Boston College edge rusher is there? And that was, of course, Donovan Ezraku. Every time it kind of felt like it was dismissed of, he's probably not going to be there. He's not going to be there. And then he ended up being there at 44, and the rest is history. So I really like what he's shown so far. I think if he's able to stick in the hip pocket of Micah and continue to learn from him and some of these other edge rushers, he may be better suited for this defensive line than some of these other second-round edge rushers that they've drafted in the past.
All right. Speaking of steals, or maybe at this point just being stolen from, what's the latest on Mozzie Smith?
I haven't been necessarily impressed at the moment. I think he's where he was at the end of last year, which is better than what he has been. But I think the expectations are he needs to be a bona fide starter.
Yeah.
He needs to be a bona fide member of the interior defensive line. It should be Mozzie Smith, a first-round pick, and Osa Odigizua as the newest contract on that defensive line. That's what the combination should be. And instead, it's Solomon Thomas who signed this past offseason that's getting the majority of the reps with the ones. And so I think the coaching staff is seeing the same thing. I think Mozzie would say the same thing himself. He just hasn't been good enough yet. And I think there was a concern when the report started coming out, and when the coaching staff and the front office were talking about how much weight he lost. If you're going to be a one technique in this league and you're going to go up against other double teams and other offensive linemen that are 300 plus, I mean, it's just pure and simple math. 600 plus versus 280 plus is not the same, and you're going to have some level of strength there. And I think Mozzie's done some good things. I don't want to completely knock the guy. But when you're being outshined in pass rush by guys like Jay Toia, who was a day 3 pick, and when you're being outshined by Solomon Thomas, who, of course, he's had that same scenario himself of not living up to the draft stock and not living up to expectations, but he's a veteran in this league, and he's been better on the Cowboys defensive line and in this system so far. So I want to see more from Mozzie. I'm not giving up on him yet, and I've been vocal about that on our podcast and our television shows. I'm not giving up on Mozzie Smith. I still think he has it in the tank. We saw it last year in flashes, and it was really the first time that he's shown something. But you got to find the consistency if you're going to ultimately make it in this league and be worth what the Cowboys have invested in him to this point.
A lot of people make a big deal out of being kicked out of practice because if you're not on the field, you're not in front of coaches, you're not getting your reps, you're not getting your opportunities, and so that's an important thing to these guys. Yesterday, Miles Sanders, was this Veteran Day? What were we working with there? And then while he's out, Jaden Blue gets some more more opportunity reps. How are you feeling about what you see with Jaden Blue, and how's Miles Sanders?
Yeah, I think Sanders is fine. I don't think it was an injury scenario. At least I haven't heard anything specific. I know when Tyler left yesterday, it was a bit confusing because when Tyler Smith walked off and there was no training staff there, we were all looking at each other of what's going on. Does he need to go to the bathroom? What's happening here? But he left with knee tendonitis was ultimately the report. Okay. Miles, I never saw anything specific on Miles Sanders, where Jaden Blue, I think, and I asked Schottenheimer about this in the press conference yesterday, but when you have players that are doing the right thing and they're continuously having an impact on the field, they're doing their studies off the field, they're picking up the playbook quickly, they're in the meetings, they're early to the meetings, they're asking questions, and they're active. They've been rewarded in Schottenheimer's system, and I asked him about, is that something that he's always believed in? He said, yes, it's not going to be a permanent thing, but it will be something that he will utilize from time to time. And I think yesterday was a great example of that because the day prior, he was running with the ones, he was getting some extra reps, he was there with Dak Prescott, he was used in the passing game, whereas yesterday it was less touches with the ones. He'd still had some snaps with them, but he got less touches with the ones, and he was there, but it was a back and forth with him and Javonte Williams and Phil Maffa yesterday. So I don't think Miles Sanders is something to be concerned about, at least at this point. It might have been just a veteran rest day, and he needed a rejuvenation day to go into the weekend. But when it comes to Jaden Blue, he's doing the right things to start his rookie camp and to start his campaign, and they used that as a chance to reward him on Thursday, and then on Wednesday, and then they were able to carry that into Thursday's practice as well.
Kyle, thank you so very much for everything during this. It started off rough. I'll take the blame on that one. But it finished out pretty strong. So thanks a lot, man. Look forward to talking with you more throughout this year. We'll square away the exact times and how all that's going to work, all right?
Man, I'm a little shocked. I mean, we went through a 20-minute interview, and you guys didn't ask me about Micah at all. You didn't ask me about the contract situation.
We kind of talked it to death today, I feel like. If a lot of people are frustrated. That was the case. A lot of people are frustrated and hoping that we can just move past this and start winning some football games, I think. So.
Well, sorry to bring it up. I'll do better next time. But, no, I appreciate you guys as always. Look forward to being on with you again soon.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans. We will hear him throughout the season on the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat, wildforkfoods.com. Elite Game Day Grilling favorites right there. Coming up next, Fred, it is time for your experience of the C Block. We do it next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I am going to see Men's Tea Clinic here in just about an hour. I'll be heading over to see them and say hello. I love walking in there and seeing there are a bunch of guys in there that are experiencing different things. Every single one of the guys that are sitting in there, usually on Saturday mornings, the place is packed because Saturday morning's a good time, right? But I got to go in there last Saturday, and there were a bunch of different dudes in there for different reasons. Some were in there for hormones. Some were in there for weight loss. They can help you shed visceral fat. They've been doing that for years. Muscle mass, if you're looking forward to that. Bone density, movement, sexual wellness, whatever it is, you can maximize yourself with Men's Tea Clinic. And that's the thing. Sometimes you realize the bedroom isn't quite working like it used to, and maybe you need something to give you a boost.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. This has been fun 2 days so far. We'll see how things wrap up on the finale here, but we'll have Fred all next week as well as a couple of days in the following week. And we got to say thanks a lot to Fred for filling in for Kevin while he's out for unknown reasons. Or in Germany,
spreading the word,
teaching children how to play baseball and about Jesus.
And Jesus playing baseball.
Yeah, and playing potentially shortstop, maybe catcher, center field. Somebody said safety in the NFL because he would be able to observe your mistakes.
Yeah.
And then also let you know.
I think I want him having the green dot, though.
Yeah, I get that.
I think I want Jesus having the green dot.
Jaron Kearse did wear the green dot as a safety, but he was a at the line safety kind of guy, so that was an option there. But that's always there. Now
Jesus excels in coverage.
This is a very interesting story because it's going to affect a lot of people. The NFL and ESPN just reached a blockbuster agreement that's going to place many of the league's top media holdings with the sports network in exchange for equity in ESPN. So an official announcement is expected next week. Disney, ESPN's parent company, has all its earnings call on Wednesday. So that's going to be part of this. ESPN, NFL declined comment right now, but the monumental discussions that were on again and off again for about 4 years. According to the sources, it's ready. ESPN's expected to have access to Red Zone, NFL Network, and 7 more regular season games. And the NFL's fantasy football business potential to integrate special features and be part of that. The agreement coincides with ESPN's forthcoming direct-to-consumer service. Service is going to cost $29.99 a month, allow subscribers to bypass cable or satellite providers. So I don't know how this is going to affect people like me with Fubo or anybody that has YouTube TV or anything like that. But it does sound like if you want the Red Zone NFL Network, you're going to have that opportunity through the ESPN app.
$8,000.
Well, $29.99 a month is.
I hope that's what it is. I mean, are we saying, look, if Red Zone's only going to be $29.99, I mean, we will. There will be dancing in the streets.
You're right.
Right now, it is every bit of $400 or $500.
Yeah, that's what it's. Oh, it's $29.99 for the app.
Yeah.
But now you're going to need to add on $10 for this and $10 for this and $15.
Kind of like Spirit Airlines. Yeah. Oh, you wanted a seat? Yeah. Oh, you wanted to sit down during the flight. Oh,
seat license is $40.
Okay.
Oh, you want to check a bag?
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to be clothed during it as well. Okay.
You want to breathe air?
Yeah.
That's going to cost you.
Shout out to Victory Plus. Maybe you guys can, get with tell you what, just hire a new web developer or whatever app people do. Maybe, I'm sure there's somebody on Fiverr that you could reach out to that could fix this thing. 2 nights in a row, buffering. Buffering. Like, look, I want to watch my Rangers, all right? I enjoy, and I don't want to watch them on my phone. That's why I've got the app to watch it on my big screen television.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see it in its HD beauty.
I get it. Gen Z, you guys can watch games on your phone and enjoy it, all right? I'm from the era of I like to see TV and it take up half my wall. That's what I'm of the age of.
Fred last night did the same thing. Popped on The Hunting Wives.
Yeah. Well, you're on that. Did episode 2 get any more salacious than episode 1?
Episode 3, we finally opened the door on what's going on here a little bit. I'm told episode 7 is where it really goes down, though. So that's where
How many seasons are there?
I don't know. I think this is the first one.
Okay.
But I did turn on I got the Rangers game hooked up on the laptop, and I'm watching that. There's the moment, though. My daughter comes in and asks my wife, will you lay down with me for a little bit?
Yeah.
My wife said, okay. And now my wife may have had a glass of wine. Okay. So I know exactly what's happening.
She's going to fall asleep.
Close the laptop. Now I can watch the game on my big TV.
Yeah, you can.
Because I know she's going to. She fell asleep.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Good for her.
Because
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you, PJ Washington.
Thank you,
that is very
PJ.
true.
PJ knows.
So that did happen last night, and had that ability to watch the game. I'm with you, man. I don't like the buffering for any.
No.
And I had that happen during some Stars games this year while I was watching, and I was like, this is frustrating.
Which at least it's free with the Stars.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it's not free with the Rangers. So if there's anybody listening from Victory Plus, look, I'll love you guys up when you're doing right. And for about a 3-week stretch, I had no problems. Last 2 nights, and me and a couple other people tweeted out about it. We just want to see our Rangers sans buffering.
In the 817, I figured out the Victory Plus app works a lot better through a Fire Stick rather than the app that can be downloaded straight to the TV. Shouldn't have to go to those links.
Yeah, no, I don't.
But that's what it works. And somebody says no, never mind. Don't worry about that.
Did
guys,
they say something
how do
inappropriate?
y'all get ready for work? How do y'all get ready for the show? Marcus Simeon was with Jared Sandler the other night, and he said, hey, how do you get ready for a baseball game?
All right, time to do 5 things with Marcus Simeon. Marcus, what are 5 things that you do to get ready for a game?
Well, number 1 is get my body right in the training room, in the weight room. Next is get a cup of coffee.
Important.
And then, so that's 2. I'll hit in the cage for about 5 minutes. And then come out here, get my legs loose, and play catch. And then I'll go inside, use the bathroom, and get ready to play.
Perfect. 5 things with Marcus Simeon to get ready for a ball game.
All right. Now, when he said go to the bathroom,
yeah, we all know.
What did y'all think?
Dropped a deuce.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Because it's different than football. He can go directly to the clubhouse from there at any time. But I think it's important. You got to clean everything out before you get on the field.
Well, because he did drink coffee as number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so look, that's
going to happen.
I'm no expert, but I know for me, when I drink my coffee in the morning, it's followed by a number 2
pretty quickly.
So
here. Let's roll that out for me. Wake up in the morning about 5:45.
Yeah.
Go to the gym, get the work in. First number 1 or number 2.
Oh wow! Whoa!
After the gym, first number 2. All right. Take shower.
What a savage!
Cup of coffee. Second one, just to make sure. So that's.
So let me stop you right there.
Yeah, I get 2 in the morning.
You poo after a shower?
No, before the shower. Go to the gym, then first number 2.
Yeah.
Shower.
That's what I'm saying. You do a second
coffee.
number 2 after the shower.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
See, you kind of defeat the purpose if you're
but not really. No, because I'm cleaning off the sweat and grime from the gym.
You don't think you could wait and do that second poo before the shower?
Nope, I can't. Because then I'm
kind of wasted the shower.
Then I'm risking body acne and all sorts of other problems. Plus, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm always going to have second number 2. Like that's not necessarily always going to happen. It's just once you've downed the cup of coffee, it lets you know. Like the coffee will let you know. And then so that sounds like 4 things.
Interesting.
That I've already gotten to. And then number 5, listen to the station on the drive-in. Right. And now I'm ready for the show. Yeah. I'm listening to Shan and RJ every morning on my drive-in.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
What do you got? Have you figured
okay,
5
one thing,
things
and I
out?
need to clarify my morning routine. We talked about it yesterday during Crosstalk. I said I write for an hour. No, my morning routine's an hour. I write for about 20 to 30 minutes because I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't write for an hour.
I thought about that last night.
Yeah,
I was like, holy crap,
there's no
an
way.
hour.
I'm not writing for an hour. I got too much going on. Look, would it be ideal to write for an hour? 100%. But it's usually about 20 to 30 minutes. I get into a good little lather going, and then boom, I'll write for 20, 30 minutes. But my whole hour, my routine's an hour, is getting up, like I said, making my bed. Now, again, it depends. Am I doing this show? Am I doing
the night show?
The night show.
That's a good point.
We'll just say for the sake of the night show routine, it's depending on what I got going on. I have to work out though. Right, like the gym is definitely a part, and that's usually first thing in the morning.
I've taken on this new approach with the gym. Somebody said this, Alec. It was the training is non-negotiable.
No,
it's like breathing.
So
you just get it. You make sure you make it part of your life.
You need to get something. You need to be active. You need to get that lather going, get your blood pumping, whatever it is. I mean, obviously, are we working out with the same ferocity at 44 that we did at 25?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think
probably not.
Probably not. It depends. Some days I'm a little more active in the gym than others. I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you what. You go to this absolute recomp that Blake's got me going to. It certainly changes. Where, I mean, look, you walk in, you can't half step, is all I'm going to say.
You just said something that brings out the last part of the C block.
Okay.
Am I working out like I did when I was 25?
Yeah.
So a couple of days ago at the gym, I'm doing my curls. I've got my 45-pound weights on the funny bar,
there
and I'm doing my curls. And there's a guy at the gym who's in his 20s.
Sure.
Wears probably 20.
Okay.
He wears a Mount something baseball shirt every day. So
Okay.
I watch this kid work out. This kid looks like he plays ball.
Yeah.
He's in his summer program.
He's
this
getting
summer.
after it.
Like this dude's throwing the medicine ball, like trying to get his torque. He's lit. I mean, and he is going.
Yeah.
And he comes over to me and he says, "Would you mind spotting me? You're the strongest person in this gym."
Bro.
And
let's end the show.
Immediately.
Let's end the show.
This kid, when he said that, he knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing.
He knew exactly what he said. You're the strongest person in this gym. And I thought to myself, I am the strongest person in this gym. Absolutely, I will spot you. And I was like,
How do you notice that?
As a matter of fact, whenever I got done, he was like, okay, I'm going to try and do 4. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. And I was like, I could lift that weight, easy. And then I went and finished my last reps.
Was he benching?
It was benching.
What was he benching?
Less than me. But it was.
What was he benching? Was it 225, 275?
All right, so it's 45. So it's 50 on each side plus. So it's 145.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, it was 145. He needed some help with.
Okay, hold on. What do you mean?
Maybe
Okay, you mean 135?
You got 45.
So that's 175.
95s.
A 45 and a 25 on each
50
side.
And 50. It was 50 and 50 in the bar.
50 and 50.
Yeah,
what
he
do you
had
mean?
a 5 weight with a 45.
Okay, so a 45.
50 and 50.
Really?
Yeah.
And he needed a spot.
That's what I was thinking. That being said,
and he did 4.
Yeah.
And needed a spot.
Yeah, I guess so. Like I said, this kid works hard. So I was maybe I'm missing
Functional
a 40.
strength.
Maybe I'm missing a 45.
I sure hope you
I could
are.
be missing a 45.
I sure hope you are.
But
for this kid's sake.
But that was the thing was once I got done, I went and finished my last
You're like,
reps.
let me go burn
and
out
then because he
225
was
real
so
quick.
nice
Yeah.
and buttered me up the way that he did, I went back over there to check and make sure, hey, do you need one more spot before I leave? And he was like, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. I was like, are you sure? All right.
Kind of
Because
looked
he
around
was
the entire
so nice.
Just anybody. Spots for hire over here.
But then on my way home, I was like, somebody was like, he honeydeed you. Because he needed a spot.
Planet Fitness?
He didn't really get. Yeah, it was actually, this is a rec center. I know I'm the strongest person there. There's a bunch of old people, so that's why he saw. He was like, that old man over there.
Was a quarter and
that guy can barely stand
plate
up
and a
straight
5.
over there. But yeah, so I help him out, and so what is your line? 877-881-1053. What do you say to butter people up to get them to do, because we were talking about that earlier. Making people believe it's their idea is a great, great approach.
That's next level Jedi mind trick right
From the
there.
214, he's probably a pitcher. They don't typically bench press that much. That's
might be Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it could be Kevin D. But yeah, how do you butter people up when you need them to do something for you? Because that way right there, you look like you're the strongest person in this gym.
I mean, are we talking about gym lines? I mean, my go-to gym line, and it's funny because me and Jacob Ray, new guy Jake, were talking about this, because I don't like to get in too long of extended conversations at the gym.
Me either. I told y'all the other day, I was like, I don't even look people in the eyes because I don't want to be weird.
I made that mistake in Houston, and I go to the same gym all the time, and so people would see me. Boom, you're spending 20 minutes talking to them. You've shot your workout at that point, right? Now I got a couple guys I talk to. My boy Dion, my boy Ike that I holler at, and again we know, boom, in, out, done. My go-to line is I point at somebody and say, "Trying to get big like you." What's up, man? What's up? Trying to get big like you.
That makes people
and then
feel
boom,
good.
Keep walking. Jacob Ray, his go-to line that he shared with me is "Save some gains for the rest of us."
Oh, man.
Which is a big one, too. Haven't used that yet. Again, trying to get big like you is my go-to because it's enough to where, hey, I'm trying to get big like you. I'm intimating that, you're a big guy. With the finger point.
Finger point's very important.
Got to do the finger point.
Then they can see your triceps, and they're like,
well,
that guy's nice triceps, so he's telling me.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought about it. The finger point is really, it's almost kind of like a verbal stiff arm. Okay?
He's got to stay over there a little bit.
Hey! And you're still walking while doing it, so that way because I'm still walking to my machine wherever I'm going, so that way hey, loving you up, but hey, I got workout to do.
Alec, do you have... How do you butter people up? Or you just walk in and you're like, you're going to do this, and that's how it's done?
I typically, outside of the gym, I'm a very direct person. I'm not going to butter you up. I'm going to get straight to the point, because if I do beat around the bush...
No time to waste.
Yeah, if I beat around the bush, I'll just continue doing that.
Yeah, okay.
That's my tragic flaw, is I don't know when to bail out and be like, okay, so what I need from you is... I don't know. I need to be direct. But in the gym, it is the, trying to get big like you, or, just whenever you walk up to them, big fella. Big
fella.
Immediately, what's up, big fella? How's it going? The handshake and whatever. It's like right off the rip, you're saying, I see you. I see you putting in the work just by saying, what's up, big fella? And that ever since high school, that's how it's worked. Especially you walk up to the football players. It's like, what's up, big fella? Dap them up. And then it's, okay, I can ask you to spot me on the squat. Okay, I can say, hey, I need some help with this. It's just anything that insinuates that I see you're putting in work, that usually gets them.
Yeah, that's like you said, it was always endearing when Reggie would call us Bubba. And he'd say, hey, Bubba. And you just felt like, oh, man, you know what? Yes, from the 817.
Except in prison.
You don't want to hear that.
I don't know that at the TDCJ I'd want to be called Bubba.
From the 817, I always say, chill, bro. My girl goes to this gym. From the 940, big dog. Let me run an idea by you real quick.
I love
That's from
that
J-Met.
That was hysterical.
And then looking yoked, my boy, is one that goes down there as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to say, somebody just texted in. Are we getting is it official like a referee with the whistle? Did we just hear it?
Jordan Schultz has tweeted out that Micah Parsons has hit the nuke button here, ladies and gentlemen. And it does appear that Jordan Schultz is reporting Micah has requested a trade. 2 minutes ago.
Wow.
This is Micah. Oh, wow. This is Micah Parsons on Instagram, I do believe, or on Twitter. Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again, buttering us up.
I love
first
it.
Thing.
Look at him.
The team my pops and I grew up cheering for in Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here.
Yikes.
I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done, but since there is confusion out there, let me clear some things up. I had my agent reach out to the Cowboys last offseason after my third year in hopes of getting a deal done early. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start negotiations at that point. I was okay with that, didn't complain, and focused on the 24 season. After the season, I told my agent once again to let the team know we were open to negotiations when they met at the Combine. My agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up. But I didn't care, and I wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term. This was before any of the other pass rushers got their deals. He goes on. And now I got to make the decision. Do I finish this in the next segment or finish it now?
Go ahead and finish it now.
2024 season. After the season, I told my agent, there we go, my agent informed me I should wait. This was before any of the other pass rushers got their deal. I knew I would be leaving money on the table, but again, I was okay with that. Again, radio silence. As for my extension, in March, I met with Mr. Jones to talk about leadership. Somehow, the conversation turned into him talking contract with me. Yes, I engaged in back and forth in regards to what I wanted from my contract, but at no point did I believe this was supposed to be a formal negotiation, and I informed Mr. Jones afterward my agent would reach out thinking this would get things done. But then my agent reached out, spoke to Adam. He was told the deal was pretty much already done. My agent, of course, told him that wasn't the case and also reached out to Stephen Jones. Again, the team decided to go silent. At that point, we decided we would allow the team to reach out to us whenever they decided they wanted to talk. Yet still no call or email. Up to today, the team has not had any contact. And so that's where we stand at the moment. He says, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent. I no longer want shots taken at me. We will get to more of this coming up next on The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30. Right.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That Micah posted, but evidently he does not want to be here anymore. Let's get the beginning of this. I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. The team my dad and I grew up cheering for in Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, this is the line. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for this organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. He said he stayed here. He stayed quiet to get something done. He wanted to get a deal done, so he stayed quiet. But then there's been a lot of confusion. So he said he wanted to clear up some confusion. Him and his agent reached out after his third year in hopes of getting a deal done. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start negotiations then. So that's a clear thing. They didn't want to negotiate then. They said, nope, we got other things we got to accomplish.
Which isn't shocking. We kind of knew that.
He said I was okay with that. Didn't complain. Focus on 24. After the season, I told my agent once again, let the team know we're open to negotiate. When they met at the combine, my agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up. That makes complete sense, right?
Yeah.
That is how this business is. We see it happen all the time. After the season, he told them that. This was before any of the other pass rushers deals got done. This offseason, I knew I would be leaving money on the table, but again, I was okay with that. Again, radio silence as far as my extension. In March, I met with Mr. Jones. We had a talk, wanted to talk leadership. Somehow the conversation turned into him talking contract. I engaged back and forth in regards to the contract, but at no point did I believe this was supposed to be a formal negotiation. I told Mr. Jones afterward that my agent would reach out thinking this would get things done. Then my agent reached out, spoke to him, and spoke to Adam. He was told the deal was pretty much already done. My agent, of course, told him this wasn't the case. Also reached out to Stephen Jones. Again, the team decided to go silent. At that point, we decided we would allow the team to reach out to us whenever they decided they wanted to talk. Yet still, no call, no email, nothing. So I'm going to get down to this other part right here at the end. Up to today, the team has not had a single conversation with my agent about a contract. Not one demand has been made by my agent about money, years, or anything else. Still, I stayed quiet, but again, after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives I've made a tough decision, I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. Ooh. That was the line we missed right there, Fred, was I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys.
It is trades, but now, and look, and Stephen Jones told us, told Gavin Dawson, told the G-Bag Nation, told 105 The Fan, and everybody tuning in, and it's since gone viral, that, they don't drag out negotiations, that 90% of what he said was incorrect. That there were things going on behind the scenes. You have to wonder now, and I think this kind of goes back to what you and I were saying earlier in the show, that Jerry and him, when we all knew they had those conversations earlier this year, Jerry took that to mean that a deal had been struck, or that the parameters of a deal had been set, and that they would finalize it with the agent. And apparently, when they came back, that wasn't the case. And again, it pretty much alludes to it.
Yep.
Adam, I'm guessing the front office guy, thought the deal was done. So, Jerry being Jerry, thinking that again, going off of like 1990s negotiation style, where you could do that sort of thing. You could talk to a guy and say, hey, this is what we're thinking, da-da-da. Go back to your agent, we'll dot I's, cross T's, boom, done. Well, it doesn't work like that. And after, rightfully so, Micah went back to David Mulugheta and probably ran by what they had discussed. Mulugheta said, no, that's not how this is going to go about. And when numbers got talked about or whatever they discussed in that initial conversation with Adam, here we are a month, 2 months, 3 months later, and as what it sounds like, nobody's budged. Cowboys aren't talking, and this is where we're at.
This is interesting because the other day, CeeDee Lamb was up on the podium out at training camp, and he said, as they were having conversations, this was a small line in a lot of conversation. He said, I don't think that you want to get into a media battle with Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Then this is Micah Parsons taking control of the narrative. This is actually a fascinating study that we're about to watch.
Oh, it really is.
Because this is kind of that one of those moments where usually the Joneses acquiesce to a deal eventually.
Yeah.
They make up their mind and they say, okay, this is he's now said, I don't want to be here. So I don't know if this is now the Joneses can say, oh, here's the contract and now we're going to negotiate and everything's going to be fine and dandy.
Yeah.
Because now it sounds like, well, now if you want me here, you're going to have to tack on even more numbers.
Yeah.
But on top of that,
insult tax.
You treated me like crap. And I don't like that. Now, a lot of people I see on the fan text right now, a lot of people are going through the emotions of all this. Trade his ass. How much can we get for him? The Joneses are terrible for this. This is like there is no defined line on where people are.
It's pretty evenly
here.
split about how people feel about this situation.
And I don't know what the Cowboys next, because this morning, whenever we started this conversation this morning, it was he could request a trade. The relationship has deteriorated. But now Micah has put it out there. No, that's true, I'm Diana Rossini, and I'm done with this thing, and I don't want to have anything to do with it anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much that affects the locker room too, because I feel like there's Trayvon Diggs is in a situation where he's upset, and I feel like their locker room is being supportive of him. We saw the Wanye Thomas post.
Yeah.
We see that they're being supportive. How does it affect the locker room? And how does it affect the negotiation now with the Jones family?
The Trayvon situation, I think, is just him attaching himself. Look, he's just being opportunistic, I think, more than anything else. I mean, he's been paid, right? Like, you're complaining about what? Because you got docked money? Well, that's more of a discussion about, how you're handling things as a professional. This Micah situation, I mean, it has, and again, this is where the Jones screwed up. You underestimated David Mulugheta. Okay, you underestimated how far David Mulugheta was willing to go, and you underestimated how far Micah Parsons was willing to go.
Oh yeah,
okay, like with
you thought that you could say whatever.
You
and
thought
the money
you could use
just...
the old this is how we do things with the Cowboys, and he's under contract and da 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 da. It's like and right, he is to a point. But at the same time, too, though, this isn't, to be fair, this isn't Trayvon Diggs. All right. Trayvon Diggs negotiating his deal a couple years ago is a whole different story than Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is in the Trayvon Diggs is a good cornerback, but I don't know that we've ever had him in the conversation as being one of the best cornerbacks in football.
Right.
Okay. Micah Parsons is 1A, 1B, 1C when we're talking about impact defensive ends in the National Football League. Run stopping notwithstanding, okay? But no one's going to disagree. He is not one of the premier pass rushers in the National Football League.
This conversation, though, because guys will say they don't want to be somewhere, but he currently is still under contract. What's the line we always hear? Guys don't want to miss paychecks.
No.
They don't want to miss game checks.
Apparently he's ready to.
So he says that right now. I'm interested to see how far the Cowboys are willing to push that, to say, hold on, he's not going to want to miss these checks. Here's Adam Schefter, though, a potential trade comp for Micah Parsons. When Khalil Mack was 27, traded from Oakland to Chicago, the Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a sixth-round pick for Khalil Mack, a second-round pick, and a conditional fifth. 26 years old for Parsons, who is one of the 2 players in the NFL history to register a double-plus sack season in each of his first 4 seasons, along with Reggie White, has now requested the trade.
Yeah.
That is the place where fans are sitting. Do I want Micah Parsons, who is a fantastic pass rusher, maybe not the best, but a fantastic one?
Top 3.
Or do I want all these picks? And I don't know exactly who has that.
And
I was kind of looking
space.
around. Yeah, there's and cap space. That's another thing to go along with it. Micah Parsons has said he no longer wants to be a Dallas Cowboy, and we will talk with the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we are back from Oxnard with training camp winners and losers, and how did the Rangers finish up in Seattle? It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round.
Go back to the final line of Micah Parsons' post on Twitter, and it says, after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives I've made, a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. Now we turn our attention out to Oxnard, where we do have the fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Would like to ask you how you're doing, but what are we feeling about this immediately?
Well, I think we got a real juicy story here, Corey, and I'm excited to cover it. I think maybe this is Micah rising to the engagement farming, serving it hot to the fans that Jerry Jones is all about. I'd also remind you, Myles Garrett said, I don't want to play here anymore. This isn't about money. I think this is just classic, brilliant negotiating on the player side if I had to pick. So I'm going to enjoy the show, dude. I can't wait. I mean, there's some serious juice to this story now, and I guess it's more possible. I just do not believe the Cowboys will let a star player of this level go.
100%. They don't want to trade him at all. And I think he's ultimately just sort of doing the posturing thing here. He knows how to play the game very well. I mean, they've given credit to Micah on microphones here throughout this whole process of Micah gets it as much as any player that we've ever done a deal with before. So he understands the back and forth. I think this is ultimately going to be all to do about nothing, but gosh dang it, is it interesting right now.
Is this the new, and I think it was Mickey we were talking with earlier, guys, that is this kind of the new formula now where, all right, we used to think this was nuclear, right? Requesting a trade, but is this now kind of the new all right, look, I've put my you-know-what on the table. Let's make a move here.
What else does he have?
Right?
It's hey, let me request a trade, and I'm going to leave camp. The other move is I don't play week one, and I actually physically hold out games.
That's the ultimate.
And if that happens, then I think, okay, maybe you do go back and have a new conversation about this. I think right now the feeling probably within the Cowboys is they don't believe Mike is actually going to do that, and I find it hard to believe that he would actually go ahead and miss game checks. So it's unfortunate with how the NFL collective bargaining agreement is set up now and the franchise tag. I mean, the Cowboys can have Micah here for 3 more years, and Micah can do nothing about it. He's under contract now. They can tag him twice. So you're either going to sit out and forfeit a bunch of money and not play football and waste prime years, or you're screwed.
Yeah, the Cowboys were here with Tank, and they ticked his agent off big time, cussing back and forth with Stephen Jones at the Combine. So I think they get themselves in these situations with these edges, and it's why a lot get held up is, the tag is so attractive to the team. It's like, are you kidding me? And you play a spot that doesn't age well deep into the 20s all the time, right? So there's injury risk at edge, there's getting old risk at edge, and then there's this franchise tag sitting there. It's like, well, hold on, we can have you for 3 years and $85 million. Why would we want to do 5 and 200 right now? And we get to go year to year. Like the franchise tag is just so business beneficial right now for the team. And if you really want the Cowboys to win, you want them to ride this line hard. I mean, why go to 40 or 42 when you can do less than 30, if you tag it for the next 3 years? So that's a lot of players, and
it's 4 of them. That's 4 players is what that is, basically. 4
legit starters.
Yeah, is what it is. So, yeah. This is not serious until he starts missing games. That's when it becomes serious. If all of a sudden you get to Philadelphia in week 1 and he forfeits $1.8 million, now it's serious. And now you need to think about, okay, what do we need to do from the front office standpoint? The player appears to be dug in. I think both parties are actually dug in now. And, I think that both parties are a little bit surprised that this isn't done by now. But overall, though, to me, it's not serious until he actually physically starts missing games. That's when it's serious.
So you think the lines of I no longer this, that's all part of the game that they're playing with Jerry Jones, that
they're not going to have no interest in trading him at all. None.
The part though that he's saying about being upset and the shots being taken at him, those can be easily wiped away with a couple commas.
I think that a couple of commas would help. I think the guy that should have more of an issue with what's going on is Diggs. Diggs is the one that should be a little butthurt right now. with his situation, because there's been some really pointed things said about him, and so I can understand. But Micah, this is part of business. Dallas has the hammer here, and they've caved on some contracts before, unfortunately for them. And they're going to try and draw the line here. We'll see how bad Micah really wants to miss games. The fact that he's a sit-in right now, and this is just my opinion, the fact that he doesn't want to give up $50,000 a day, I think tells me a lot that he appreciates money and the value of it. I don't see him missing game checks.
Yeah, I think this is headed for him playing for the Cowboys while being bitter at the Cowboys.
I agree.
And I wouldn't want to spend 3 years of my prime angry at football, So I think that's probably why he wants out, because he sees where this is going. The Cowboys are dug in. He's dug in. So he wants to get out. But if the Cowboys don't want to deal him, he's not going to just play it out like what you just said. He's not going to miss game checks. 24, 27, $33 million, which is what he'd be scheduled to make each of the next 3 years, is still a lot of money to play football. And you'll still be under 30, ready to sign a big contract if it does play all the way out. But, Tank got tagged once. And then the next year, they were like, okay, we're not going to do this again.
Right.
So I think eventually the Cowboys will see some, value in doing a long-term deal. But, man, I think what we're seeing right here, guys, is, Micah broke, because Micah is he's kind of he's a mercenary, he's a rogue, he doesn't practice with the team. Like, you really got to wonder, does he want to be a Cowboy that bad? Does he fit with what Shoddy's installing with the Shoddy culture? And I don't think he really actually wants to be here as much as the other players.
That's the part for me right now is what a crappy situation to put your first year head coach in, where he's got this player who's unhappy as they're in camp, and now you got to get these guys back and focused on what they're trying to accomplish in this camp and what they're trying to accomplish leading into the season, and this becomes a massive distraction that didn't have to be.
Well, I'll tell you this, though, and I don't know if everybody who had a chance to come out and watch practice, they're better equipped now to play without Micah Parsons than they were last year.
I agree with that.
With Donovan Ezeraku, with Fowler. We'll see if Sam Williams could get back on the horse. It's been a little bit of a problem for him. With Marshawn Nealon, he's shown some flashes of stuff, but they are better equipped to play without Micah Parsons. I'm not saying it's what you want to do, but at least they feel like that they've probably got some guys that can make up for it.
Some people are very upset with Jerry because Masterpiece of the Week was cut off.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry about that. We'll have to get back to that next Friday.
Protesting
as Alec Medford said moments ago, Nico is smiling somewhere out there right now that this is distractions taken away. Never let him forget, though. Guys, what do y'all have got coming up on the show, Graham?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. The Lyle Collins workout has happened, and we're hearing some pretty interesting things. We'll lead with that, then break down the Micah.
Fantastic stuff. That is the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Fred was with me for the last 2 days. He'll be with me all next week as well, and I'm looking forward to next week with him. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Our goal our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. I'm so excited to talk Cowboys with everybody here today and with you. And we have all the angles, all right? So let's do this. Our training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. The text is open at 877-881-1053. General Entrance Service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ. Of course, you have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup back home master control. Fixing to go 5. Rangers Mariners tonight. We'll talk about them as well, obviously. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here, your nosebleed brothers. Tennis courts in Oxnard. You have DJ Pridemore, remote engineering, along with Carter Freeman. He's coordinating your video and uploading stuff on YouTube and stuff. So, I do want to say we're going to be all over the Micah Parsons angle here shortly, but you know, I think this thing is going to play out. He'll play football for you. The much more interesting thing right now, at least over the last 30 minutes, is Lyle Collins' workout happening out there.
Yeah.
I did catch a glimpse of it. I didn't know if they wanted me to watch, so I was kind of like trying to look through the corner of my eye. I just saw a big guy moving fast and hitting hard, Brian.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. Just in kind of talking to some folks, felt like the workout went really well. Credit to Lyle for being in shape. You do worry about big guys that, you know, they kind of gets away from them. They don't really put in the work. They come here. They're going to just kind of lumber through a workout. They're going to bend over a lot. They're going to be tired. It's going to be embarrassing for them. But from what I'm hearing with the Lyle Collins workout, there was some pop to his game. There was some good movement. They had they had somebody else with him. I'll try and get the name, but there were 2 names. They're a little light right now on the offensive line, but everything that I heard from Lyle Collins from the workout was on the positive side of thing, not just saying, it was good, don't worry about it kind of thing. No, it was, hey, the movement was good, the power was good, the conditioning was good. There was a lot of positive things that came out of that workout. We'll see. Maybe a little bit later today we'll have a signing or an addition of Lyle Collins to this football team.
That would be exciting. You know, I think Trayvon Diggs was pretty exhausted last night, so you know, it is interesting to wonder how in shape a guy is. As Dak Prescott saying he's in the best shape of his life. The movement, the after rep. A body language of Lyle Collins, it all matched to me in the short period that I got to see as I was walking from the parking lot over here to the tennis courts. And he looked fast and strong and in shape, more so than number 69. And I don't know who that was. I guess if it's Cornelius, then that would make sense. But he looked significantly stronger, faster than him. So I think the next step would be what would happen if you could put him out there. I guess the number one concern is, why was he just released from Buffalo last summer? You know what I'm saying?
I think,
is there reason to believe he's significantly more in shape or ready to rock?
Yeah, I think he was banged up. I think he wasn't physically, maybe mentally, he wasn't into playing football. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that have gone on in his life that he's had to kind of go through. And I think when he was able to put all that behind him and then go with Duke and get a fresh start and kind of think like, okay, I'm still a reasonably young offensive lineman. When they get to their 30s, they kind of, as the older they get, really the better they get. So
32 now, right?
Yeah, he's still a young guy that way. And he's, if he's going to go, he's never, ever, and Wolchuk, correct me if I'm wrong, this has never been a guy. Okay, remember Dawson, the one time in training camp, remember how good he looked physically? He came and he lost a bunch of weight, and we interviewed him out here on the back, the back steps and stuff, and he looked like he'd lost a lot of weight and all that.
He was shirtless.
Yeah, he was shirtless. He was excited about, how he looked, how he felt. But Lyle Collins has never been a big go workout guy. Lyle Collins has been kind of a pat him up, go play, and then party your balls off afterwards guy, and that's,
go eat some crawfish.
And I say that as an LSU guy that back in the day, that's what you do. But he never was committed to being physically fit and everything. He was committed to having a damn good time in life. That was Lyle Collins. That's why he and Dak get along so well. Now, Dak will have a good time with you too. But I think this is like he sees it. I'm a young man. I still have a little football left. maybe an opportunity to get back in.
Well, that would be exciting. Based on everything that's happened so far today, I think I'd be surprised if he doesn't end up at least getting something done.
If you saw a little snap, I was talking to people that were saying the movement was good. I think we were recording Love of the Star. I heard I heard a sled being hit back there, and I heard a lot of sled movement.
He's added a real
yeah, exactly.
When he punches.
So I was like, okay, if that sounds good, but Lyle Collins has a history of playing at very high level and not really giving a damn. But now that he gives a damn, I hope this works out for him.
Obviously, the big story right now is Micah Parsons, though. And, I wanted to make sure we mentioned Lyle Collins because that's actually breaking just as much. And I think we're going to end up talking a lot about Micah today. But that Lyle thing could be big. I think here's what I got for you. If you believe Micah is genuine here and he really wants out and this isn't a Myles Garrett negotiating tactic, if you take that at face value, you trade him because I really feel like he's not a guy that really loves being a Cowboy. And we always wondered as he's wearing a 76ers jersey and people are saying he loves Philadelphia. And then, he's not always at OTAs. He's kind of a lone wolf. Like, are these his guys? Does he love being here? He said when he was getting drafted, he wanted to get drafted by the Cowboys. But since then, I don't think that has added up. And maybe he's just a guy that's about himself, right? So that's fine. But not if you got a contract standoff and Shoddy's building this culture. So that's where I'm at right now. This should be, I think, a moment for the Cowboys to reevaluate how they look at this player. And I'll add to it. If you let him go, you got the room to sign George Pickens. And guess what? George Pickens is bought in. He's doing a buddy cop movie out here with CeeDee Lamb, right? So assuming you're going to still be looking at the pie like that, I think there's a lot of benefit to the idea. And now that Ezra Raku is here and you have a nice group of pass rushers, you could still have a pretty dang good pass rush without Micah Parsons. But Todd Archer updated there at the break, right? They don't have any intention of responding or trading him?
No. And I think that it's 99.5%. Darn near 100%. There is no chance the Cowboys are going to trade Micah Parsons. I don't believe in any way that they would even consider trading him. They have not done a trade of a superstar player, and I know one person mentioned Amari Cooper to me. That is not even in the same tier as we're talking about with Micah. You got to go back to Herschel Walker. Yeah. I do think Micah loves being a Cowboy, personally. I think he loves all of what comes with being a Cowboy. The Bleacher Report stuff, all the off-the-field avenues and opportunities, and the empire that he could possibly build podcasting. Does that come from, hey, if you're a Detroit Lion or a Cincinnati Bengal? No disrespect to those organizations. It does when you're a Dallas Cowboy.
Since you're talking business here, Wolchuk, and I think you're smart to do that because Mike is a good businessman, I think that the 5 years and $200 million or 4 and 160, it just represents such a difference in money, than what he would get if he goes fifth-year option tag. You're looking at 165 or 205 compared to 3 for 85. And by the way, there's no injury guarantee. If you sign a deal with the Cowboys, you're going to get all of it because they're going to immediately start flipping switches and they're going to be pot committed on that contract. So you're looking at, if I do a 5-year deal, I'm getting $200 million. Right now, if you proceed and you get injured, you might only get 24 more. If you make it another year, you might only get 27 more and then 33 more, right? Or you could demand a trade to a team that's ready to give you $200 million, So I think hey, Micah wants to be here because it's the star and he's a good businessman is eliminated by the difference of the guarantees that he's going to be looking at if he lets the Joneses play this out the way that they're planning to. And I don't even think it's a bad tactic by the Cowboys, to just say it's so much better if we just tag you. Now I do think you have to start with the concern of, are you going to alienate the locker room? Jerry has always had a good relationship with the players, but looking at social media right now, I feel like that's changing in a big way here at this camp.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things here because we talk about Micah in a way that like how likable is he in that locker room? What type of leader is he? But these players are coming to his defense. Like CeeDee Lamb is tweeting out like, "Come on, dude, just pay the man what he's owed. Mm-hmm. We don't need to do all this extracurricular stuff." You have Overshown and Wanye Thomas changing their profile pictures on social media to pictures of Micah. So there is plenty of support in that locker locker room for Micah, and a lot of it has to do with those guys want to win, and you are much closer to winning the way that you want to win if you have Micah Parsons, and especially this time of year. Like, go ahead and let him sit out or trade him, and that's not helping our team today. So everyone in that locker room's like, oh, sure, okay, you do trade Micah. They're not going to, but in that world, okay, you get a couple of first-round picks. Great. When are we going to see those guys? This time next year.
Right.
Great. You're not helping me today. I'm CeeDee Lamb. I'm Dak Prescott, especially Dak Prescott, who has all the pressure in the world from winning expectations. We want to win right now. Micah is one of the biggest reasons why we will win.
Yeah, and if you can get just a couple of other pieces figured out on your defense, and you have Micah Parsons, it's going to put you like Von Miller, D. Ware type of, we got your offense in checkmate.
Right.
Best quarterbacks in the NFL. Well, guess what? You don't even have 2.5 seconds to throw. That's what Micah represents, and I agree. The team won't trade him if they can help it. What if Micah rides this thing so hard, rallies the players, gives the Cowboys front office a bad name in the national media? Like, this thing could continue to decline, and then him just refusing to play.
That's it.
Right?
Him refusing to play. Now, this is all this rallying it, getting the fan support, and it's pretty split on the text. I think there's a lot of people that are Cowboy fans that are saying, all right, trade him, move him, get him out of here. I think there's some people that are fed up with Micah Parsons. I think more so than probably the Cowboys think, and maybe some others that cover the team.
Well, they love the star, and they sense that Micah doesn't look at them the same way.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's perfect. This is exactly the only negotiating tactic that Micah has. Let me put this out there. Let me try and brew the fan frustration against the front office. Let me rally the troops inside the locker room. And do we weigh now the distraction stuff? Does it end up, and that's the thing that pisses me off about all of this, that the Cowboys do, where we're talking about this now instead of focusing on let's get ready for this 2025 season. I wish this would get done sooner, but that's not the way they operate. We're dealing with this every single year, whether it's Dak, CeeDee Lamb. We can go back to the Zeke Who stuff, right? So all Micah has now is this type of play, and I think he's probably... The smart thing is also to leave camp. That's probably the next domino that happens here. Is he leaves and gets the hell out of here.
Yeah, because him and his agent can quickly do the math, and Micah, is pretty sharp in business himself, so I'm sure he's aware of this. But you talk about the $50,000 fine to miss camp. You talk about missing game checks, and that's that can add up. But if you're looking at it like the next team that I go to is going to guarantee that $200 million, the difference between 285 is much bigger than a $50,000 fine, a $1 million game check, right? So you say, let's sit out games, let the Cowboys know this is real, and at some point the Cowboys say, well, we can't just let this asset expire or sit here. We have to trade him.
That's the big question.
Yeah.
Is he willing to do that? Is he willing to not play football? Is he willing to actually eat that money? I don't think that he is. I don't think the Cowboys think that he is. But if he does, Brian, then we can have a different conversation.
Yeah, I think the conversation, if you're right, Dawson, and he were to leave and now the fines start, then you send a different message. I think the optics of it is like right now with him being here, he does not want to get fined.
Mm-hmm.
But if he were to walk away,
you burn the bridge.
He burned the bridge, and now he's getting fined $50,000 a day. And we'll see. We'll see how long that he wants to do that. I think the Cowboys are in a great spot myself. Now
they are.
But I understand what you're saying, Chief. They don't have one of the best players in the National Football League playing, but they have got to find a way to draw a line on these contracts. And I hate this is the one. The contract should have been done a long time ago. They should have drawn the line on Steele or any of these other contracts.
I mean, Dak is where they really should have drawn the line.
Steele, Diggs, whoever you want to. I mean, that's where the line should have been drawn. So right now they're like, okay, well, let's see. Let's see how. Micah has to prove to them that he's willing to miss game checks. That's where I think this whole thing. Or they've also got to get in a situation too where Micah needs to. Like, he needs to tell David Mulugeta, okay, if we're going to do this, stop talking to him because I'm willing to hold out and make this, it's going to be really, really hard on me, but let's see if we can make it hard on them. Because right now, we've got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We've got no leverage on them at all.
Right.
The minute that I'm the one that's going to have to take the brunt of this. I'm the one that's going to have to get fined every day and miss game checks. But if that's the strategy, because right now I just in my heart believe that the Cowboys don't think that he will do it, and they're going to wait him out.
Yeah.
But he has to prove to them that he's got the stomach to do it, and he's willing to sit. And I think that's I agree with Wolchuk. I don't think they trade him. But Dawson, like you say, maybe they have to reevaluate that down the stretch. But it also sets a really dangerous precedent if, in fact, that he does this and demands trade, and then they do trade him. Then you have your other star players. Okay, well, Dallas is now they've caved on contracts. Now they're going to cave on trades.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think they want to do this. I don't think they want to set that where, well, they moved on from Micah. Hell, they'll move. I mean, let's just sit out and see what happens. Let's see if we can get them to trade us.
Well, and to your point, if he doesn't even leave camp, Brian, because he doesn't want to start getting fined, he's not missing a game check.
That would be to me. That to me is the number one key in this whole negotiation. The minute that he picks up and starts getting fined, now he's serious about doing this. Now the doubt comes into their minds if, okay, maybe he won't take $1.8 million. Maybe he will sit out. That he's got to change the narrative to the front office, because right now the more he stands out on this practice field, the more resolve they have of like, let's let this thing ride.
He's trying to get some leverage here because the Cowboys have such tremendous leverage with their ability of how they can manage this contract. And I think it's very smart for the players and agents to say, okay, we have to nuke this, right? We can't just continue a negotiation. We have to threaten, like Ayuk did, like Myles Garrett did, like McLaurin did last night in Washington. Okay, I don't want to be here anymore. And that is, what can maybe create a little bit of a deadline for you. So I think this is still just negotiation. I don't think this is going to, end poorly. And a lot of me thinks right now, Jerry's like, sweet, we're about 2 weeks into camp. The camp storylines and the camp battles have kind of run their course. And now people are starting to think about, okay, let's get ready for week one. What are we going to do for the next 3 weeks? Well, today is handled. This weekend is handled, and all early next week, the Star is dominating coverage once again, So, yes, I think maybe, Jerry's got us exactly where he wants us today. And he's kicking back and watching this thing burn and loving it. And in, some point between 2 to 4 weeks, we'll have a press conference and a big smile and a big handshake. That's where I think this thing is going. But it's a lot of fun to cover all of the angles, especially in light of the social media post that Micah Parsons put up about 45 minutes ago. We'll continue to talk about it. We'll get you the G-Bag of the Day champion replay and Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Well, we just had the trade deadline yesterday. The top 10 best trade deadline rentals in the history of baseball. That's next from the Nate.
93 The Fan. We are live at Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Our coverage brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. We're in the midst of breaking news as Micah Parsons has officially requested a trade. Says he doesn't want to be a Cowboy anymore. He's sick of Jerry stringing this thing out, giving him confusing communication and the occasional disrespect. So Micah's had enough. Or is this just negotiation? It's the discussion we'll be having here off and on with you over the next 4.5 hours. G-Bag Nation live in Oxnard. Okay, segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ.
He don't want to be a cowboy, baby. Hey, bro, as soon as the news broke, I thought about you, Dawson.
Oh, yeah?
I thought about you.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah,
nice to be thought of.
When you pulled Steven's ego a little bit,
yeah,
you pulled it. You pulled it just a little bit, and it sat with him, and he thought about it, and hats off to you at the end of the day.
Yeah. You know, when somebody gets you a little bit, you're like, I'm not going to let anybody else get me like that for a while. You know, you're looking out for it. You know, and I feel like maybe I had to have a comeback after the Tellez interview. Maybe Steve feels like he's got to have a comeback after that interview. I think that's a good point, Lucius.
I think it's a good point. Hysterical.
Hit the nail on the head. You're welcome,
You're
Cowboys
killing it,
fans,
Lucius.
for blowing up camp.
What a fantastic observation there, Lucius.
Appreciate you recognizing the unlimited power that I have.
It was the poker analogy. Hold on, bro.
You know, from poker, you know, and I'm a poker player. If the table knows your pattern, it's time to change the pattern.
Yeah, you and I'll just have to agree to disagree. I don't think there's a pattern here. How many ways do you want me to say it?
Well, I guess 3 is good enough.
Yeah.
Wow,
Babe, I said no. I don't know that girl. How many times you want me to say no? You just want me to unfollow her? I'll unfollow her, babe. I promise. All right, here's our champion right here. Day 3 for this champion audio. Stephen Jones combo pack. Dawson press Mr. Jones.
Right, and I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, I mean, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
How so?
I'm not going to get into the details of the negotiation.
Why'd you do the how so like that, bro? Oh, yeah? How so?
Yeah, give me more details.
How so?
That was my old buddy Kenny Vance. He was a beat writer for the Trailblazers for a long time, and he said, if you ever ask somebody and they give you a short answer and you're not quite sure what to say how so or why's that?
Look at that.
Yeah, so that was just a broadcasting trick.
That's a good jab.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? How so? And KMC Masterpiece, Corey Majors made fun of that whole situation.
Here's my example of Steven. You know, where do you stop to get gas, Steven? And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop, because what is stopping?
What is stopping?
Right. Who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually – a lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question. And you got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not fair to the gasoline industry.
Wow, that's goated right there. Thank you, Corey Majors. 10 to 2 weekdays here in the G-Bag Nation. I think next week it's Corey with Fred. All 5 days.
All 5 days.
Haggie's in Germany.
Germany?
Yeah. Yeah. Time now for
I'll find that drop in a second and hit it on y'all so y'all know what it is next time.
I cannot wait.
Hit it on me.
I got you, fam. I got you, bro.
Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. Doing a pivot on the fly. Pivot on the fly with the top 10 here. Had the 10 greatest deadline rentals ever. All right, number 1. I'll let you know who number 1 was, just to pay off for you baseball seam heads out
Ricky
there.
B. Ricky?
CC Sabathia, making himself a Brew Crew legend in 2008. He had just won the AL Cy Young. He ended up going 11-2, 1.65 ERA, 7 complete games, 3 shutouts. He was brilliant for the Brewers. They went to the playoffs for the first time in 26 years, all thanks to one, CC Sabathia. I would probably go with Cliff Lee. Best Rangers rental ever. Were able to get to a World Series. And that was pretty damn incredible. First time the Rangers won the AL pennant. But, man, we had an incredible story from you, General, on the drive over here. And I want to pivot to this, and I want to set you up to be able to tell your side of things here. But what are the worst types of roommates? 877-881-1053. Just the worst people to have to deal with and cohabitate with. What the hell?
There is no worse roommate than a snoring roommate in a hotel. And nothing personal. I think if you're a bad snorer, I get it. Then there's nothing you can do about it, right? You're just a snorer. I guess you could get a fancy CPAP mask or something that might kind of mitigate a little bit of that, but it's not like you're sleeping and thinking, yes, I'm going to snore and keep this dude up, right? So
sure, it's unintentional.
So, my podcast partner, New Bear, came out here for a couple of days, and we've been having fun creating content and, catching up. I used to do radio with him, actually, in Portland. He was working at Nike. I was working at the Fan in Portland. And, we recently decided to do a Cowboys podcast. So, anyway, that's sort of the backstory on why he's here, and we've been having a good time. But the first night, I was like, wow, this is quite the snoring, but I was packing some Ambien, right? So bang, bang. Next thing you know, I'm out like a light too. And I woke up later on in the night, but the second night was Wednesday night, and I had the worst night of sleep ever, right? Like yesterday I was dragging. I was like, ooh. I was out in the twilight zone a couple of times during segments, just like totally checked out because I was super tired. So last night I was like, okay, I'm sleeping tonight. That's not going to happen again tomorrow on the show. So yeah, I think I fell asleep at about 11, and at 11:15, I wake up to the sound of an absolute chainsaw. Like, New Bear was an interior lineman. He probably goes about 310 right now, and those big guys, when their body's laying on itself and, they get those big rips coming through it was just as loud as it's ever been. So I was like, okay, this is fine. I'll take some melatonin. I'll wrap the pillows around my ears. I'll crank up the fan. But like an hour and a half later, I'm still awake, right? Wow. So at that point, I'm starting to get pissed because I'm thinking the show's going to be bad, right? Yeah. And I can't do this. I can't be out to lunch here on a Friday. So I walk out to the lobby with bare feet on, and like a T-shirt and some sleeping pants, and they looked at me like I was a homeless person as I go, do you guys have any vacancies? And I realize it is coming out of my mouth that they're looking at me like a new customer, right? So security comes rushing over, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. I got to go back to my room. They don't believe I'm going back to my room. I'm like, I got a key. I'm going back to my room. Leave me alone. I just got a super snore in here, right? So I get back in, and I'm like, I guess I'm going to try to put in earbuds and crank them up to 10, but my freaking earbuds die.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so now I'm thinking about getting an Uber and just leaving. It's like 2 a.m. But I have the idea to go into the bathroom, and I lay towels down on the bathroom.
Oh, gosh.
Which gave me a little bit of a cushion.
This is ultimate desperation, bro.
And I'm looking at him like,
awful.
What do I do here, right? This is my room. I'm doing him the favor, but I can't be a jerk and just like wake him up. So yes, I fall asleep on the bathroom floor for maybe 2 hours, and then I get up at about 5 a.m., and I go, buddy, I don't care if you get up and sit there or get up and go to breakfast or get up and do something, but I'm about to go to sleep, all right? So he gave me the story of, man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was snoring this bad. I'm like, it's fine, but seriously, you're up
Get the
now.
hell out of here.
You're up. And
sleeping in shifts. Wow. That's an absolute disaster class.
So the whole left side of my body is bruised now. The right side of my body is bruised there from the tile in the bathroom.
Oh, no.
But I got about 3 hours of sleep. And I woke up, I tell you what, I woke up feeling so refreshed just because my body needed to sleep that bad. I assume at some point in the show I'm going to crash today.
I thought you were being sarcastic when you said that.
Man.
You actually woke up feeling refreshed.
I did. I feel refreshed right now.
Wow.
I feel like it was a giant win. I slept from about 5:30 to 8:30.
Hell yes.
So I patched together about 5 hours of sleep. But yes, the snoring roommate is the worst roommate. It's not even close.
877-881-1053, the worst type of roommate. Getting a lot of texts about the alcoholic roommate. The drug addict roommate might be waking you up at 3, 4 a.m. hallucinating on God knows what.
Is the alcoholic roommate a bad alcoholic? Like, is he angry or is he just always drunk? Because I'm not mad if you're always drunk, but if you're like a mean drunk.
It's got to be the anger, right?
It's got to be the anger. Or you always want to party, so there's like always people involved. Like,
that's the deal.
You get woken up in the middle of the night because people are coming back from the bar.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, you come home from work, they're hammered and like mid-party mode, and you're like, hold on, I'm stressed out. I got to, let me catch up real quick. Where's the beer funnel?
It's a phone moment.
How about the roommate that struggles with bills?
Oh, doesn't want to pay for anything?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
have you ever had a roommate that, since today's August 1st, you get paid, you're paying bills and stuff. Have you ever had a roommate that you're always having to hound him or her to get money from?
I personally have not, but that would have to be the worst roommate to have.
When I moved here,
So you guys have never had a lot of roommates?
No, I haven't. I really
I
haven't.
had 3 in college for several years, but I mean, we all knew each other going back to high school.
And we was all in the military, so everybody was paid.
Okay,
there you go.
All right. See, I always dealt with guys, a couple of gals there at a time that were they were always late with stuff. Like, hey, we got to have this done. No, this has got to go in. And I hated that, always having to hound them for that.
Especially when you give them money for your half of the bills, and then they go do something with it.
Right.
And they're like, oh, I thought I was going to be able to float it, but actually we're in collections with the water company now.
All of a sudden, you come home from work, you're right. Yeah, you come home from work and the power's not working. The power's not working.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going, well, what happened? I gave you money for the...
Did your cable went out?
The bill? Yeah, cable went out. Yeah.
Man, that's terrible. 10 is the human cling wrap, which is basically the roommate that won't let you do anything without them included. They're just constantly like, what are you doing? What are you doing tonight? Like, they can't be by themselves. 9 is the drama magnet. You got a roommate that's always in some type of drama. Now you're finding yourself in it. Whether it's a boyfriend, the girlfriend, other friends, that's an issue. I don't need that in my life. 8 is the absent-minded pet owner. And I've had several friends that have told me stories about this. They end up with a dog or a cat, and they just don't take care of that animal.
Yeah,
and you end up taking care of the dumb thing.
That's a pain in the ass. Yeah. Super loud, number 7.
That's Bobby Belt. Bobby was so loud in the car last night. Wasn't he driving home? Is Bobby always that loud?
Bobby,
he is.
He was like, we're driving home, and he's just, he's like...
Football arguments with me. I know we're ball knowers, okay? But there's different levels to ball knowers here. Bobby, stand down.
How does the ball song go? It was pretty funny.
Are you claiming you know more about football than Bobby?
Yes.
He knows ball.
Bobby's a schmuck.
Bobby knows
ballin'. Bobby's a ball idiot.
Do you watch more than him, though?
Bobby knows ball.
Yeah, of course. No, Bobby probably does consume more, but it doesn't make him football intelligent.
God, he's loud.
He doesn't know what he's watching half the time. He's very loud, especially when he starts drinking.
Wow.
He's proud of it, too, by the way.
He is.
He likes to show it off.
God, I love him. He's such a sweetheart. 24-hour party person, number 6. That's probably the raging.
Yeah.
Yep. The person who steals all your food, number 5.
I cook enough. I cook enough for everybody, though.
Speaking of food, I had a roommate, so this is my worst one. My man used to take out food in the morning to thaw out, like chicken or meat or whatever.
Leave it on the counter.
Never get to it. So by the time you get to the house, the whole house smells like rotten chicken.
Oh,
and I might not be there for like 2 days or something. I'm in the military. We gone for a while.
All over the place.
Yeah. And he's just gone too. So is the chicken just sitting out there.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
4 is the IOU.
Yeah.
That's the person that's not paying here, Brian.
Yeah, that to me that's a problem.
3 is the snoop.
Oh.
Like they're always getting into your business.
You gotta get out. You gotta leave.
That sounds like a stalker.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Yeah, my room is my room, bro.
Yeah, you're not getting into my stuff. 2 is the slob. Just incredibly messy. I did live with one. Yeah.
Damn Jeff, spit cups everywhere. I swear, I've never.
He wasn't a pee bottle guy, was he?
No, but he literally he just never had one spit cup. He had like 4 of them.
We heard about the pee bottles. Lucia sent us a very vivid picture of one. Oh, are you a pee bottle guy?
Our very own. DJ had a pee bottle roommate. He's engineering the broadcast right now. He's having PTSD.
Is the kiddo out of the house now, Lucius? Like, are you still dealing with the pee?
No, he's still at the house, but we're not dealing with pee bottles.
We graduated?
Yeah, we graduated from pee bottles.
The maturation of a man.
I think he's peeing in the backyard now. Oh, I think he's peeing in the backyard because there's one little area that's just yellow. Like the grass just will not cooperate over there.
Man, there's nothing quite like an outdoor pee. Though.
Amen.
Number one, though, worst type of roommate is the thief.
Oh, man. Yeah, horrible.
Yeah, they're stealing your stuff.
And that usually is the drug addict or whatever.
The
trying
Snoop.
to,
Yeah.
the Snoop drug addict combo.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Fun little top 10 here for you. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our training camp coverage continues. Brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Massive breaking news. We got to get Lyle Collins in for a workout earlier. We're waiting for any sort of update on that today or tomorrow. It's an off afternoon, so no shoddy presser, no media opportunities, but we will have a guest coming on here at 4:40. We're going to be looking at Cooper Beebe sitting down right here on the hot seat. Where are we going next, Chief?
Let's go.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? Tolos, more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we are back from Oxnard with training camp winners and losers, and how did the Rangers finish up in Seattle?
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What a day of news. The Rangers trade deadline yesterday. We'll talk more about that. Micah Parsons requesting a trade, saying he does not want to be a Cowboy anymore. Cowboys aren't going to have any response to that, reports Todd Archer. It's time now. I mean, where does this fall in the context of L's and dubs? Here's the Chief.
All right.
I mean, I think it's a dub right now for us. This is terrific content.
It is.
It's the soap opera is burning hot. I know Cowboys fans are mad, though.
Yeah, dude. Across the internet right now, the Cowboys are being dragged for this in a pretty alarming way. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, let's run it up here. We have the celebrity L's this week. You have Shannon Sharp officially fired from ESPN. You have Justin Timberlake announcing that he has Lyme disease.
Ooh.
That's terrible. My gosh. It's like a tick thing.
You can't lose that, can you? Like it stays with you?
From what I understand, yeah, it's one of those things that's it's relatively tough to treat there. So that's pretty unfortunate. I think I saw something about Gary Busey as well. He's had a tough one.
Oh, no. He's got a little weird little case, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sexual assaults.
That's exactly right.
Man.
I think he pled guilty to that one as well. He's 81 years old. He pled guilty to groping a woman.
Have you seen his face?
Bro, his face is...
That had to be frightening for her. You know what I mean? Looking up and Gary Busey grabbing you, you're like, oh my God, look at his teeth and his eyes.
Bro, his face is like melting off of his own face. It's like a crazy. He looks ridiculous.
Looks like Harvey Dent.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh.
It was, and especially because it was at a New Jersey horror movie convention.
Oh,
so there's
He fit
just
right in.
frightening people all around, and there was Gary Busey just showing
It's a
up
man
as
in a
himself.
mask. He grabbed me. No, it's Gary Busey.
that was just old Gare. So yeah, there's
or Jer.
Did I mention Gilbert Arenas? I think I did. Yeah.
I just want Gil to be safe. Because he came out of jail talking about, I just rented the house. He's already telling us way too much about who's doing what. If these supposed to be mafioso people, be careful, Gil.
Yeah, get lawyered up. You know?
And be
Say
quiet.
less. Yeah.
And be safe and dip for a second. You're in time with people like, they'll do you like the Russians did Denzel on the bridge.
Man, that's exactly what he does not need to happen, but I do think that's staring him right in the eyes right now.
Establish dominance quickly.
That's a scary situation there for old Gil.
I mean, I'd be willing to say it was all me, you know. These mafioso guys had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
They were just players.
It was all me.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. We got our buddy Tim in Carthage. Big Dub had a chance to tell Wolchuk and Chiafalo alongside Big Jim what you should do and not do while in Oxnard. Okay, we did get that phone call last week.
We did. He told us a lot not to do, and I think we've done it.
Yeah, he also says biggest L. You didn't hear a damn word we said, including Wolchuk getting absolutely hammered at Jerry's party last night.
I think I handled myself well, though.
Okay, yeah, last night was a really spectacular time. That was as much food as I've eaten in a long time. Like I was like hurting walking out of there, which was really exactly the way I wanted.
And what's it takes to do that for you? You think like 4,000 calories, 5,000? Like, give us an estimation.
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I mean, I think we're talking about 6 legit plates. Like 6 legit plates.
At one point, I looked over, and Eric is just in the corner by the table.
He was
the
standing
buffet
by
table.
me.
Yes. And he just kept
and shout out to Broadus, who was coaching, like, just like, hey, go for more.
Just
You're not
raising.
done yet. You know, like he was kind of being that gym partner. He was my kitchen partner last night. Like, you got more left in the tank. You got more left in the tank. I was like, hell yeah, I do. I almost vomited at Nova.
It was funny.
Like, you did go to the bathroom for a little while.
I'll tell you, I will say this, though. I will say this last night. Maybe the most embarrassing part of the thing. was when we were standing there talking to Stephen Jones, and Wolchuk had his plate.
I didn't know what to do.
Wolchuk had his plate like tilted with like 3 little pieces of sushi.
I know.
So Stephen's like, "Oh, you guys are, I love being on with you guys," going on and on and on. And Wolchuk's just, yes, sir. You know, we're all,
it looks so weird.
And he's got this plate in his hand with these little pieces of sushi. I said, you should have just went ahead and just started eating those in front of him.
Yeah, Wolchuk was too shy to eat. While
I was a little bashful. The first 30 minutes, I did get a little bit of like social anxiety.
Yeah.
I needed the liquid courage. As soon as that kicked in, it was okay.
But yeah, I thought it was funny how you had that your plate just got a.
I did too. I thought to myself, "You look such an idiot right now."
It was
but I don't know.
It's kind of like when you're in a reception, and you have an empty plate, and you really don't know what to do with the plate.
I tucked it into the side fat a little bit,
and you're kind of looking around.
Tuck it under the
I'm just telling
tummy.
Here, my fupa. Come on.
I'm going to hide my sushi plate in my belly.
The wait staff was on it last night.
They
were on it. So. But just when Wolchuk needed someone to come grab at the plate, it just didn't materialize for him, though.
Last night was a huge victory. Absolutely loved every single second of it. 214.
It's probably butts to nuts, so you can't just like turn around and put the plate down somewhere. I think that's important detail, right?
Yeah,
it was very busy again last night.
We were B's to D's all night.
Man.
214, biggest L and dub. He found it's our buddy Woody. He's still going strong off the opiates and the benzo, so that's good. He found out his buddy though needs help getting off of fentanyl. So he's having to help him out. But his buddy is 5 days clean and sober from the Big F.
I would say just Google fentanyl. That would get me off it. I'm like, wow.
All the death.
This is
this is going to suck, but I'm not taking any more of this.
Don't we play a commercial about that? Like someone. My kids went to Mexico. Something like they took fentanyl or something like that.
I think we do have a horror story.
Can we address that Rangers commercial? That island that plays?
Go ahead.
I think Lucius did.
That is just
maybe last
for
summer.
LA Live. Yes, you played it. I can't believe we brought it back, man. Every time it's jarring to hear.
It is pretty jarring. Sounds like a great vacation though for anyone who's interested.
I'm sure it's fantastic.
Hey, Eric, by the way, too, last night with the lettuce wrap things, did you just scrape the stuff off the lettuce wraps and just leave the lettuce?
Yeah, I kind of did.
You didn't want the lettuce?
No, I didn't. Well, because what was inside of it was so freaking amazing. It was like the lettuce is just, there's no need for it. It's
the whole idea, Dawson and Lucius, the presentation is kind of like Boston, like a lettuce cup.
Okay.
So it's got the filling in the cup.
Uh-huh.
My man Chief just said, "Nah, I'm scooping the filling out."
That's amazing.
And leaving like all these cups of. He left a bunch of cups of lettuce.
Doing it right.
Like Nobu's serving up lettuce.
Like, why are we wasting our time with the lettuce, bro? Whatever's in the middle of that lettuce is 10 out of 10 dominant.
Got to get some roughage,
Actually, I at one point used the lettuce as a napkin to wipe off the sauce on my face. Yeah, just trying to be resourceful.
I was laughing so hard, and you like over there scooping the lettuce, and then, like people were walking by, and I was watching the reaction, like. Damn, they're just serving lettuce out here. Anybody that wants it.
Because I just left the lettuce on the big plate. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, I didn't know if a vegetarian was going to walk by and think, oh, here we go. This is for me.
It's been cross-contaminated.
I was thinking about others. All right, we got to go rapid fire on the text. 817, there was a car that got robbed, but it wasn't his car. He cashed his check. Everything's good now. Let's see. We have an 817 Charter. In a meeting, first 5 minutes of an hour and a half long Zoom meeting. That's a tough way to end the week on a Friday. 318 did not pass an exam. Biggest dub received a surprise check in the mail. Paid off a lot of stuff. Okay, there you go. 214. Let's see here. We have first birthday. Happy birthday to Adeline Doyle in the 254. Congratulations, Adeline.
That's a normal name, right?
Yeah,
Adeline?
I don't think I got on
we
that
just
one.
Got to double check these days.
Adeline
Doyle.
Tolo Reginald just turned 31 in the 903. Congratulations. Another 903, big dub. First son born, but it was 6 weeks early, and now they're having to do the NICU thing, and they don't get to leave with him right now.
I'm with you. I've been there.
You can relate. You'll come out on the other side of that one, though. We believe in you and your baby. And I think that'll cover it. Pastry Chef Eric has a ridiculous one, bro.
Oh, no, what happened?
Pastry Chef Eric, who's an all-time Tolo, He says, biggest dub, broke up with my girlfriend during vacation. Remember when I told you he had a bad vacation situation?
Yeah.
Yeah. So mid-vacay, they break up. But then he also, his sister lost her battle with cancer as well.
Sorry to hear that.
And I said, like, dude, are you serious? He said, dead ass. So
love you, dude.
We're thinking about you. He is pretty hyped up though. Like he's calling it a dub about his girlfriend. Like that was a good decision.
Did they fly back together? I want to know things.
Yeah.
So many questions.
We need to hear it in his Baltimore accent, so maybe you can call in what you're drinking, what you're thinking, and he
Dead
can
ass,
explain
B,
to us.
Top stories at 3 coming up. What if Micah Parsons would play this angle in the anticipated holdout? That's coming up next year, the G-Bag Nation.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
A trade and thinking about severing his relationship. And then later on, just about 45 minutes before we started our show, early afternoon, Micah Parsons had quite a bit to say on social media, including I still have stayed quiet, but after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives, I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. So where are we now? Where do we go from here? The tease was, what if Micah Parsons plays this angle in his holdout? And I'm going to get to that in just a second. The Cowboys are saying we're going to have no response through Todd Archer's Twitter account. So salute to Todd for that update. And then Ed Werder tweeting, source, despite his public ridicule of the Cowboys organization and his trade request to the Dallas front office, I'm told Micah has no intention of leaving training camp and incurring $50,000 in daily fines as mandated by the NFL. So you start to play it out from here, guys. And I think this becomes very interesting because Micah doesn't want to hold out right now. He doesn't want to leave and incur a $50,000 fine. And he said his back was hurt, right? So there is the illusion of injury. What if Micah Parsons, when the season starts, says, I don't want to miss checks. I would really like to play, but dang it, my back still hurts from those heavy back squats that Trayvon Diggs was telling you about.
Ooh, okay. All right. Yeah.
I mean, is he protected there? Can you say I'm injured? I mean, what's the recourse that the team has at that point?
Feel like there are league rules to this. I know teams have gotten in trouble for not reporting injuries when they have happened, and I don't know that you can necessarily fake an injury. I mean, teams have done that to put a guy on IR.
He's faking injury right now to avoid fines. That's the hold in, right? I'm here. Oh, I'm hurt. Yeah,
my back's tight.
This isn't a holdout. I'm here. What if week one he says, this is not a holdout, I'm here. But damn it, I got out of bed this morning and rolled my ankle. Got a boot on right now. Brian, can a player do that? Would a player do that? What would be the recourse from a team if this thing plays itself out in that fashion?
Are we talking about Micah potentially doing that?
Lingering into the season saying, oh, my back hurts, now I can't play. I think that you're not able to do that. I don't think you can.
It would be that would be tough. I'm trying to think about if I've ever had to deal with a player just completely, just tanking for not, just not to play. I just can't think of one right now. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Okay.
Like I say, is it possible? Sure, it's absolutely possible. But you're gonna have to prove. The team will file a grievance against you.
Yeah, and if they do, it's considered an unfair act, and there will be it's violating the collective bargaining.
It's a violation. So I guess they could, but you'd have to go through a doctor, and then there'd be a doctor in the NFL Players Association side. There'd be a doctor for the team, and
what if he plays and he's making business decisions and not getting off the ball? I mean, you could talk about those kind of things and playing things out.
That'd be conduct detrimental.
Yeah, that would be conduct detrimental to the team.
Could you prove that?
You could fine him.
Well, if you show the film where he's just
loafing,
missed camp, not in shape. You know, so you're trying to play me. I'd love to play hard. You know, I appreciate the $1.5 million a game I'm getting here, but I just wondered, you know, what that could look like if it played out that way. So then you start to, you know, go to the next layer in the conversation, which is more like chemistry and morale and the relationship between the front office. Can you build a great culture if you're stringing your best players out like this? And I think that's a really interesting subject to look at, but you know, then I start to think of the Cowboys in the 90s, and you had a big holdout with Emmitt Smith. You had a big holdout with Michael Irvin that was contentious. That culture was fine, you know. But now the difference here is that maybe everybody else on the team is starting to feel like if I play great, you know, it's just going to be a massive pain in my ass. And, you know, I don't want to deal with that here.
Man, I'll say this. This is the first one that I've kind of felt, well, they haven't done in a timely manner. You know, they haven't been able to get deals done. They've got a couple of deals done.
With the top tier superstar market setting players, they drag it out. They're not proactive at all.
Yeah. So to me, that's kind of where you
This is what Howie Roseman was talking about last week with the Eagles. Like, the advantage of getting the deals done is your guys know you have our backs, and he thinks there's value.
Yeah,
you know, in the culture to that.
I totally agree. But this is, you know, this organization has honestly paid top dollar.
They have
for every player that they've had.
They just make you wait, and up until now, you know you're going to get it.
The player gets
100%.
Player gets a 4-year deal and gets top value, and so you're like going, was it worth the fight? You know, I mean, for a player, they're like, I got less years and I got more money. You know, and I don't know. If I'm a player, I'm just kind of like, well, we got what we wanted out of this deal.
This is the most it's ever blown up. Do you think it's registering for the Joneses at all?
See, that's what I'm saying. This is the first time I felt like that the Joneses have really drawn a line in the sand. This is the first one where they're like, okay, you know, this is the first time where I detect a player really upset with how the negotiations are going. Am I off on this one?
No, but I think they're upset too, clearly.
There's no question they're upset.
So it's both sides.
But it's both sides, and you know, and obviously, they probably felt like that they had a deal with Micah. They probably felt like that they had one done, and
then he went back on his word.
And he went back, you know, and so.
But in defense of him, it isn't really fair.
It's not fair. You talk to my agent and all that.
I get what he's saying.
But again, the agent works for the player.
Sure.
So if the player says, I like this. Let's go forward. Let's do this. You know, then you're like, okay, fine. Well, here, we'll talk to your agent.
Micah in this message said he liked the framework. He was surprised Jerry was trying to talk deal and said, you know, this sounds pretty good. Talk to my agent about it. Let's get this hammered out. He never said, from Micah's perspective, we have a deal.
Right.
You know, maybe Jerry
they had the
thought
framework.
that.
Obviously, they felt like they had the framework for something.
Isn't that dirty pool to try to be doing deals behind the agent's back like that, though? We're not even talking to Mulugeta. We want to get this done with Micah.
They tried to do it with Parcells, and Jerry tried to do it with Romo.
Yeah,
remember they
put him
put
in a closet or something.
They put him in an office and said, "Hey, listen, would you, you know?" And that kind of thing. Is it the right thing to do? Maybe not. Is it business? Absolutely.
How different is it? I mean, we brought up Tank last hour, and that got contentious. Tank was just a little bit more quiet and professional, you know, or quiet and didn't want to, you know, say his side of the story as much. Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a whole nest of firecracking hornets back there or whatever? Mark that.
That was incredible. I don't know what you said, but I loved it.
Okay, the sleep deprivation is showing up here.
Firecracking hornets.
A nest of firecracking hornets.
A nest of firecracking hornets. He was mad. You know, like, so you've had mad players before. I do not know if this is that different. I think it's just now you're dealing with Micah Parsons, who's very social media savvy and knows that he's going to blow up his brand by taking advantage of this opportunity right now to make it a huge story.
I think people, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think people are more upset by the Diggs things than they are with Micah. Does that
the fans?
Yeah, the fans. I think people are more upset of how they felt that Diggs was treated as opposed to how Mike is being treated.
Jerry was ruder about Diggs, and Steven's been ruder, you know. but I think the fans understand Trayvon's not as good and he has been hurt. So
Right.
I think they're frustrated with him. From the fans' perspective, Micah is elite, and this just isn't how you should be doing deals with elite-level players. Now, why are the Cowboys doing this? It's similar to Tank Lawrence's situation where the franchise tag is so significantly less than what the player is asking for, and it is market value if the guy hits free agency. But the Cowboys at Edge like to do this tag, and I'm not exactly sure on all the reasons why, but they like to do it, and that makes sense to me. So I think the way through this is some sort of compromise. Like if you want 4 years at $41 million, you want $164 guaranteed, we can play this out at $3 and $85. Is there somewhere in the middle like $3 and $95, $3 and $100? That's the only way this gets done. And I think to Micah, that's offensive because he sees what T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett just got. He sees what other great pass rushers
he's
who've come
playing
up got.
he's playing the Myles Garrett card right now.
But
what he's doing.
Do you give the additional $7 to $10 million on an annual to make your star player happy if he has not been a leader at all, has not participated in OTAs and mini camps? I think the answer to that is justifiably no. For the Cowboys. I'm not mad at the Cowboys for what they're doing with Micah. I don't want them to trade him, but I think they're playing like agents are trying to bust your ass.
Right.
How could you be mad at the Cowboys for negotiating back just as hard? I can't. I think that's sound business. And as a fan of the Cowboys, if you're going to manage the cap like it's, this really solid asset that, isn't, you can't go over this number or that number, then your only advantage is to negotiate, to your maximum potential based on the rules of that CBA. That's all they're doing.
And if you're the Cowboys, you don't have really a reason to have a sense of urgency to do this. It's like, we thought we had this done with you. Now you're coming back and saying this. Well, all right, you're under contract this year. And if we can't get anything done, we'll tag you, to your point. And if that doesn't work, we'll tag you again. So you're kind of in a very terrible spot if you're Micah because you don't really have any leverage. So, the play with the media here is really kind of the only move. If you're sitting there, the only card that I can play now without losing money is let me try and just stir this thing up, get everybody talking. Maybe I can create some kind of friction some way towards the Cowboys, and we'll see what happens from there. But he's under contract. I mean, to me, he's going to show up and play, and if he doesn't, then I'd be absolutely stunned.
Yeah, I guess I was until this morning. Now I think to him, it's clear the Cowboys are planning to tag him, and he looks at it like I could get hurt and have this generational wealth that I've created off of my playing career so far. Take a serious haircut, like a 65% haircut. And, as long as we're talking about how the public perceives this, maybe the difference for anybody between $85 and $200 million, you're like, well, what are we talking about here? It's an insane amount of cash. But I guarantee Jerry negotiates, like the difference between 85 and 200 is $115 million of wealth for my family that I can use to invest in our futures. Maybe that I could start a foundation with. It's 9 figures of money. So, you have to acknowledge that as realistic for Micah Parsons when you're looking at, I don't want to lose a game check.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to lose $115 million of value.
Right.
And a game check is 1% of that approximately.
Yeah, that's why that's his best leverage play. And he'll have to wait that out until the season actually starts. So in the moment, he's doing the only other thing that he can do, which is request the trade and show how frustrated he is by all this. But I think part of it, too, is it's just he is probably your best player, second best player. Maybe you would say Lamb. I don't know. But you're doing this with a guy who's clearly one of your best, and you're using the Diggs and the Steele and even the Dak contracts as reason why now you're scared to pay Micah, because you pay Dak all that money and then he gets hurt, misses the season, and he wasn't even good before that. You pay Diggs, he's been hurt. The Terrence Steele thing, but like Micah's in a completely different class, and you paid Terrence Steele voluntarily after he tore his ACL. That's 100% on you. This is not apples to apples. It's not the same player, and it's not the same situation. Micah's not off an ACL, so you can be butthurt that you gave Terrence Steele the contract. That ain't Micah or anybody else's fault but yours. We were at Globe Life Field broadcasting with Mike Bassick the day that me and Walchuk were, and we're looking around going, why would you do this? Who's forcing you to do that? Nobody was. You decided to pay a guy who just tore his ACL. And even before that he's a fine player. He's nowhere near Micah. Trayvon Diggs is nowhere near Micah. And even Dak Prescott, nowhere near as good at what he does as what Micah does. And so all those contracts where they haven't paid off for you are now they're kind of hesitant to want to go make a move other than with Osa, who's taking well below market value. And it's like, dude, a guy like Micah's not going to do that. He ain't Osa. He ain't Terrence Steele. He ain't Diggs. And he's not Dak either. Yeah. So it's just like they're using those contracts to justify why they're scared to play what is a player that anyone in the league would have already paid by now.
What if they're scared about the player? What if they're scared about the off-the-field stuff? And I don't mean off-the-field is the negative stuff, but they keep bringing up the leaderships things and stuff like that. Why all of a sudden, when it's a contract year, that you want to be this leader? See, and we've talked about this, and we've talked about this actually now for a couple of years. That there's people within the organization, and maybe it's not about the contracts, which you've said it and well said, but maybe this is more about like there is a real apprehension about paying a player that hasn't had the success, say, in the playoffs or off the field.
No, they definitely feel that way.
But you can say that about Dak. You can say it about Dak.
Yeah.
But it feels like to me that they're thinking like, wow, do we really want to do this? Do we really want to make a commitment with a guy that, and right or wrong, I just kind of feel like it's more than a Steele contract. It's more than a Diggs contract. I think there's some real apprehension about giving this guy this money.
I just wish they would have been more proactive about it. You said they've been talking about it for years. Okay, then go ahead and trade him and get all the assets for him instead of bringing it to where it is now.
No, you're not wrong. I'm just saying I think the way that we have to look at this is there are people that are telling Jerry Jones this might be a big damn mistake.
Yeah, well, he does not fit with the culture that they're installing. Everybody is happy. They're coming off like a church leadership camp with the vibes around here.
Man,
well, again,
let him hold out. Let him hold out the first game, and Donovan Ezeraku have a sack and a half.
Yeah,
or 2 sacks or something like that, and then hell, they still might get beat. But let one of these edges show up.
That can change,
and then it'll be all of a sudden it'll be like, well, okay, we're fine here. Let's see you keep holding out and giving up $1.8 million a week.
Or it's the Emmitt Smith thing, and your secondary is the worst in the league, and a rookie didn't dominate Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata, and you lost by 50.
They could very well lose by 50 anyway.
They could. I mean, they were getting blown up.
Lose to the Giants the following week without him. Or something.
Yeah, see, that would be huge.
Yeah.
I think the lesson here for the Cowboys might not be we got to trade one of these guys. The lesson clearly is we got to jump into negotiations and hammer out and find middle ground and have a sign of good faith that we value here. We're not trying to confuse you here. We're not trying to whip your ass in negotiations. We're partners, right? And I think the Cowboys players are starting to feel like we're not on the same page. Now, so here, you mentioned the best player. Like, is Micah the best player, the second best player? He's the best defensive player. So now you have your best defensive player and Dak Prescott, the undisputed leader of the football team, all not messing with Jerry like the last generation did. Like Tony and Jerry, they were arm in arm. And, the defensive players, they never had any sort of issue that got to this level. So what is the ripple effect through the locker room? If the absolute leaders on the team, the guys that everybody's looking up to say, yeah, Jerry kind of messed with you. Let's not be buddy-buddy with Jerry like all the players in the history of the Cowboys have, because he's not looking out for you. He's firing shots at press conferences. And we know Jerry values the relationships with the players, so I think that's potential motive. Like when Jerry starts looking around at the players and maybe instead of saying, hey, what's up, Jerry, as he walks through the commons, they're putting their head down like, oh, man, there's Jerry. Damn, what's that fool doing here? I think that, might change Jerry's approach. But, yeah, find a compromise. Find common ground. And if you don't have management or front office or whatever coming to you and saying, hey, we want to get a deal done, that silence is very fertile ground for resentment. That silence is inviting the human mind to start making up reasons for why the silence is there. And the first thing they're going to get to is disrespect, and then the second thing is going to be like, wow, it'd be really cool to be somewhere where I get to feel important and valued. That is a huge part of job satisfaction. So I think that's, inside the mind of Micah right now.
Yeah, but you also got to give the front office reason to feel that way, right? That you do bring value.
Yeah.
He brings value as a player.
Yeah.
But maybe, and this is where we don't get to see all this. We see the player. Mm-hmm. We don't know what always happens on the other side of the fence.
That's well said.
But
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you. The player, I don't know how you respect the player, but man, there might be something on the other side of the fence we don't know about.
I mean, that the communication will find common ground.
Yeah.
And if you're not picking up the phone and even trying to have those conversations, it's just it's hollow.
Maybe he's not giving them a reason to pick up the phone. Maybe that's what they're worried. I don't know.
Okay. All right. No, it's good stuff. Let's come back with a C note. And some of the hottest reaction from social media to this storyline is Micah says he wants out. Cowboys don't have any intention of trading him. Micah has no intention of leaving training camp. So the hold-in continues, and we're back with a C note here on The Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it? Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
25 brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Time for the C-Note, some reactions to the Micah Parsons story that's taken over training camp once again, maybe for the third time in 2 weeks. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So, here we go. Time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. And, this Micah story is hotter than ever. I'd say maybe twice as hot as at any point so far this offseason, and we'll get to that here in 90 seconds. But, Brian, there was a workout with a former Cowboy.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott says he is in the best shape of his life. Lyle Collins was here in Oxnard earlier today. What have you found out?
Yeah, I've reached out to some people in the front office, have not heard back, so maybe when here we go. Nope, that's not it. That was another text. But, maybe here as we get through this segment and then maybe into Krusty's Corner, I'll be able to have an update on Lyle Collins. But I did ask somebody in the front office and see if that's the case.
Krusty's Corner is coming up here in just about 15 minutes or less. We look forward to that every day here. Brian's training camp reports, insider reports, and I did get a chance to catch a glimpse of Lyle Collins as I was walking up for the parking lot in here. They were working out there on that field right by the path, and it was clear that he was a lot faster, stronger, more mobile than the guy he was working out with. There was another player out there. So I was wondering, what would Tyler Smith look like in this drill? Because I couldn't imagine, to be honest, I couldn't imagine anybody looking bigger, stronger, faster, more coordinated than what Lyle Collins was putting together out there. It was clean, it was strong, and they were doing this thing where you hit the pads and then you slide over maybe 5 yards to the other side and hit the pad.
Yeah.
And it was fast and it was loud. When he connected, was he hitting a medicine ball or something? When he connected with it, and I was trying not to watch, but I couldn't help, because he grunts. He's like, whoa! I'm like, what's going on over here? And I was like, wait, is that Lyle Collins? He's not in 71. I think he was wearing 72. But then I brought up the Cowboys roster. I didn't see a 72 on there, so I thought, okay, that's not a guy that's already on the roster. It's probably Lyle.
Yeah, he's. The one thing that just talking to people during the breaks and stuff and asking about, he working with Duke and you're right about that. The things that they said he was trying to improve on was his conditioning, his mobility was something he was really, he'd had some back problems.
Yeah.
So he's worried about it. He kind of became a little bit of a stiff player.
Was there a car wreck in there that maybe set him back? I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
No, he's had some.
And then he didn't come back from the pandemic in shape.
Not at all.
He missed 2023 with a knee injury.
Yeah, he's struggled with various.
But he's only 32.
Various ailments, but everybody seems to think like this was kind of one of those. He appreciated the opportunity, but he made the best of it. And so hopefully Will McClay and those guys will get back at some point, tell me what's going on. Maybe, like I say, they can get that thing done.
Eagles star wide receiver A.J. Brown going viral here in the wake of the Micah Parsons deal for a quote that he had. I don't know exactly when this quote was. It was sometime in the offseason, but he said Micah wants to be an Eagle. He loves Philly. He did go to Penn State. He grew up in Pennsylvania. He has a lot of family and friends in the area. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Micah Parsons would enjoy being an Eagle, but I think he really wanted to be a Cowboy, and I think he still does want to be a Cowboy, even though he said on social media about 2 hours ago that he no longer does. I'm filing this away in the Myles Garrett thing where he's like, oh, this isn't about money.
Yeah.
I just don't want any part of this organization. I think that's what players and agents know, the level they need to go to now if they want to get something happening. Now, Terrence Parsons says, if y'all didn't hear it from Micah, I wouldn't believe it. Everything else is assumptions, and I'm going to leave it at that. Stop acting like we haven't been down this road just last year, Dak and CeeDee and all that. But, then Micah did come out and put it actually in his words. So,
it's kind of tough for you as a brother.
I don't know if I got a direct line here, bro. I needed the text back before I got to the Twitter.
You can tell me, why did I put that out there?
Is there anything to trade him because he doesn't produce all season, he hasn't produced in the fourth quarter as much as the first, or in the playoffs. Brian, is there anything to when his big plays happen that you think throws doubt on his production?
I just think it's probably some of the, the things with some of the big games and stuff like that. When you say Zach,
one sack in 4 playoff games.
Yeah, I think to me when you watch him, where's the? Yeah, I remember the Washington game. Last year he actually had some production. I think he had 4.5 sacks against the Commanders last year, and so in those games. But the thing that they'll probably talk to you about a little bit is the big game playoff production, and if in fact it, hey, are we getting a guy that is that difference maker when it comes to even games,
right.
even when it comes to to sealing games and closing out games, and there's been times where Micah's been blocked by backup offensive linemen. I remember the Giants game. There was a tackle, and it was just it held him off the stat sheets. You're like going, damn. I mean, how does that happen?
Well, that was a game they asked him to play off ball. They were having injuries with linebacker, and he didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, he's had. I mean, like I say, it's unfortunate, but when you start to talk about those players that are like difference makers, ending games, ending drives, stuff like that, that's what they kind of look at. I like I said, I don't think it's all about the ability. I think there's something else going on here. I just think there's something else that's keeping them from getting this thing done.
There's some weird stuff with this negotiation that's gone on.
Yeah,
and in the history, like even with Mike has come out and said, like, with the money.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the difference between 35 and 40? Whatever that exact quote was. And even in his post here, he said in the third year, in hopes of getting a deal done early, he reached out to the Cowboys. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start in negotiations at that point. They were okay. He was focused, played 2024. After that season, told his agent again, let the team know we're open to negotiating. Agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up. But I didn't care and wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term. If that's the case, why hasn't a deal been done?
I think it's because the Cowboys want to hold to this franchise tag math. They feel like the negotiation starts at $3.85, and he thinks it starts at $4 and $180. It's such a massive gap. That there's not a lot of confidence. So the Cowboys are probably waiting for them to call and say, okay, we're willing to take less than what Myles Garrett got because it's a different situation. Once you're on your third deal, you can put like no franchise tag in there. Right? So if I'm Mike and his agent, I need to get a deal done that has no franchise tagability when it's over, right? And then we can start at age 28 or 29 to try to get that big Myles Garrett contract. Or I can just sit here and let the franchise tags happen and not have really any guarantee year to year. I think eventually Micah breaks and signs something under 40 for 3. That would be my prediction on where this goes right now. How about you guys?
Well, I just wonder if doesn't that kind of play into his hands where under 3, that gets him back to the table real quick?
Yeah, I think
right?
that's a fair compromise.
Yeah.
We can do 3 and 85 right now. Could we do 3 and 110? Somewhere in there. And maybe that's still too high, right? From the Cowboys' perspective, why should it come off 3 and 85 where every offseason, if you've stopped performing or stopped being a leader, I can move on? Like, it's shrewd. Maybe it's not the way you would treat family, but the business of the NFL, is pretty ugly. And that's why, Jerry always makes a point at the press conferences once the deal is done to give a big old smile and a back slap and a sorry about this, and it's all just business because it can really ruin relationships. Like maybe it's why Dak and Jerry aren't as tight as what Tony and Jerry were. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up though, Brian. We're looking forward to it. What do we got?
Yeah, just this being the final day of camp for us, I'm just going to have some observations. We'll go through those next.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Cowboys training camp. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Well, Chuck, would you look something up for me real quick?
Yes, sir.
Would you look up if you could be fined if you're missing training camp, if you're on a rookie contract?
Gotcha.
Okay. Just curious.
I don't think you can.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering because I was talking with somebody, and I wondered if you're under contract and you're missing camp, I think you're subject to any fine, no matter if you're on a rookie contract or not. But I wanted to make sure of that.
Yes, NFL players on rookie contracts can be fined for missing the training camp due to unexcused absences. Specifically, they can be fined $40,000 per day for unexcused absences for preseason training camp, according to the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, so
I thought I saw something about it this week that said otherwise on social, Brian. So thanks for that clarification.
No, there was a guy that, and I get on Twitter during the breaks and stuff like that, and I'm sitting there looking, and this guy says Micah can't get fined because he's on a rookie contract. And I'm thinking, okay, please tell me I didn't miss something here.
Now, according to the collective bargaining agreement, you can, and it moves up to $50,000 per day once they're on the fifth-year option.
Yeah, so that's the thing right now. He's on the fifth-year option, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, okay. Well, that's that makes a lot of sense. So I appreciate people checking me, though. I do. If people, the guy's like, well, no, he can't get fined. And I'm like, I don't know about that so much, but you did answer the question for me, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I was just going to kind of go through some of these guys that, to me, and this is as we get through the last day, and I know you guys, you saw a couple of padded practices and stuff like that. Guys that I was just really super impressed with. And, it's kind of easy to be able to, to have, the low-hanging fruit guys, like the George Pickens and stuff like that. I'll tell you this, though. I will say this about George Pickens. I think he's even better than advertised as a player.
Yes.
I do. I think there's so much more that you can do with George Pickens that you haven't been. I mean, Lamb is one of the top 5 wide receivers in the NFL. No question. I don't think George Pickens is too far away.
I'm with you.
Just the way he plays, the way he moves. And people say, well, hell, Broadus, he's working against the secondary that's probably not the best. Fair. Absolutely fair. But his ability to go and I don't think we've given him enough credit as a route runner.
Mm-hmm.
And his ability to separate.
Yeah.
And I think that's why when we interviewed him, he was so excited about being in an offense where he could play that way, where he could be a guy that could play on the move and, work through space and catch the ball and run and things.
He should be a yak monster. It's not just separating and losing guys and getting behind the defense. It's everything.
We love us some George Pickens running down the field and catching the ball, the deep ball and stuff. We've seen that a couple different times. But I'll tell you one thing. I think they're going to figure out ways to use him even more.
I don't know if there's a bad ball catcher that I've seen even close to him. There was a touchdown he had yesterday where he's got to go back and he's in the matrix. It's the jump backwards and spin to make a catch look easy that nobody else can do. And then the feet.
And then the feet get down.
Yeah, I was thinking, where's the line where you would think, okay, this is where he should go? I mean, Chase, Brown, Nakua's 5, Lamb 6, Collins and Hill 7, 8. Is that where you're looking at him? Mike Evans? I'd rather have George Pickens than Mike Evans right now.
I think when this is all said and done, that we're going to be talking about like a Pro Bowl type player.
I'm with you, man. He's got that ability. There's no question. The Lyle Collins deal is done, by the way.
Okay.
Nick Harris reporting it.
There we
Multiple
go.
other outlets, but the Cowboys are bringing back Lyle Collins.
Yeah, I reached out to my guy. I said, "Hey, is there any chance you're going to sign my LSU guy today?" And I didn't hear anything back. He must
probably finishing the ink on that paperwork.
Finishing, the paperwork. So that Lyle Collins is so good job, Scout Dawson or Scout Gavin.
I knew it.
Scout Gavin with the
he glimpsed him out of the corner of my eye. Scouted that guy up.
Scout Gavin could hear the pop of the sled.
I was like, "Who is this guy?"
Yeah,
sign him.
Yeah, well, he's moving.
This guy's a star.
Moving around.
So it is interesting. What role do they have in mind for him? Right now,
for Collins.
Yeah, is it guard or tackle? Is he going to step in and compete at left tackle immediately with Nate and Adeniji? And
where do you think though? And I'm asking you guys too, and I like your question. Where do you think though? Where
Tyler Smith's knee tendonitis makes me wonder too. Like, is he in here to spell him to give him maximum rest opportunity?
I mean, I kind of think he was at his best at guard here when he got.
He had a really good right tackle year before the pandemic.
Yeah,
really good.
He did.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. It might be tackle because you could probably improve there, but I do think he's got interchangeable ability.
I just wonder because Matt Willets goes out. Sadiq Charles has been playing more of
It's probably tackle.
Yeah.
With if Adeniji's going to be out.
Adeniji's dealing with the concussion.
'Cause you got more options at guard.
Hoffman. Yeah, they were down to like no Rob Jones, so yeah, it'll be. I think he's probably going to play tackle. I'll reach out and ask that question as well on that. Okay. I'm going to say this about Kevontae Turpin. I think this is the first time since he's been with the Cowboys that there's actually coaches that are going to do what they say they're going to do with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They truly believe in his ability.
They truly believe that if they put him in the backfield, put him in the slot, put him out wide, put him in motion, whatever they're going to do, I think they believe this guy is going to be that guy. And I am happy. I am happy that you have a coaching staff here that's kind of figured that out.
If you can get the defense to turn their heads just a little bit and get him on the edge, he's gone.
Yeah.
I think that's another huge benefit of what Clayton Adams is doing.
I'm going to say this on the defensive side. I am one of those guys that has been super critical of Malik Hooker.
Yeah.
And there's been some times where they've got him in coverage, and I just don't think that's his cup of tea. I just don't.
Which is tough for a free safety.
It's tough, but
especially the only true free safety on the team.
But you got to find a way. I mean, you'd think that he would play, that maybe he could play. But I will say this overall, the way that Flus is trying to play him and play him a little bit more downhill and be around the ball and be involved with tackling and
he's
stuff.
been running the alley well.
Yeah, I just
playing the run.
Give me the front seven and give me these safeties playing at a higher level. Give me these safeties, whether it's Wilson, whether it's Bell. We haven't seen Wanye Thomas in a while. He's been out a little bit. So, but give me these. I've been super critical of Hooker, and I feel like though that maybe that he's going to be a pretty good fit for what Matt Eberflus wants to do with him in this defense. I also want to say something too. I think that, and I believe I brought this up this morning on Love of the Star when we did it. I kind of feel like that what I've seen from Solomon Thomas and Perion Winfrey has been a little bit better than what I've seen from Oso Digizua.
I thought Oso had a really good day yesterday, but you're right about those guys. Winfrey has really stood out.
Yeah. So the tackle, and that's not a slam at Oso Digizua. Sure. I'm just saying it's been a nice surprise to see Solomon Thomas and Perion Winfrey play at such a high level. I can't say that for what's going on at the one technique.
No.
I think there are more questions. I think they're trying to use Jay Toya more as that big body guy. I don't. That is going to be an issue. But if maybe this thing is about, maybe this is going to be about Osa and Perion Winfrey and guys like that. Maybe they're going to have to find a way. They're going to be a little undersized at that spot. We've talked about that. But boy, that gives you a much better opportunity to get guys up the field if that's how you're gonna have to play.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't seen it from Ozzie Smith in the 8 practices that I mean that in no disrespect to him, but I just have not seen him make difference-making plays. A guy that kind of needed to have that kind of camp. At least through the 8 practices I watched, it hadn't been that good for him.
Okay, so great stuff, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. Jesse Holly texted there. He said, under the new CBA, veteran players who are not on their rookie contract cannot have their fines waived, but if you're on your rookie contract, the team has the option to waive you. So I asked Google, and they gave me the AI overview, which seems like about 90% accurate. Can players on rookie contracts have their fines waived? Yes, players on rookie contracts can have their fines waived, specifically fines for unexcused absences from training camp or mandatory minicamp, according to ESPN and CBS. And they link to the story, The Anatomy of a Camp. So, I don't know if the Cowboys would be in the mood for that. Certainly, they didn't show they were in the mood to have any patience with Trayvon Diggs. So, just a little bit more context.
Well, thank you, Jesse. Appreciate that.
NFL Sounds of the Sports Day coming up next. Wolchuk.
Man Campbell, Shannon's apology, and where are the Cowboys in the rankings for coaches and coordinators?
Okay, I wonder.
but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
I-95, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan of the single most eventful day of training camp, even though there's no Cowboys practice going on, as Micah Parsons has said he does not want to be a Cowboy anymore. He is requesting a trade. The Cowboys have no response to that. And apparently Micah has no intention of leaving training camp right now, according to the latest reports. That's an Ed Werder one right there. Todd Archer getting it done. A salute to all the beat writers out here. They thought they were getting a day off. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL Sounds of the Sports Day.
No days off, day by day. No days off, day by day. Yes, it's never a dull moment here in a Cowboys offseason. We'll get to Des Bryant here in just a moment. Jordan Schultz got a text from an NFC East executive. Quote, LMAO. That stands for laugh my ass off. I love this. As other execs throughout the league are pointing and laughing at the Cowboys right now with what's going on with this Micah Parsons debacle. Well, we also have Albert Breer, who's reporting that the Cowboys and the Commanders are not interested in trading Micah Parsons and Terry McLaurin, as Terry yesterday requested a trade. A team that I thought might be interested in Scary Terry would be the LA Chargers. They are bringing back Keenan Allen for a workout. So similar to what we just had today with Lyle Collins and the Cowboys, and we think that that's a done deal. We've seen several say that that's a done deal. We haven't had the team exactly specify that that's a done deal yet, but could be very, very soon. But Keenan Allen might be reuniting in L.A. with the Chargers. They're going to bring him back for a workout. Speaking of receivers, here we go. Des Bryant. Everyone's chiming in. Everyone's giving their input on this Micah Parsons deal, and Des has been very, very animated. And Des has also gone through these battles with the Jones family and the contract wars and maybe some smearing and trying to make you look bad out there in the media. Well, here was Des talking about the Micah deal.
Hey, Micah, what you doing, a message that you sending, the business that you standing on is extremely major, brother. You know, the guys like myself, guys who came before you, we failed. You know, we failed tremendously on standing our ground, you know, due to the lack of knowledge and the lack of support entering a world that we was very unfamiliar with. You know, I remember being in that situation like you. Nervous, scared, don't know which way to go. Can't trust my support system. By the way, shout out to David, man. You know, he's one of the best agents in the business. You know, I respect how y'all go about y'all business. You know, so a huge salute there. You know, but like I was saying, man, much respect to you. For real. You know, do what's best for you. Do I want to see you with the star in your helmet? Yes, I do. You know, I pray that Jerry and them do what's right, pay you what you deserve. You're an incredible talent. You are a superstar. You are worth every penny that you're asking for. You know, and if everything don't work out, you still gonna be great because that's who you are. You know? So, again, I appreciate you. I support you. As I always love, dog.
There it is. Daz, throw up the X in support of Micah Parsons.
I think it really puts a spotlight on how players are getting more informed over the last decade, and probably because of social media.
Sure.
You know, it's an age of information.
Yeah, and agents as well. I mean, agents, I think, are playing a more interesting game with front offices now more so than ever when it comes to trying to obtain more leverage, even if it doesn't say contractually that you have any. Using the media and using social media as your advantage is something that really a lot of players should be doing more, and Mike is certainly doing it. I don't have any doubt that this thing is going to get done. I'm not panicking about this. I think it's inevitable. I think this is the game that we play.
Yeah.
Things got ugly last year with Dak. There was a moment Dak was out here saying, for the first time ever, oh my gosh, he's acknowledging he could see himself playing somewhere else. And we're all thinking, woo! And maybe there were some, including us, that thought, all right, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. With Micah, I think that he's going to get his money, and it is just a matter of time. I do believe he's going to be out there on the field against the Eagles. The Cowboys will not be trading him, and this is just all part of the game that is the awkward contract negotiations. The only way that this could change is if feelings start to overcloud the business aspect of it.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be a bumpy ride, and this ride might go on for 2 years, So I think Micah might be very, very frustrated throughout this whole process, and maybe he foresees that now with how dug in the Cowboys are on their side. But the other thing I would add, the difference between Micah and Dez is Dez grew up a Cowboys fan. He loved the Cowboys. He viscerally could never imagine playing for another team until this team sent him away. I think it's very different for Micah. I think Micah, likes the idea of being on the Cowboys because it's the biggest brand and it can help him with his business ventures and his awareness. Like if you go play in Jacksonville, if you get drafted by Jacksonville, not many people would know about Micah Parsons and his 12 sacks a year, But being on the Cowboys, there's a huge edge to that. But you can build your brand somewhere else. There's plenty of other teams now, especially that he spent the time he has here. His brand is already exploded. He's now Micah Parsons, former Cowboy, so he's already extracted a lot of that brand awareness for himself off the Star.
Well, despite being born in Pennsylvania, Micah did say him and his dad grew up being Cowboy fans. So maybe there's more similarity there than we think, and maybe he does really not want to play anywhere else. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff.
That changed this morning, didn't it? He said he doesn't want to be a Cowboy anymore.
There's a lot of stuff that, so did Myles Garrett, and I guess Myles got paid. I think this is all just the game is the game, and I hate this part of it. I do wish that the Cowboys weren't dealing with this crap. I really, really do. It's annoying as hell, but I think we're kind of used to it, and I think we're a little bit numb to it at this point, and it gets a little bit tiresome to discuss and talk about. So you do what you got to do, Micah. You go get your bread, and the Cowboys will come around and they'll pay you because that's really what they do. At the end of the day,
we're going to tag him, Wolchuk.
They're going to pay him.
I know you don't want to believe it. That sounded like Cope to me.
I don't think it's Cope. No Cope here.
How so?
Just hope. All right, this was Ben Solak over at ESPN. Ranked all 32 NFL teams' coaching staffs and coordinators in 2025. Cowboys not very high on this. Now, they're not the worst.
30.
Giants were the worst. Cowboys
Tennessee next.
Cowboys were 29. If you want to go with the bottom, it was Jacksonville 31. Now, it did say new coaching staffs. It's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Saints at 30.
Saints at 30.
Nice.
Yep. And then,
I'll tell you what.
Cowboys at 29.
They're sleeping. I think this is copycat journalism. Feel free to go ahead and research before you slap some rankings together and besmirch my guy Shoddy, besmirch my guy Eberflus. Was Eberflus a good head coach? Hell no, he wasn't.
But he's a good defensive coordinator?
He is. He's going to be one of the best, and now we probably have him for a long time because everybody knows he's not a good head coaching candidate. So, I mean, what Shoddy has done in the offseason building up to this, now in training camp with the discipline, finding the right coaches, not his buddies. I mean, he has aced every test. And look, I acknowledge it. New coach, you don't know what it is. You're a national outlet. You're trying to, throw something together that's clickbaity, put the Cowboys at the bottom of the list. He'll be bare minimum 14th next year at this time. He'll be a rising star.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, Solak was clearly just going off of. I mean, there's so much unknown, especially from a national perspective. He doesn't have an understanding of really what they're doing right now. He's going off of Shoddy, the play caller from yesteryear.
Yep. Yeah, 12 of the 14 years that he's called plays, and he's going off of the average success rate on offense, which was below the league average last year, just by a hair. His offense has scored an average of 1.85 points per drive. The league average was 1.9. So as a play caller throughout his career, he's been just below league average in most success rate statistics. And then Eberflus, he says, his opponents, his defense has struggled against the league.
Great journalism. Here's some stats.
Who don't. And they think that he says the scheme is easy to find space in for opposing teams' offensive coordinators.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is a little bit more realistic. You know more what Eberflus is than what Schottenheimer has sort of reinvented himself into being, and that'll be on full display once the season gets going. But we're getting a first-hand look at it right now. I think we're all coming away pretty optimistic about the way the offense is deploying itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm liking what they've got going right now. Will it translate? I hope the hell it does, because I liked what we've seen out here on the practice field before, and it didn't. But Let's be hopeful. That's what August is all about. All right, we're hopeful. It's a new season, new beginnings. Trey Lance, man, certainly had a nice beginning with his career with the Chargers. Bobby was hate-watching the hell out of him last night. It was crazy. He was like in the corner on his phone, and he's just watching Trey Lance throwing touchdown passes. I was like, Bobby, why are you doing this to yourself? Stop working yourself up, Bobby. This is not good, but he's a ball knower, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Campbell.
Is that what the argument was about, Trey Lance's qualities?
It was about that 2023 Lions playoff game, speaking of the Lions. Or not the playoff game, but the regular season game where Skipper, he checked eligible, and then the refs effed it up. Well, he says it was Dan Campbell's fault. It wasn't the ref's fault. I'm like, he did what he was coached to do. It was Bobby's just, he's on one, man. But I've never heard, Dan was pretty pissed off last night. They lose 34-7. I'm not going to say I told you so because it was a preseason game, so who the hell cares? We'll see if this lingers into the regular season.
That's the first sign that
the offense is whack, baby. The offense is whack. Not a single starter played. I don't know. I didn't watch a second of this game. We were in Nobu. But here was Dan afterwards, not happy with his performance.
Concern's not the right word. It's just more, look, we have our own standards, and it doesn't matter if you just walked in the door. You've only practiced, you've had 10 practices. It's just, look, we got to take care of the football. And it doesn't matter. You're wearing Lions gear. You got to take care of the ball, man, or it's going to be hard to keep you around, and so it's a hard lesson to be learned out here like that, but it's also, we got to put a little pressure, got to apply a little pressure in a good way so we get better, man. We got to put some urgency on this. It is early, but it's never too early to get better, right?
Yeah, I guess it's only up from here. Their first 4 possessions, lost fumble, 3 and out, interception, and an interception. Didn't go well in game number 1, but it's preseason football. We're working out the kinks, man, Campbell. And look, maybe this is good for them. Learning experiences, we're getting some backup, some playing time. Now, we do have the Hall of Fame ceremonies, and this is a big weekend for one of your guys, Brian. Sterling Sharp. Sterling's getting in. Now, unfortunately, one of the big L's of the week was Shannon. And Shannon's going to tell you here why he took a big L, but more importantly, he thinks this is now clouding over his brother.
Obviously, I'm sure everybody's heard the news by now that I will not be returning to ESPN. I found out this information a little earlier in the week. And really, the only thing that I really ask is, guys, could we wait until Monday? My brother's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I really want it to be about him, and I want it to be about my family. I know this coming out will overshadow everything that he's worked his entire life for. And unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. And so as I told him, as I profusely apologized to him earlier today, he said, bro, stop apologizing. You don't have to apologize. I'm your big bro. I'm going to love you regardless.
Man, do you think that this is a little bit of self-importance here on Shannon's part?
No, I think that's
I think
good.
He was really
I think
concerned.
that's on. Good brother.
I think he's really concerned. I worked the Sharp football camp in Columbia, South Carolina. Those two guys are really close.
Oh, I have no doubt about
that.
Really,
and I think there's some genuine, I'm sorry this happened on the weekend. You were getting put in the Hall of Fame.
But I think people can go ahead and differentiate the Shannon and Sterling Sharp thing here. This is for Sterling. Just because Shannon got fired by ESPN and he's got this going on, that I don't think should take away from what Sterling Sharp is doing here.
No, but the TV coverage or the media coverage is going to be, Shannon, can we get a comment on ESPN? Instead of, Sterling, how amazing were you?
Yeah.
So I could see Shannon feeling a little bit of guilt. I think anytime you're dealing with Shannon Sharp or frankly anybody in the media, ego is in play. So maybe there is, to your point, a little bit of, oh man, this really sucks, Shannon. I've become so popular, much more popular than you in our post-playing days. So
yeah, no one's like the focus. Yeah. It just made it seem like the focus is not on Sterling anymore. The focus is only on Shannon. Everyone's only going to talk to Shannon. That's only what people are going to be looking at here. I'm like, I don't think so. Like, Sterling's still going to get his moment. He's going to get his Hall of Fame speech. He's going to get his gold jacket. We're going to see the bus. Like, it's going to be awesome for Sterling on that day, dude. It's still going to be okay. But as brotherly love, I get it.
You hate Shannon Sharp that much, don't you?
No, I actually really like Shannon. I think he does a great job. He's very entertaining.
Does it seem like it, Chief?
This is about the Cowboys Hall of Fame bias.
Oh, no. Yeah, Darren should be getting in there. This is freaking ridiculous. I'm still pissed about it. And next year I was looking at who could possibly get in there, and it's going to be tough for Woody again. I mean, you got Fitzgerald is going to be a first ballot guy. Next year, you'd assume. There's a couple of other guys that I think Drew Brees is a lock. It's going to be tough. Keekly, Willie Anderson, Jari Evans.
You know, since you brought up preseason, I wasn't going to bring it up. You talk about a beating to talk about. We got a lot of texts or tweets yesterday. Oh, man, this is the first time or this is the last time between now and February, whatever, we won't have football. That's not football, okay? That's not the same. It's not fun to watch. It's not good entertainment. I think if you draft them up, right, if you guys are scouting, it's cool to see, like, how your guys are coming along.
Sure.
But from a fan perspective, like, it's preseason, right? I think this is NFL marketing. And I think people are brainwashed into checking into that. I turned it on last night. I was bored of tears in 5 minutes.
Well,
am I off on this?
No,
thank you.
You're not off on it. I mean,
I'm going to tell you this, Dawson. I got up this morning and I went to my next gen stats.
I did.
Started soaking it in.
The film,
scraping the data.
The film was in there.
I love it. I love it. Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation. We're live training camp 2025, brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. We're coming back with Jared Sandler talking baseball. Are they going to win tonight? Are they going to win this weekend in Seattle? We'll ask Sands next, fan.
But first...
Cowboys news with the expected signing of Lyle Collins coming pretty soon. And obviously the latest on Micah Parsons says he doesn't want to be a Cowboy anymore. Our training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And a good afternoon to Jared Sandler here. On the Fan with the Rangers pregame coming up tonight, 8 o'clock in Seattle. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? What are the odds that I want to gauge temperature here that Micah Parsons ends up playing for the Cowboys by week 4 of this season?
100%.
Yeah, I'll
right?
double down.
Does anyone-
100%.
I think you'd have to bet thousands to make $100 on that. There's
Yeah.
But it does. This is different, but I just don't think anybody can imagine that it would be that real yet.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's smart tactic, I guess, to put the pressure on in that way. But the thing that I go back to, and I'm sure the Joneses deserve some blame for how this is all unfolded. Micah's probably not perfect either, but Micah's so brand aware and brand conscious. He wants to be a Cowboy. He doesn't want to not be a Cowboy. This is way too good and way too important for his brand, right? I mean, that's not... all the other factors, I think there are certain players who aren't as brand aware or brand conscious, but he is. I'd be shocked if he ends up wearing a different helmet anytime soon.
I think that's a good point, but I would say his brand has already appreciated massively from being associated with the Cowboys, and it'd be interesting to see like a study on how much more he can gain compared to what's already been harvested. But I think what this really comes down to, Jared, is the Cowboys look at this like the starting point for any negotiation is 3-85, because that's what they can do effectively with the fifth-year option and back-to-back franchise tags. And compared to what market value is if he would hit free agency, there's just such a giant gap in there that I think it's going to be a very difficult negotiation. So it'll come down to, does Micah want to keep playing under this, or will he want to hold out and try to force a trade? And like, how many times have we seen that in the history of the NFL? It just doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, well, never short of drama.
Right, yeah, and it's hilarious that the biggest day of news is when there's no actual practice going on. Jared Sandler, how's everything with the Rangers up there? Obviously, the no runs yesterday, the trade deadline, lots happened, and we're excited about what's to come. But man, this is quite a bugaboo in Seattle, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, what the deal is. Like, I understand why runs would be suppressed here. It's typically not a ballpark where the ball travels well, and when you play early in the season or late in the season. It really is the case with the temperatures. Yesterday, temperatures were pretty normal. But, yeah, they've lost 7 straight here, 11 of their last 12. Obviously, the Mariners are a good team with great pitching, but they got to figure out a way to win here. I think the Rangers feel pretty good about their matchups Saturday and Sunday. The expectation is that Merrill Kelly will pitch one of those games, and Jacob deGrom would pitch. So it makes sense then if deGrom would throw Sunday and Merrill Kelly tomorrow. But that could be flip-flop. But tonight's the one where if you can steal this one, that'd be huge. Logan Gilbert is a really good pitcher, and he has given the Rangers fits. And, Jack Leiter's been pitching well. But we'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, obviously George Kirby has been just superb against the Rangers, and they had a couple opportunities against them, but weren't able to get anything pushed across.
Watching Cal Raleigh, man, in person, he hits his 42nd homer last night. I think that's a record for a switch hitter. I mean, is he the MVP this year in the American League, or do you think Aaron Judge, if he comes back and gets hot again, is going to get it again?
Well, yeah, I think Judge's injury right now probably puts Raleigh out in front. I know you guys sometimes get those like daily, prop sheets or whatever from some of those services. I'd be curious to see what it is. I haven't looked what the update is, but I got to believe Raleigh's the favorite. And what he does offensively is unbelievable. It's not a lineup that is just loaded with stars. It is more so now maybe than it was, but like he is for sure carrying this lineup. And then he's a platinum glove winner behind the plate. And whether he wins that again this year or not, to be determined, but he is a very, very additive catcher. And so, I think right now, especially with Judge's injury, he's the MVP. Guys, if you took away his homers against left-handed pitchers, so just his homers against right-handed pitchers, he would be top 10 in the majors. And if you took away his homers against right-handed pitchers and only considered his homers against left-handed pitchers, he'd lead the Rangers in home runs because the Rangers right now don't have anyone with more than 15 home runs. And so, I think that's been the biggest difference for Cal is that he is not nearly as much of a liability. He's not a liability at all against left-handed pitching this year. He's got like a near 200 WRC plus. So, his ability to be an impact bat from both sides of the plate has really been a huge step for him.
Have not seen a lineup, but I mean, are you expecting to see Josh Young in this series?
I think we'll probably need to wait to learn a little bit more. I mean, based on the tenor of yesterday, I would say yes, but they obviously wanted some more evaluation, and we'll speak to both. Just because the West Coast things are pushed back a little bit, we'll learn a little bit more definitively here, probably coming up in the next hour or so.
And what's the update on Jock Peterson?
Well, I saw him a second ago. He was out in the outfield. His first at bat was a really good at bat. Drew the walk against Kirby. His second at bat, I thought he demonstrated some good plate discipline. Got a call that went against him that probably should have been a ball to end the at bat. But at the end of the day, the walks are great. He was doing that right before he got hurt. I think the Rangers are really interested in seeing him start to drive the ball and generate hard contact. Now, I don't want to use George Kirby as a barometer. He's really good. But at the end of the day, Jock was a guy who had a 900 OPS against right-handed pitching. And you don't do that if all you do is feed off of the bottom feeders, in the league. You got to be able to hit good pitching. And so, I think the plate discipline has been there. But now it's about driving the ball and impacting the baseball, and they obviously need him to do that. Not acquiring a bat yesterday at the deadline only heightens the need for Jock Peterson to step things up, and then also Adolis Garcia, against lefties specifically, and when Jake Berger comes back, they need, him to go on one of his runs. But, yeah, I think right now, Gavin, they got to get Jock in the lineup for the next week to maybe 2 weeks. But if there's no production or no signs of production after that, then I think they're going to have to consider, what direction they would like to go because, they obviously are at a point of the season where they can't give him that long of a runway.
How about Merrill Kelly as an arm that can allow DeGrom to back off his pace so you can be well under 200 innings when the playoffs start or give an extra rest to Evo? Like when this pitching staff gets healthy, there's a pretty compelling argument to be made to maybe skip a start here and there, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what the Rangers might do here over the next few weeks as they try and figure out what they want to do. Now, the minute one of these guys gets hurt, and hopefully that's not the case, but we know that, that's at least, a possibility that changes the equation. But, even something as simple, what I mentioned earlier, if Merrill Kelly starts tomorrow, then Jacob deGrom gets another day, right? And, maybe being able to skip a start for someone, whether it's deGrom or Eovaldi or Leiter, I think also having a guy like Merrill Kelly who you feel good about his ability to give you 6+ innings, maybe that takes a little bit of the onus off of Eovaldi and deGrom to help protect the bullpen if, they pitch. Like, for instance, had things not been altered, and I don't know for a fact they will, but let's just say deGrom was going to pitch tomorrow after a couple of youngsters and Rocker and Leiter. What if Leiter doesn't go deep tonight? I think there'd be a little more onus on deGrom to give them that extra inning to help protect the bullpen. Now, with another guy like Kelly, another veteran, along with Corbin and Eovaldi and deGrom, maybe some of that responsibility isn't going to be as prevalent. But yeah, I think here over the next few weeks, it gives them that flexibility and tries to make sure that there's gas in the tank for the stretch run in its entirety.
Jarrett, bus rides, clubhouse, hotel lobbies, and stuff like that. Where was the disappointment level of not getting a bat?
I'll be honest, Broadus. Amongst the players and staffers, I don't think there was a ton because I think like the name that jumps – two names that jumped out to me. I don't remember if we mentioned this yesterday, but Ramon Laureano and then a guy like Alex Call, for instance. I don't know that those guys were huge needle movers. I think people would tell, if we get a little ammunition when a lefty's on the mound, that'd be cool. But I think these guys look around – this is like a cousin to the conversation we had when things were really not going well at all in May, right? I told you, these guys look around, they see the names at the top of the lockers, they see the resumes, and, there's a belief. And I think that's kind of the sentiment. It's like, you look at the guys who aren't performing. These are guys who, whether we all believe or expect things to turn, they certainly do. right? So I think they look at it almost like a, in a motivational sense, like a vote of confidence. Like, hey, all right, we got to step up, right? Adolis Garcia knows that he's got to be better. Jock Peterson knows he's got to be better. Josh Young has obviously been better since he's come back up, but he knew when he got sent down, he needs to be better. Jake Berger, same thing. So I don't know that there was a huge letdown. I think some people would tell, yeah, it would have been cool. But I think internally they feel like, hey, we have built a roster full of guys who can, contribute offensively in a big way. And the other thing, too, Broadus, they have over the last 2 months, right? I know yesterday notwithstanding, but offensively over the last 2 months, this has been one of the better groups in Major League Baseball. And I feel like they still have a lot more room for growth to get back to even those 50th percentile outcomes that we usually use in our head to judge what we expect a team to be when a season starts.
You're the man, Sands. Have fun tonight, and let's get some runs and some dubs there up in Seattle. What do you say?
Yeah, that would be awesome, fellas. Hey, you guys have a great day as well.
Cheers. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and he's a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Okay, we're going to step aside, come back with Cooper Beebe on the hot seat here to the G-Bag Nation live in training camp on 105.3 The...
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And, of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're standing by for Cooper Beebe live at Cowboys training camp, so that'll be a fun conversation here in just a few minutes. Second-year starting center for these Cowboys. Wolchuk's favorite pick of the 2024 draft, and excited about what he's going to do here in year 2. What do you guys like about what you've seen so far with Cooper Beebe?
I think it was excellent yesterday. I mean, you haven't seen the issues with the snaps. I mean, that was a problem last year. Sometimes you never really knew, would it be high, would it be wide? But I think he's been really good in the run game that they've been trying to do, whether it's the combo blocks, being able to get defensive tackles turned. Specifically, I mean, Mozzie, Toia, you name it. I think that he's been absolutely fantastic in creating seal blocks and being able to create openings.
Just getting them turned up, baby.
Turnt.
I like that. I like that
with
word.
a T.
Turnt. Yeah, I tell you, they've run the ball very well behind him. And a lot of the cuts that they've been able to make is through that center guard gap area. And so he and Booker and Smith have done a really nice job of handling the inside guys on this defense. And so that, to me, has been very positive. And you haven't seen much pressure. Where the pressures come from this defense has been off the edges. The tackles have been the ones that have kind of had a little bit more struggle here. But
right on. Here we go. Cooper Beebe preparing to jump under the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Good afternoon, sir. We are live on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas-Fort Worth, the G-Bag Nation. As you can check us out, watch us right now, 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And your headset's right there. And then I'm going to flip this switch right here to get your microphone on, sir, if you don't mind, pardon me. And Cooper Beebe is, of course, on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, wildforkfoods.com, elite game day grilling favorites. How the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Can't complain. It's beautiful out here.
Congratulations on year 1. Everything going to plan for you so far?
Yeah, year 1 was definitely an interesting experience for me. Obviously, never playing center. It was definitely kind of eye-opening, learned a lot. Now it's really comfortable for me. This year 2, it's definitely slowed down a lot. Just the understanding of the position, the offense, that kind of thing. So it's been a lot more, a lot easier than it was last year.
Right on, man. So you got a lot more confidence. You feel comfortable setting up coverages and everything like that, or blocking schemes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just more comfortable with the position. Understanding the offense as a whole. Making ID points, that kind of thing. Last year I kind of felt like at times, I wasn't super vocal, wasn't super confident with it. But now this year I feel comfortable. I'm out there, commanding the offense. So yeah.
How cool has it been having your old offensive line coach from college, Connor Riley?
It's huge. It was kind of funny. He had just, when the whole, we were looking for an O-line coach, he had just randomly texted me and he was like, "Hey, I'm in Frisco for an interview." And it kind of, shocked me. Of course, Shadi, had called me during the offseason, kind of, what I thought about him. And, obviously he's a tremendous coach, a phenomenal person. And, next thing I know, he's my coach again. So, it feels great, just like old times. He's a really tremendous coach, has a really great understanding of the game and can really develop players. And I think that's something that, we needed.
What do you think of the new scheme?
Oh, I love it. I think they do a good job, especially having Clayton Adams. I think they do a really good job, especially in the run game, is putting us in, ideal positions to succeed. Obviously, just looking down at practice, there's a lot of trade shift motions and stuff this year, and, really makes the defense kind of settle down and have to think about things. So I think that's going to play into our advantage.
How different is it, and how familiar were you with this stuff from back in college?
It's there's similarities and difference to last year, and a lot of it is stuff that I ran in college. So, a lot of this stuff, it's funny, when we talked to Coach Riley, it's like, hey, you remember running, this play, this game, versus this team. And I'm like, I really don't, but I guess you do. But no, a lot of this stuff, it's very, similar to what, we kind of did in college.
Cooper Beebe with us on the Fan. Tyler Booker is an absolute stud muffin. I mean, the middle of that offensive line, you guys just have a ton of power. And one of the things I loved about you out of K-State, that mauling mentality. So how is it now getting both Tylers and being in the middle of there?
Oh, man, it makes my job, a lot easier. When you have those two studs right next to you, it's easy to move the point. Like you said, both, super strong, athletic guys, and, especially in the run game, we're able to move people, so it makes my job a lot easier.
Yeah, there's a situation when you have you went through it last year. Sometimes you make these calls, and you're not how confident you're like, okay, I got to make this call, this set the protection, whatever. How different has that been, like from last year of now, like kind of maybe I'm going to make this call, set this protection, into this year, like you just yell it, and you just, last year, like, okay, if I make this call, I'm about to send this whole line somewhere in another direction. Yeah. But now you have to have that confidence, I believe, that you got, hey, when you make it, you bark it, and it goes.
Yeah, and I think just the biggest thing is really, for me, was just understanding our offense and what we're trying to do, with set protection,
right,
run, and really I think a big thing is understanding what defenses try to do, and,
right,
and especially with our defense, they like to show weak rotation a lot and that kind of thing, and you kind of figure out, okay, when is the safety going to be down, when is he not, how's that going to affect the ID, and I think I just really got comfortable understanding our offense and being able to understand it. It allows me to play confident, and at the end of the day, I think one of the biggest things, Shotty kind of told me, instilled in me,
sure,
is, you got to make a call as long as we're all on the same page,
right,
even if it's the wrong ID,
right,
as long as we're going the right way, like, that's what you want, and I think that's, really resonated with me and allowed me to go out there and make a call confidently.
How nice is it to have backs that when you guys get those blocks, you get hip to hip and you push that second level, and that ball is already like near you or past you, and those guys are making cuts. It's happening quick for you guys inside with the way that these backs have been able to run the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the backs we have, we got a lot of them, really, really great talent. And I think that one of the biggest things that I really like, especially as O-line, is, they really know how to set up their blocks.
There you go.
And I think, that's a huge part of being O-line. And, a lot of the time, especially like perimeter game stuff, like, they got to help you out.
Yeah.
You're out there running in space.
Right.
They got to put dudes on you. And I think they do a really good job of that, and it's nothing better, when you get a nice double team or a nice fit and you just see the running back spit out right behind you.
It was fun watching you catch Stars fever, just like the rest of us during that playoff run, man. How was the experience and then the beer chug moment? That was bleeping legendary.
Iconic.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny because obviously being in Kansas, we didn't have any professional hockey teams. And we did way back. I think they're the New Jersey Devils now.
Yeah,
but,
Kansas City Scouts.
Yeah, but,
Back in Kansas,
I had no interest in hockey. I didn't really know much about it. Then obviously you get drafted here. Dallas Stars are doing well, so I took me and my fiance to a game, and we were hooked. And then, we get invited the whole line. We go, sit in a suite, and, you always see those videos go viral. Some dude, they don't show this, but some dude right before us took off his prosthetic and started drinking out of that.
Yeah.
So, when it got to our turn, we were like, hey, we got to one-up him, try to do something. And, we were into it. I was into it. It was just a fun experience. And, now I'm hooked on hockey.
You think you're the best beer chugger on the team?
Oof. I've put myself high up there, yeah. I've downed a few beers in my day.
I love it. Cooper Beebe here with you on the Fan. Are you still getting practice reps in with Mom?
A little bit, yeah. Not as much as, year one, but, there's definitely still some times out there, especially, in the off time. She's definitely still getting the work out there.
See, I was going to ask the question about that, too. I'm glad you did that because I was saying, this Mom, is she able to kind of maybe coach some other people up? Have people seen the video and all of a sudden she's got like a snapping school? She's like, hey, listen, look what I did. I put a guy in the NFL. No bad snaps. Come to me if you want to learn how to do a little snapping.
No, it's funny because anytime we go someplace, one of her friends or one of our friends, like they always bring it up. It's always, it always comes like, oh, you've gone viral. You're out there, you're just like Dak and that kind of thing. So it's kind of funny just anywhere we go.
It's Cooper Beebe here with you on The Fan. Okay, we love seeing the teammates supporting one another, and today that's supporting Micah Parsons. How is that as you're observing this story from a player's perspective? Is it a distraction at all?
No, I think the biggest thing for us is we're here for a job. We can't let that, we're here to get better, continue to get better each day, and that's something that's out of our hands. Something we don't have control of. So we're really just focused on getting better each day.
Does it shake your faith at all that if you have just an outstanding career, that maybe this team would hesitate to reward you?
No, I'm just going to continue to do what I can and let the things happen how they do.
Physically, you're looking pretty damn good. How's the body changed since last season?
I think the biggest thing is, definitely put on a lot more muscle and turned, some of that body fat into muscle, I think was the biggest thing for me. And just continue, to build that strength.
Hey, Cooper, we always kind of talk about the rookie wall. Is there a rookie wall for players? I mean, you're used to kind of getting through that college season, and then all of a sudden, now you're in December, you're like, wait a minute, I should be getting ready for a bowl game or the Big 12 championship game. Is there really that wall that you have to kind of push through?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially just like you said, when you're, I'm watching K-State in a bowl game and, we have 8 more games to play.
Yeah.
No, there definitely is. But really for me, especially playing last year, I couldn't allow myself to hit that wall, especially being the center. You have a really important job to do, and I wasn't trying to let those guys down. I had to bring my best every day, so I didn't really allow that wall to hit me. But it's definitely a thing. It gets tough. They're later in the season when, like you said, in college you'd be done, but you still got a long way to go.
Well, especially when they stack all those division games against you, and you got Philadelphia and Washington, the Giants, they got all these big old defensive tackles that are all. I'm like, wait a minute now. I'm already tired. Now you're making me block all these big old guys. So I was wondering how that all plays out when you get those. And this division's known for that, these defensive tackles. And you've had to deal with it your first year, and here we are going again, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Our division is definitely stacked on the D line. It definitely poses a challenge, but you got to love a challenge. Why play the game if you're not willing to accept that challenge?
100%.
Cooper, historically, have you been a training camp fighting guy, and is that changing at all under Shoddy?
I'm not. I personally, I feel like it takes too much energy, especially, the people that fight, early in practice. It's like, you got to go against the same guy 40 more times. Like I just, I'm not one to fight. I want to conserve my energy for the play and not the fighting.
Why is it always Brock?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to tell Hoffman, dude, relax. We're going to be running here if you just stop. Just stop. We don't want to run anymore. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Cooper. That was tremendous. And again, congrats on your success your rookie year, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. There he goes, Cooper Beebe, here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We're back with what you drinking and what you thinking here on The Fan. On 105.3 The Fan, it is time now for that one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. There's only a couple of rules of the segment. Number one, no operating heavy machinery, which does include an automobile. And you got to answer the questions, both of them. Then you can talk about whatever the hell you want to, okay? We'll go around the room here in Oxnard. We'll go back into the Pimp Cup, hear what Lucius is drinking and thinking, and then get to your phone calls. And obviously, a lot of people are thinking about Micah Parsons right now. What is best case scenario for you? Hold on to him, have him play this year and next year and the year after that at under market value, but you're exercising your full options under the CBA. Maybe he's frustrated. Maybe he doesn't like you, but he's out there playing, right, for well under market value. Or, do you trade him? Or do you just give him market value, which is 4 years and $160 million? Currently, I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke, and I'm wondering, how do the Tolos come out on this? It'd be interesting to hear everybody's thoughts. I know, looking at the text, there's a lot of you out there that just want to trade him right now. Brian, what you drinking? What you think?
Yeah, I'm currently drinking the official water of the Dallas Cowboys. That would be a Deja Blue. And what I'm thinking is, I'm honestly kind of sad this day has come, because I really love training camp, and I love being out here, and I love watching practice. And I know we're all going to be back in Dallas doing this together, and and then we'll get ready for the preseason and stuff. But I love being out here. I love just like every day, and all this stuff with Micah Parsons and stuff and Diggs. Man, if I could put this just aside and just go watch guys practice every day, that's the best thing in the world for me.
Just want to watch ball and talk ball, huh?
That's all. That's all I want to do. So
Super Bowl mentality.
It's been a good 2 weeks out here. Thank everybody for following along with me.
I've had a blast, man. You've done a hell of a job.
Thank you.
Wolchuk?
It's been sipping on some high-quality H2O over here as well, trying to really just get hydrated after last night, and probably around 2 at the Rudder Room tonight. But yeah, the Micah stuff is frustrating. It's like, why are we going through this hamster wheel over and over and over again? Just get the damn thing done.
Yeah.
Just move forward.
That is kind of frustrating. Speaking of getting things done, did Lyle Collins get done? I'm excited about that. I can't wait to see the clips from practice here of where they're going to play Lyle and what kind of a role. He's in tremendous shape.
Yeah, I think they have to move somebody to make room for him, and that's why this is not yet official, but all indications are from multiple sources that I do trust, he is going to get signed.
Right on. Chief, drinking, thinking?
Drinking that water. Speaking of shape, I like the shape of Cooper Beebe.
Like the shape of him?
It's obvious, dude. Yeah, I like the shape of him. He talked about losing some of that fat, putting on the muscle. I think it's very obvious. I couldn't even
cool that whole time. I could have made it weird and like, do you know how much I love you?
It looked
aware.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about how disappointed I am that you didn't do that.
I could have.
It looks borderline too small, but then you remember how strong he is and what his measurables are. He has converted a ton of fat to muscle.
Yeah,
a tremendous job there by Cooper Beebe.
I can't even call him the Girthquake. I was going to hit him with Girthquake, but I couldn't.
Oh, we didn't hit him with the brisket sandwich.
Yeah, I was trying to get the Cooper BBQ Sando.
Shoot.
Yeah, let's go back into the Pimp Cup. Lucius, drinking, thinking?
I mean, it's a whirlwind in here, brother. I tell you what, oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm juggling a whole lot of things, man. What am I drinking? Water. Had over half of a gallon today. Not a whole gallon, but half a gallon.
Not bad.
When I left the house, I did see 2 bottles of Fortaleza tequila she had in there.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going to get with that when I get home. Watch some WNBA, drink some tequila.
Do you yell at the screen, Lucius?
Oh, we got Wings Fever tonight, don't we?
Yeah, there's wings tonight, bro. Yeah.
Do you like drink your tequila? Just yell at the screen. Come on,
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, about second half.
Yeah,
let that tequila start speaking.
And I'm thinking, men, if you can hear the sound of my voice, I am pleading to you go get your body diagnostic test done. Go figure out what's going on with you. We've seen a lot this week. We've seen Deion Sanders. This man doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He doesn't have a bladder now. We've seen Randy Moss go down. These are superheroes when it comes to their bodies. And they're being caught by this stuff. So let's go get checked out. They've been saying it over and over again. Now, I do have a question for those that have gone and got checked out. What do you do? How do you do this? I've been on the Cigna app. I mean, how do you do? You just do you Google get checked out? Like, what's going on?
I think the people that advertised with us a while back via scan, they can do like all of your organs and stuff and your heart and everything, your throat. I mean, they get a whole big picture of that.
I want the whole Monty.
Okay, Lucius, look up the Cooper Clinic, if you would. Cooper Clinic. And the problem is, the Cooper Clinic is one of the best in the country. People come from all over the world to this place.
Yeah.
They don't take insurance.
They don't take insurance?
What the hell? No, they don't.
I got great insurance, so I got to use that.
We all have great insurance, but it's going to cost you probably over $4,000 to do this.
Jeez.
But it will be the most extensive test you will ever do in your life. And they will. It starts at 7:30 in the morning and ends at 3 in the afternoon. You go through a whole deal. But it's incredible stuff. I'm not doing ads for them or anything like that. But if you're interested in that kind of stuff, that extensive kind of work, eternal stuff, your skin, all that, they take you through the whole process.
In the meantime, for the rest of us, let's talk about throwing those toxins down and partying over the weekend. It's time for your phone calls here at What You Drinking and What You Thinking. But that is a beautiful message, Lucius. And I think more men need to hear that more often.
Screw you, bro.
Where are we going? Who's the phones?
Let's go to Big Jim. Big Jim, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
No, this is Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Sorry. That's all right. Jim and I are both from Texas. We sound alike anyway. But drinking a little margarita, wanting to stay away from the Micah story. I can't really figure out whose side I'm on that deal. I feel for Micah. He's paid his dues, but then again, Jerry is a businessman. So we'll move on from that and just tell you that I think that you all have done a hell of a job this last week. My favorite part of the week was 3 Live Mike because it was fight night. I know me and Lucius love hearing about fights and line your ass up and start running. But the main reason I wanted to call is because of Brian.
Sir.
Brian, for the life of me, I'm telling you, Brian, I said this to Wolchuk the other day, and I'll tell you to your ears, the last 2 weeks, you get the top honors because how in the hell you haven't been gobbled up as a general manager or an administrative leader in some organization is beyond my imagination. You have done an outstanding job assessing players, assessing coaches, and assessing practice time. And why people can't recognize that with your experience is beyond my imagination.
We certainly do, Tim.
You boys be safe going home.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Appreciate
Love
you, Tim.
bro.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
There he goes. Tim in Carthage opens a line at 877-881-1053. Yeah, I just wanted to everybody know we appreciate the hell out of you, Brian.
Thank you. Love you, Brian.
Yeah.
It's
all good, broski.
The job that he's done outstanding. Okay, who's next, Lucius?
Okay, now that was Tim. This is Jim. Big Jim. What you drinking? What you taking?
Well, I understand why it'd be easy to get us confused. Didn't fall asleep today. It's been good. Couldn't possibly fall asleep with all this bull crap going on.
Yeah.
Drinking a little whiskey, fellas. And I just want to say how much I've appreciated your coverage this week and how much fun we've had, the interviews that you guys have gotten with these Cowboys. And, I tell you, you do sense, notwithstanding the Micah Jerry eruption, you do get a sense that these guys are all sort of moving in the same direction. They're focused, not just reading off the same script. You can tell when a guy's genuine, and you can tell when a guy's reading from a script. I wish Dak would, whenever he gets interviewed, I wish he'd just slow it down. It's like listening to Dak talk at the podium is like listening to a YouTube video at 2 times the speed. But, no, I'm excited. Look, I'm excited about what's going on out there, and, you know, I'm kind of with Tim on this one. I don't think I'm on anybody's side because I think Jerry's thinking about himself and the team, and then Mike is thinking about himself. But I'll tell you one thing: I couldn't give 2 craps for this David Mulligetta fella. I don't like him one bit. I've been reading about him. I mean, that guy's the problem. And the way I look at it, fellas, if Micah is a very informed, smart young man, and if, you know, what you have heard and told us and others have said, if they had discussed this and come to some general agreement of structure and outline, then look, it's like, I mean, I've seen this happen in business for years. 2 guys get something worked out, and they get the 2 lawyers together and get it. It's like, hey, y'all go get it done. And I don't think that's happened. And I think this Mulligetta guy is all about himself, and he wants to be the biggest, baddest SOB in the room. And I think he's at least part of the problem. He ain't the whole problem, but he's part of the problem. And we all get hung out to dry. Well, listen, I'll let you go. Thanks for the joy of this week, fellas.
There he goes.
Look forward to having y'all back.
Salute. Thank you, Big Jim. I don't think he told us what he was drinking, but we could assume.
He said whiskey.
A couple fingers of whiskey?
Yeah,
okay.
he said whiskey.
All right.
Maybe it's a 3-finger
Probably
lid.
right out of the bottle. No ice.
God dang, that's what his voice says to me.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a man that can definitely handle his brown liquor. Yeah. Who's next, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go to Dex, man. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, first off, shout out to my boy Lucius, man. Hey, because Lucius, hey, you kept it real. My guy said after the show, he on that tequila, right? Everybody else is like, they on some water. Man, we know after the show. What y'all doing after the show? That's what we want to know. Everybody, I'm drinking water right now. I'm drinking alkaline water. I'm on my way to look. I'm on my way to vacation Bible school. I got to pick up the wife and the kids, and I'm freaking like running 15 minutes behind, right? But on my way to pick up the wife and the kids, I'm on a freaking like a little. It's like a little 10% margarita. Just a little something light. But
just a little starter.
My question is this. So number one, first off, giving honor to God, he's the head of my life. Number 2. They need to go and pay Micah, or Micah need to get traded. Number 3, I ain't even no Cowboys fan. I'm a 49ers fan. But if I wanted to do that fan, what is it? The fan phantom thing? Are they gonna kick me out the first time when I let them know the truth? Like, I know Cowboys, I know Rangers, because I got a hot dog stand. Shout out to my boy Robert Davis. I got a hot dog stand.
King of the South.
214 at Rangers. And then, so I'm everything else, Dallas, Mavericks, Rangers, but I ain't no Cowboys fan. Are they go kick me out when they realize I'm a 49ers fan? If I go to the fandom thing?
No, I think you're fine there. Just don't. I wouldn't lead with it.
Absolutely. You're not welcome, but I love you and thank you for the call.
There he goes. Good call. What are you guys drinking tonight, by the way? That was a good question.
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. It could be tequila, vodka, or whiskey. I think it's just going to be a dealer's choice when I walk up to the bar.
Probably going to do cold beer tonight.
Driving, so I'll probably have nothing.
Yeah, he'll do some shots with me.
Yeah.
Maybe
a fireball shot or 2.
All right, perfect.
You know, everybody...
Whiskey it is.
I can't figure out why, but everybody loves Jared Sandler, and he's a well-known Packers fan. It's not going to get you fined and thrown off the air or anything like that, but
he loves
what you notice with Sands is he's not out here leading with it, being like, hey, guys, let's talk Packers again. You know, I think you could win fan phenom as a Niners fan, no doubt about it. Lucius, do we have time for any more?
Yeah, let's see. Let's go to Kyler. Kyler, what are you drinking? What are you thinking? All right. I'm going to put you back on hold there, Kyler. How about let's go to Polo in Arlington. Polo, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Clear call.
What's going on, fellas?
Afternoon.
Hello?
Yo. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Polo.
Can you hear me, Mad Dog?
My boy Willie Bully. What's going on, Willie Bully?
What's up, Bo?
Okay, you can understand why I be talking about. Half the time y'all think I come up there talking crazy, but I just keep it real. I told y'all last week, I said Micah Parsons ain't worth $100 million because if he can't get the sack, he can't tackle nobody on no run. But yet still Jerry Jones is always the black players. Look at Jake Ferguson. What his name is, this fool got 1 touchdown last year. Barely can block the run, but y'all gave him $30-something million guaranteed. Why? I mean, you never did do Troy Aikman like that. No. You never did do Martin like that, but Martin got tired. You restructured his contract for sorry players. So, Micah Parsons, do what you want to do, man. If you do get traded, I hope they see you to Jacksonville so we get us 2 draft picks, because that general manager's just dumb. And Broadus, I don't know what to tell you, man. I wish all the black players in America would go to historical black colleges instead of going out to the SEC schools, because I'm tired of them being overpaid. They need to put a limit on what they can pay these fools. Bye.
Please do.
There he goes, Polo in Arlington, sounding off once again. He's never boring. He's always going to speak his mind. And
I'd love to be able to help the black schools there with that. They need the NIL money too. I mean, they all do. I mean, you can't all these places, these scholarship limits and some these teams. I mean, yeah, those are great schools to go to, play great football.
The thing I'm always interested in, though, is where that other part of the discussion goes and what's true about that perception compared to some others. But what I think could be reported fairly is they've made all kinds of players wait, right? Mm. But where is Jerry taking shots at the white players? Like we saw with Diggs and Micah. Like, is there that? Does he feel like I can fire shots at these guys and people are going to cheer that, and I can't with the white players? I don't know. There's something there. He fired
a shot at Zach Martin
a couple years ago.
Was there a shot?
Yeah.
Right on. So maybe it is.
What was the shot? What did he say? I'm just curious.
They didn't need him.
Yeah, he said we can be fine without him.
They're fine without him.
We can fine without him.
He's replaceable.
Yeah.
Was it the same temperature shot, you think?
Nothing's been the same temperature as the Diggs stuff.
No, the Diggs stuff has been very, very, very tough.
All right. Just wanted to address that. Polo asked, so I'm not afraid of any topic here in the G-Bag Nation.
No.
Are we ready for any other phone calls, Lucius?
I guess we can do one more. Dope Sick Dave. What are you drinking? What do you
think?
think?
It's been a while for him.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, it has been a while. Just drinking water right now, and I'll try to make this quick. But I'm thinking about something that's kind of bothered me all day. On the morning show, Corey asked Mickey Spagnola if he saw Diana Rossini's report about Micah, which, by the way, Mickey said he didn't see the report but heard about it, which is wild to me, seeing that he's a Cowboys insider. But Corey asked him about Micah's trade request, and Mickey scoffed at it. He was dismissive of the fact that Parsons wanted out. And, yeah, I understand, the game to getting deals done and stuff, but Mickey's response was just absurd, and he basically mocked Micah for wanting to trade and essentially said, does the guy know we have his rights for the next 3 years? You want to sit out and lose your money? Okay, buddy. If you thought this would move the needle for the Cowboys, it won't. I mean, man, enough of being the ultimate Jerry Jones brown-noser, enough of being the ultimate Jerry apologist. It somewhat reminds me of the Luka besmirching from the Mavs. How can you be a so-called lead man in Cowboys reporting, but then treat Micah and the whole situation like that? Regardless of whether or not you think he should get paid, be tied to him long-term, whatever it may be, you can't be treating your stars like this, whether that be ownership, front office, or even the Dallas Cowboys media, the central Dallas Cowboys media. Thanks, fellas. Have a good weekend.
There he goes, Dope Sick Dave, sounding off on Mickey Spagnola right here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, that'll do it for this edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking on your home of the Cowboys. And that was fun. Hopefully everybody is safe and responsible. We're going to get Eric Nadell on the other side, and then we'll get the G-Bag of the Day and LA Live, and all the Friday vibes are about to start flowing here. Coming up next, the G-Bag Nation. I want to...
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. That's hair on said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rangers-Mariners coming up at 8 o'clock with the pregame. It's going to be Jack Leiter on the hill as an incredible trade deadline yesterday, and then a disappointing shutout loss to the Mariners. So we're hoping to get right. And Eric Nadel joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing great. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. What kind of a grade do you give the Rangers trade deadline?
I would give them an A-, I think. They failed to come up with an actual closer, but they added 2 great arms to the bullpen. It kind of reminds me of some of those previous successful years where they added Uehara and Mike Adams one year to the bullpen.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was the year they added Jake Diekman and Sam Dyson, 2015 or 2016. It reminds me of that, and adding Danny Coulomb and Phil Maton. These are guys who can go right into the late inning mix, could conceivably, close a game or 2, depending on, with the pockets that are coming up and all that. I think it just gives Bruce Bochy extra options if he wants to bring in Robert Garcia in the 7th inning or the 8th inning to, deal with a specific hitter or a specific pocket. He's got more experienced late inning guys behind Garcia when he chooses to do that.
With the addition,
Kelly, that's you're dealing with a staff ace there. You now have 3 aces on your staff. It's phenomenal. If the Rangers can get to the playoffs, you've got 3 bona fide top-notch guys to start the 3 playoff games. You got to get there, of course, and that's the rub. Because all of the teams involved got better. Boston didn't get that much better, but they picked up a couple of pitchers, in Dustin May and Steven Matz. Seattle got a lot better, and the Yankees got a lot better. So, basically right now it looks like 4 teams fighting for 3 wildcard spots, and, everybody got better. So it's going to be a lot of fun the last 2 months.
Rangers do enough to give you confidence, or are you hoping?
Well, I guess both. I started to get confidence within the last month or 2 as the Rangers started scoring runs fairly regularly, as long as they're not facing George Kirby, who apparently has some sort of spell over them. But I think they're in pretty good shape right now.
Right on, Eric. And then I wanted to ask you, what else happens with the pitching staff with the addition of Kelly? If you get Malley healthy in September, there's your 4 playoff starters. And with the addition of the bullpen pieces, is Leiter and Rocker like as a 5th starter, I guess, for the rest of the season? But then you have Corbin. Like, what are Leiter and Rocker's roles as you project and look into September and maybe October?
Yeah, good question. I think only Bruce Bochy, can unlock the key to that. And I think that, in the case of Rocker, he just hasn't pitched that much. There has to be a fatigue factor involved with him, as you go late in the season. Leiter, maybe not as much, but I would assume that they will both, spend some time in the bullpen and also have some of their starts skipped, as you go down the stretch. And these guys are dealing with career highs in innings pitched. So, I think it's a great move for depth. It's a great move for insurance, for protection in case a starter gets hurt. But more than that, it adds to the quality of your rotation. You already have the best rotation in baseball based on earned run average, and it's gotten that much better now with Merrill Kelly.
Eric, this might be an unfair question, but Josh Young is dealing with another injury. This one's a soft tissue, and I love JJ. He was a guy that I had high expectations for, but where are you at with injury-prone versus just unlucky with a player like Josh Young?
Yeah, for the most part, I think he's been unlucky. When you get injuries like this, you start thinking more along the lines of injury-prone. It's one thing to get hit by a pitch. There's nothing you can do about that. Or have a line drive break your hand, which happened to him when Jorge Soler hit that ball in past years. But, the soft tissue injuries are the ones that you hope the players are not prone toward. And I think it's still a little early, to put labels on them as far as that stuff is concerned.
Do you think the Cowboys or any sports teams playing with fire if they don't, sign their stars in a timely fashion?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's I don't follow the Cowboys really closely, but it's been impossible not to see what's been going on with Micah.
Yeah. I thought it was impossible for you to skip a road trip to Seattle, but I guess you're taking the weekend off?
Well, that's a very good point. I haven't missed Seattle before. This one is all about that getaway night game on Wednesday, which the Angels insist on playing instead of playing a day game because somebody's traveling after the game. I can't handle those red-eye flights anymore. I mean, I'm just basically past the point age-wise to recover fast enough. The last time we had one of those, I was wiped out for 3 days.
Yeah.
And so rather than go through that, I decided I wouldn't do it. I won't make a trip. So I missed both of the Anaheim trips this year because in both cases they had getaway day games during the week. And the first one they were going to Houston. They got to the hotel at 5:30 in the morning.
Yep.
And then on this one, going to Seattle, they got there at 3:30 in the morning, neither of which my body would have handled very well.
Very interesting. We appreciate the update on that. And, of course, we got to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking here on a Friday night.
So what I'm drinking, have you guys ever had iced hot chocolate?
No.
Huh.
It's like chocolate milk.
So that's what I've been drinking. There's a place in Durango that kind of specializes in chocolate. They make their own chocolate. They make hot chocolate. They have a drink called iced hot chocolate, and it's basically hot chocolate that they then pour over ice. And we've got a coffee machine here that will make hot chocolate, really dark hot chocolate. You want it really dark because it's going to get diluted when you pour it over ice. So I make the dark hot chocolate, pour it over a glass full of ice, and it's really refreshing and really delicious, and that's what I've been drinking. And what I've been thinking is there's a record that I cannot stop listening to that I want people to be aware of. It's by a guy named Chuck Prophet, Prophet. He's a Bay Area rock and roller. I've been familiar with him for years. I actually have met him a few times. He has an album out now called Wake the Dead, and it's a type of music that's called cumbia, Cumbia. It's a Latin-flavored music that originated in the country Colombia. But it's not like salsa or merengue or reggae or any of those. It's completely different, and he does an amazing job with it, and I can't stop listening to this album. Chuck Prophet, Wake the Dead. So I just recommend everybody check it out and see if you like it.
I love it, Eric. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. We'll catch you up with you next Friday.
Thanks, guys.
Go Rangers. Here we go. The pregame's coming up at 8 o'clock. Eric Nadell brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day. And this whole time
told you there's a lot going on in here, bro.
You gave us a warning.
Yeah. Cumbia. I've heard of cumbia, but I've never heard of cumbia. Cumbia, yes. Cumbia, no. So, hey, you learn something every day, I guess, right?
Cumbia.
This whole time I thought it meant change-up.
Thought it was a health class lesson.
I bet they dance really good to cumbia,
Oh, yeah, they tear it up.
Oh, man.
Shake it.
Cumbia. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, them Latin clubs, they go crazy in them joints. They be wearing them heels.
Yeah.
They be spinning around them skirts, bruh.
Shiny dresses.
Yeah, and they make that big circle when they just boom, chichi, boom, chichi, boom, chichi, boom, chichi. They be going around the big circle. Oh, my God, I love that. All right, G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan about 5:30ish. This is 5:36. My name is Lucky Lucius P. You can hit me up.
Ready to vote, Lucius?
Yeah. You can hit me up this weekend if you see anything cool audios or something happened on this station or whatever, man. Hit me up and let me know. Day 3 for this champion audio. It is a Stephen Jones combo pack. It all got started when Dawson pressed Mr. Jones.
Right, and I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, I mean, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation.
How so?
How so?
Can't wait to use that when I'm Bennett.
How do we know the percentage that's inaccurate?
How so?
13%?
Yeah. All right, let's go to the KNC masterpiece where Corey does a impersonation of Stephen Jones in that situation.
Here's my example of Stephen. You know, where do you stop to get gas, Stephen? And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop, because what is stopping? And who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually, a lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question. You got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not fair to the gasoline industry.
My goodness. That is a well-coordinated comedy routine right there.
Yeah.
That's what that came off as.
Right off the cuff, man.
Unbelievable.
Little Abbott and Costello.
Yeah.
Who's on first?
Yeah. Let's gather around the radio, folks. The show is coming on. Hey, that's a little cool.
Oh. By the way, Lucius, real quick, speaking of that Jerry Jones thing, Don Van Natta tweeted 5 hours ago, Jerry doesn't mind paying a few extra million in a mega contract if he and the Cowboys can generate $100+ million worth of free publicity by dominating conversation in July and August. That was his take on the Micah Parsons holdout and drama going on. But I think that's victory for me. I think that's a huge dub. I think from my lips to Steven's ears to Don Van Natta's Twitter account's what you're seeing right there, boys.
Yeah.
Told you.
Yeah.
Influencing NFL news cycle once again. You know me.
There you go, man.
You want to say something about it?
Don't hurt yourself, pat yourself on the back like that. You know, you're over 45. You might hurt, a little muscle getting back there.
Especially after sleeping on the bathroom floor last night. Oh, yeah. Wow. First come pride, then come shame. So, should be a horrible weekend, but I'm going to enjoy it right now.
Bro, take all your wins. Take all your wins. Yeah, take all your wins. Especially we're men. We don't get a lot of wins out here. You know what I mean? Nobody cares if we win or lose. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares.
He wasn't mad at me at the media party last night, though?
Oh, he was pissed at you.
Okay. Good.
Nah, he didn't care.
How so? That's good, too.
Let's go to Jared Sandler. Matt Hicks, they're at it again, going back and forth. They're a little Lauren Hardy themselves here. Khaki Kev sent me this.
The Braves and Reds playing a 4-game series with the game Saturday and Sunday. Bristol Motor Speedway. Special baseball showcase setup, kind of like the Field of Dreams games. Keep you posted on that one.
Hey, they're going to play at a racetrack here pretty soon. The Braves, right? Or the Reds?
Played a racetrack. It's true.
3-1 pitches, swing and a miss.
Or are they both going to play?
Were you preoccupied 20 seconds ago?
Oh,
I must have been. Did you mention that? Sorry.
Been there.
Sorry, I was preoccupied.
It's okay.
But you know what? You multitask so much better
Lindbergh lands in Paris.
I love it when Hicks has the self-awareness and he just he sinks into it.
He catches it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was listening to Jared in the queue. Is that like how he just fell back when he got the same question back at him that he just explained?
Echo.
I know Jared Sandler, bro. In his head, he's like, oh, my God.
He's such a smart ass.
Oh, my God. Where are you right now, Hicks?
How dare you not pay attention to my every word?
What are you doing?
And he's clearly not afraid to throw a teammate under the bus, which I really respect.
Look at you. Speaking of you, Mr. Dawson, you said some weird things today.
I did.
Yeah. One was...
See, here comes the shame.
Oh, good call.
As predicted, just a little sooner.
Yeah, sure. This is you yesterday. Sounded like you wanted to purchase some guys. Sounded like you had a all-male brothel or something.
Oh, we can buy Kyrie-Lum.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
but can I buy multiple depth guys or busty guys all arriving and fortifying you at the same time?
What? What? Hold on.
That's a freak off P. Diddy style, fam.
I told you. I was sleep deprived. I have no recollection of what happened yesterday.
Busty guys fortifying me.
Yeah, the busty
That is
guys thing is
crazy,
weird. Yeah.
bro.
Wow. In your bag.
Guys are busty guys all arriving and fortifying you at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Arriving.
That is somebody's dream, by the way. Somebody's like, yes.
Oh, that's
That is exactly what I'm talking about. This weekend is what I'm trying to get into, but they ain't answering the phone.
You were preaching to the Christian Wilkins choir right there.
My personal hell. Right here. You know how frustrating it is to be that brilliant on a Tuesday and that horrible on a Thursday? No consistency. You know? Freaking Jock Peterson over here. Trust me, I'll get back to hitting sometime next year. It'll be fine.
I feel you, bro. All right,
what do you think? Time to vote?
Let's do one more. Let's do one more. I mean, we already done stepped all over LA Live and what I prepped for, which I wish I would have known this because I would not have prepped for it.
Take the 6.
I would have not have. No, I would have prepped.
Overtime.
Oh, come on.
Overtime. Overtime.
All right, listen. You said this too, Dawson.
Tank was just a little bit more quiet and professional, or quiet and didn't want to, say his side of the story as much. Remember when Tyron Smith was hotter than a, whole nest of fire-cracking hornets back there, or whatever.
Some fire-cracking hornets.
Whatever he was, dude. We heard him yelling from here. He was so ticked off that the Cowboys were lowballing him. It was awesome.
Whatever.
Fire-cracking hornets. Hotter than a nest of them.
That's amazing.
Okay, is it our champ? Is it the Steve Combo platter with Majors getting it done? Is it Sandler and Hicks? Is it Dawson wants to purchase some guys? Or Tyron Smith was hotter than a nest of fire-cracking hornets?
After they arrive.
Well, clearly I'm the GOAT, so however you guys see it.
Is that a Dawson combo pack?
He is feeling himself right now. The boy is smelling himself.
I'll vote for I'll vote for the Steve combo. Chief?
I'll vote for the Dawson combo.
Lucius?
Shoot, yeah, man. I'm going with that Dawson combo.
Well, Chuck?
Shoot, yeah,
Likewise.
boy.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
Brian?
Dawson.
There it is. Unanimous by a score of 5-0. He's done it again. Tune in Monday at 5:30. See if we can make it 4 in pursuit of 5. And if you ever miss the champ, you can tune in at 2:20-ish, where Lucius replays it for you in the first hour of the show. Time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's LA Live.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
It'll make you dance on everything. Everybody get high.
She's a pretty lady, but she was mad. She dialed 911 and complained about her order at McDonald's. Her sister tried to get her out of the McDonald's. She wouldn't do that. Instead, she continued on her rant and her rage. You know, I don't know what was wrong with her that night. I don't know if she was like 2 fries short of a Happy Meal, or maybe it was she was short of a Happy Meal completely. But she created a McMess.
A McMess.
And she acted like a McNut.
Awesome.
Wow.
Hey, this is LA Live for Friday, August 1st, 2025. Don't crash out this weekend. It's a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. I mean, wild week. Fellas, can you name something wild that happened this week?
Gary Busey in his face, and he touched and groped a woman.
There we go.
Micah Parsons just requested a trade.
That is wild. That is wild.
Dawson talked about fortifying busty guys.
Yeah. That's very wild week right there.
That was journalism.
Yeah. Now let's enjoy this weekend safely, y'all. Avoid the law dogs. Please avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you will not see the judge until Monday. Speaking of law dogs, I see a lot of police officers using their own personal social media accounts, which I like. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you're getting to know the cop a little bit, you know? I see guys out there patrolling. I give them a like or whatever. But speaking of law dogs, there's a Houston deputy under fire after she posted a video on TikTok saying she didn't get her back cracked last night. So everyone is getting a ticket tonight.
Oh, wow.
She didn't get her back cracked last last night, so everyone's getting a ticket tonight.
Somebody step in there. Help us all out.
Hey, man, looking at the images that she was providing on her account, I would have cracked it.